There's a special place in hell for people like Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, I mean, you got right into it, and we're gonna continue to get into it. And I think the what you just said is true, and I think it resonates with the audience completely. But before we go any further, because we do want to get into this, I do want to remind you guys that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project, and you can go to healingveteransproject.us to donate. We're trying to get veterans red light panels that have been prescribed by doctors that are not this that are not part of this giant. If you are hip to red light therapy and you're a doctor, you are not part of the traditional medical industrial complex at all that we're now critiquing, and we're going to continue to critique on this show today. Healing Veterans Project, we've got a list of veterans that need the red light therapy. They've been prescribed by the red light therapy, but the Veterans Administration will not give them the red light therapy, and they can't afford it. So this is where Healing Veterans Project comes in. Scan the QR code on your screen. Go donate right now. Also, email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us, if you're a business owner or a retail business owner, or you have a business. We want to talk to you. We want to partner with you, and we can work out a deal. And this has been really exciting. We got an email response the other day from a business owner who wants to help us, and so we're really excited about it. But email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us, and we will make it happen. Rob, now it's time for a new segment that I am calling the Pandemic Paper Trail. Dude. All right, so the pandemic paper trail, you've heard the news. Rob already been talking about this. This is from The Last Refuge headline. Senator Ron Johnson reveals Fauci text and horrific vaccine-induced abortion rate hidden within the data. You know, you got to the crux of the issue, Rob, just then. Our own government killed its own people, and that's what they killed babies. Our own government killed babies, and this is without even talking about the vaccine myocarditis and sudden deaths that we've also experienced over the last 6 years. Senator Ron Johnson began releasing text messages from the government phone of Anthony Fauci. Now, point of fact here, or I guess point of speculation. I think we now know why he took the fifth with the pardon. They had this phone.
Oh yeah. He knew that
jig
was going to be
and
up.
he was going to, and if he didn't tell the truth, they were going to get him with perjury easily.
Yeah, and he was only immune from federal crimes. I did hear a rational argument that states like Florida and
they must.
You mean to tell me that Ron DeSantis wouldn't go after him? He absolutely would.
I think the Attorney General of Florida is already pursuing some form of investigation.
Yeah,
this man must be charged. In every state's attorneys general, especially from a red state, we should all be demanding. We should all be demanding our attorney generals, especially in Christian red states, go after this man. But who is he protecting? You talked about the money laundering. Who is he protecting?
Well, I mean,
he's protecting the government. He's protecting Pfizer. He's protecting this. And you know what? I'm sorry, but I know they have qualified immunity from being sued, but there is literally no company on earth that can put out a product that kills people in mass and not be prosecuted for it criminally. Now, you may not be able to sue for damages, but you can go after those people criminally, as far as I'm concerned. You have to have somebody with the cojones to do it.
Well, I mean, what about the adverse reaction website that was being criticized when they said, "Oh, those aren't real numbers"? Wait a minute. No, these are real people on here that are talking about their adverse reactions, including, just hearing loss, all of these things. Now we're experiencing people are experiencing long COVID, all of these things.
My dad got the shot against my urging, say don't do this. Got double vision.
Yeah,
got double vision for like 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Now my father, in his genius, because he's a optometrist, he just made himself some glasses that like correct it. Which I thought was ingenious. But I know people that they suffered from this.
Well, if the vaccine was as safe as they said it was, why did Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, why were they immune from lawsuits? How could you be a company that releases something that is injected into your body and immune from the possible side effects, including death? that could occur from that. The only way you do that is if it is an entire systemic money laundering government operation that is from the top down. And I'm not talking about the president of the United States, because I think Donald Trump was as innocent as everybody else handling that. I think he could have handled COVID differently, but a lot of that stuff, we're looking at it in hindsight. I think he was trying to move on because it was an election year, and he was just like, you remember when he said early on, hey, I think this will be over by Easter and all of that stuff. We had no idea the evil that Dr. Fauci had unleashed at that point. No one did, or at least not the people innocent in all of the carnage.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. And this is just my opinion. At the time, yeah, I think generally that's right. But I think in hindsight, we can say President Trump should have never listened to Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Completely.
President Trump should have never, in hindsight, should have never listened to Deborah Birx. And they essentially were orchestrating a whole project to run him out of town, right? Mm-hmm. Now, also in hindsight, President Trump still says Operation Warp Speed. How in the world, with these text messages, can you continue to say Operation Warp Speed, which led to the vax? I mean, when you say Operation Warp Speed, that is the production of this vaccine. How in the world can we continue to say that at this point? There has to be some sort of reflection. I mean, I would like to see that, because this is the intentional the intentional poisoning. They knew that these babies were going to die.
Yep.
They knew. This is not Republican, Democrat. We've got to protect this guy, protect that. This is like, hey, here are the facts, guys. They knew They knew the study, 82%, and then they juiced the study, and they added 700 more pregnant ladies to the study to make the numbers lower. They knew this.
Yeah, they knew it. They were obviously, these text messages revealed that they were having conversations about it. This is one thing. They knew that the children were not really at risk, and that sending them to school
same deal. The mask, all of that. They knew it was all lies. It was lies upon lies
performance lies.
Ron Johnson's first release here, a short text message portion here. While the majority of the government narrative was that vaccines were safe for pregnant women, the data showed something completely different. How dare just think about this. Go back and look at Stephen Colbert and his vaccine sketch.
Stupid
okay,
ass thing.
You helped kill people, Stephen Colbert.
Yep.
You helped kill little babies in their mother's womb. Now, I know they're going to say, well, that's just a fetus. It's no big deal. It's part of the collateral damage because you guys don't believe in, life at conception anyway. But just so we're clear, you guys did that not by, it wasn't a woman's choice. This was, when a lot of people were deceived, right? And people took it. People trusted their doctors. People trusted Anthony Fauci, and people's babies are dead because of it. The actual spontaneous abortion rate for women vaccinated in the first trimester was a stunning 82%. However, the CDC and healthcare administrators manipulated the data, adding 700 women vaccinated in the third trimester to improve statistics. So you say, well, we're going to add the third trimester vaccines because those babies have a likely better chance of making it, and in fact they did. However, this is not. Do not get focused on this first trimester. 82% abortion. Even though as terrible as it is, it's much worse than that. Because here's a story from Mays Moore. I want to Rob, would you like to read this? Or you want me to read this? I don't care.
So, yes, I would like to read this because I sent this to you, and listen. This is just one example of just an incredibly tragic situation, and this person had the misfortune of actually having such a direct experience with what was happening because of Anthony Fauci. My wife is a nurse. She was pregnant during the pandemic. Her best friend is also a nurse, and she too was pregnant during the pandemic. She and her husband had been trying for a long time, and this was their first child. They were both well into their pregnancies when the hospitals that they worked for started mandating full-time employees get vaccinated. The hospital was pushing the vaccine so hard, and the rhetoric was so crazy that they were both worried if they would even deliver their babies if they were not vaccinated. Like the hospital would not deliver their babies. That's how scared they made people. My wife and I decided immediately that there was no chance she was getting vaccinated while carrying our baby. She was only a couple of months from giving birth, so she tried to stall. She filed for an exemption. It was denied. She used PTO whenever she had it. Then she quit full-time and went part-time. She made it through and gave birth to our beautiful, healthy, love of my life baby boy, vaccine-free. My wife's friend was just a couple of months away from giving birth when she succumbed to the pressure to get vaccinated. She and her husband had already set up their daughter's room. They named her Penelope. She was full term when she started having stomach pains. She thought she was in labor, so she went to the hospital. The doctor told her that the baby was no longer alive. They induced labor and she delivered a dead little girl. Afterwards, the doctor told her that a blood clot caused the death of her baby. When my wife's friend sees our son, she still gets emotional because her daughter would have been about the same age as him. It breaks her heart to see her still so heartbroken. What happened during the pandemic was just pure evil. Folks, a real experience that was shared by countless others across this globe, really. But here in the United States, we saw it here just in a local level in a conservative Christian red state on a local level, hospitals mandating, no matter you could be a 9-month pregnant woman who is a nurse or something working at the hospital, and they mandated that you get these vaccines. And these liberals, there were a lot of conservatives that bought the lie too.
They trusted their doctors.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Correct.
I mean, I can't tell. I had close friends that were conservatives. I had a good friend that I know is center right at worst. Texting me saying, "Hey, man, you don't need to abandon your wife and daughter, and you could be abandoning them if you get the get COVID and you die. You really need to get the shot." I mean, this happened. This people were convinced that the science was real, and they were ignoring all of the and like you said, the censorship was real too. There was a lot of this data that was, if you weren't following the right person, you weren't getting the data. And then when that person got canceled, you were like, oh, that person got canceled. They must be telling the truth because the government wants us dead. If we can't be free. If we're, I mean, it's slavery. We're talking about slavery here.
We saw this,
and this is the stuff that revolutions are made of, folks.
And we saw this in the Twitter files. This was directly coming from the Biden administration when they were asking or almost demanding that X and Meta and all of these places censor these accounts that were speaking out against the vaccines. You weren't even allowed to say anything. Name anything that is safe, effective, what everybody should do, that has to be where the dissension has to be censored. Name anything where that's an actual scenario, because if you're having to censor the dissension, people that are saying no way, wait, I'm not doing this. No. You can just say that. We'll allow you to talk bad about the vaccine. That would have a lot more credibility from folks. I guess I got a little fired up earlier because my voice is whatever.
It's okay. I'm disgusted. I'm literally disgusted.
Yeah, but they shut down any debate, and it goes to YouTube, Google, all of which is the same company, all the social media companies, everything. And had Elon Musk not bought Twitter, we may not know the true depths of what we were dealing with. I think that the Twitter files is what led to this. I think you could draw a correlation back to the Twitter files and those being released to see how bad the government was influencing the information campaign. Excuse me.
I think you're right. Here's another one. Here's a guy by the name of Daniel Keene saying, we had a miscarriage in 2022 after one shot of the vax. I don't even know. I said at the top of the show, are we even a country if there is not some sort of accountability? Tyler Oliveira once, after a fair trial, of course, his execution live streamed. These are just some reactions. Matt Walsh, quote, Fauci must be prosecuted. Anyone who thinks Fauci is legally immune at every level, in every state, for every crime because of some preemptive pardon issued by Biden's auto pen is an idiot. He can be prosecuted, and he must be.
Hear, hear.
He must be. He must be. This and again now. Look, we've known that there were miscarriages involved with these shots for a long time. Pfizer tried to have the court documents that proved this buried under seal for 50 years. To your point about dissent, you don't ask a judge to cover up court documents for 50 years.
Sure.
Okay. So they came out, and I think this was Naomi Wolf who was instrumental in working on that. About what these shots were doing to pregnant women. So we've known, and that's what's so frustrating here is there's a lot of people that are finding this out for the first time, but there's a whole bunch of us that have known this has been going on for the last 3-4 years.
Yeah.
We've known this. But it's great that it's getting more, getting out there. But here's the deal. It has to result in accountability, or this is all just performative theater, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of people criticized the committee process. A lot of people committed because it seemed theatrical. Once he was going to plead the fifth, all we had was these performative things that are great for fundraising for these congressmen's campaigns via emails. Look how I owned the left. Look how I owned Fauci. And so that's just me kind of being skeptical about the whole situation. Then we found out on Thursday night into Friday, that they had the phone. Now we get the text messages really quickly. Now we've realized why he's taking the fifth, because they've got him dead to rights. And there was no way he could have testified without exposing all this. So now it's exposed. So now what do we do? And look, I mean, I've said for a long time, one thing that could unite this country, especially about the vaccines, which we're going to talk about the vaccines in a minute. There are liberals and conservatives who have had their kids vaccinated from birth, stuck 70-something times. Mm-hmm. And I said at the time, if it ever came out and the left actually admitted it or believed it the way the right would believe it, that these vaccines, that they have they knew these vaccines have been causing autism. If it ever comes out that that's the case, they know it and they've done nothing, which I think it is, you could potentially have a unification around our children that would terrify the elites, that would shake them to their core. You mess with our kids? You knowingly messed with our kids, and in this case, you've killed them. You've literally taken from us the fruit of our loins, and you have killed it. You've taken the one thing that is the basis of human wealth in this world, our children, and you took it from us, and you knowingly did it. Wars have been fought over so much less than that, and I am sick to my stomach about it. And I'm telling you, if something's not done, and it's not just Fauci, but I'm fine with making him the poster child. But it's everybody who he's protecting. It's the vaccine companies. It's parts of our own government, and they've all got to be prosecuted. I don't even care about Russia collusion anymore. I don't care about it. I really don't. I care about this way more. I don't even care about Thomas Crooks. I mean, I can't care more than the Trump administration. Right, about trying to get to the bottom of that. I care about this way, way more. This is direct harm against the American people. And
if to your point, Paul, if this can't be prosecuted, if this has no accountability, nothing can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
nothing will. And if you can't go after this man with the full force of the legal system. And he should, if he's worth his salt at all, in terms of his trying to have some sort of freedom, he's going to have to roll over on everybody. And whether he will or whether he won't, no. He just seems like he's going to be too proud, probably. But I wish he would. Every text message, every person on the receiving end of it, everyone who knew must pay.
Here's the Katie Pavlich. This is a quote from what's been released here. The deception was institutionalized in the now infamous Shimabukuro study, published on April 21st, 2021, in the digital version of the New England Journal of Medicine. The authors claimed a miscarriage rate of 12.6%, but the raw data revealed an 82% miscarriage rate in women vaccinated during the first trimester. This is consistent with the 81% miscarriage rate noted in the Pfizer 5.3.6 post-market data and is discussed in detail below. These figures mirror the effects of chemical abortion drugs. They mirror the effects of abortifacients. Here's the texts. More texts reveal that Biden-era U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy responded to Fauci's concern about the COVID vaccine in pregnant women by adding, "I've been hearing concern about the mRNA causing mutations in the developing fetuses as well." Quote, "This is really helpful. Thanks. I've been hearing concern about the mRNA causing mutations in the developing fetus as well. That's a really good point. Read the cytokine storm post-second dose." Tony, Rochelle, did you see this announcement today from WHO saying they advise against pregnant women taking the Moderna vaccine because of lack of data? It has led to a flurry of questions. What is your take? I imagine we will all get asked about this. Then we've got more. Fauci text on January 25th, 2021, that the COVID vaccines could kill a first trimester unborn baby. 82% miscarried in an April 2021 study. Then he went on TV for the next few months urging pregnant women to immediately get vaccinated.
That right there. I mean, there's more. There's so much more. But holy crap. That right there. 82% of these pregnant women in the first, and what is it, second trimester or first? Okay, first trimester. That they saw an 82% increase in these mothers miscarrying. Now, first trimester miscarriages, from my understanding, are a lot more common than sort of later term miscarriages. But if you've got an 82% increase in anything, folks, that is not some anomaly.
Yep.
That is absolutely a trend that is
environmental.
It is environmental. That is being caused by something. 82%. And then he goes on television after that. Yeah, take this vaccine. Wasn't his wife on the board of Pfizer?
I believe so. I know she had some sort of interest in remdesivir too.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that about that drugs.
I mean, is that to me that's a smoking gun.
That is it. I mean, that's literally, that's you're in the history books with some of the worst mass murderers that there are, that just intentionally lie to their own people to get them killed, or intentionally throw them in gulags to die. Whatever it is. I mean, it's and by the way, this is not just about miscarriages. I think you could also chalk this up. I mean, everybody knows somebody with their own story about this when it comes to what the vax has done to them or what they think it's done to them. Because you also have the issue of infertility. I've got family that went through this, cousin that went through this, where before the vax, right, they already had one child. Before the vax, they got pregnant, right, and they did have a miscarriage, and they were trying to figure that out. And then they had another one, another miscarriage, but this is before the vax. But she was consistently getting pregnant, and this happens to a lot of women, right? But then she got the vax because of some reason. She had to get it in order to travel somewhere. Haven't been able to get pregnant since. This is a young couple, and so they credit both of them, because I talked to them earlier this year. They volunteered this story, and they said, we believe that the reason that after that vax, there was just no more. There was no more pregnancy. So there's some people that believe this has made them sterile.
Yeah, I mean, here's the deal. I'm not saying I can't prove it, but I had perfect blood pressure prior to 2022, and I got COVID in 2021, and I had no blood pressure issues whatsoever. I got up to recently where I was on 6 different blood pressure medicines. I have lowered it down considerably just due to lifestyle changes and all of that. But I was there were a couple of times where I tested it and it was 180 over 120. And I looked it up, and it said, if you're 180 or over 120, you need to get to an emergency room. that's how bad my blood pressure was. And I was just like, wait a minute. Why? Dude, I exercise 5 days a week. I eat pretty clean. I mean, I do like cheeseburgers and pizza like the rest of you guys, but I eat pretty good, and I'm healthy. I've got muscles. I mean, all of these things. I mean, like, why am I experiencing this? And that's the only thing that's ever made sense to me is that, because I fell for, I would love to say that I'm the unvaccinated. But there was a baseball coach, if you'll remember here locally, he was a 36-year-old baseball coach that do you remember the Delta variant?
Yes.
And so there was the Delta variant, and there was a 36-year-old baseball coach who, now this was the reporting.
Right.
Perfectly healthy baseball coach gets COVID, goes into the hospital and dies. And we had our youngest, Millie Kate, she had a lot of health issues, and she had to go to the hospital a lot during her first couple of years of life. She had 9 surgeries in her first couple of years of life, and she's doing great now. But we just had concerns. We thought, we were just getting scared.
You were in and out of hospitals, and they were also probably saying, hey, you need to get vaccinated.
Everybody. I mean, it just put the fear in it. And my wife asked me to get vaccinated because I was totally anti-vax. I was like, I'm not doing this. My wife asked me. But in her defense, she's hearing it, at the hospital, all of this stuff. And I think I would say I'm a medium intelligence person, but I'm extremely critical of the situation. I knew what they were saying about the vaccine wasn't true, but I thought, well, maybe it does help. I knew that no vaccine. I mean, you can still get I knew because we get the flu vaccine, we still get the flu.
Yeah,
folks, you can't. What do you mean, Rachel Maddow with her BS? The vaccine stops with every vaccination. You get COVID. You get exposed to it. If you got the vaccination, it stopped with you. I mean, it was all a blame game for us, right? So, but I knew that all of that was BS, but they were telling us with this new Delta variant that it was the scariest one, right? It was coming out there. So eventually I did get vaccinated and started having health problems after that. So I got it easy. I mean, I'm sure people would much rather have, high blood pressure issues that's controllable with medication versus, what some of these women who lost a baby.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, who now, suffer from infertility because of this stuff. And so again, I just keep going. We've had several comments here, that phrase, Fauci lied, people died. But
Amen. Yes.
Yeah. But I would also add to that, then what happens? Yes, Fauci lied, people died. Then what? And it's unfortunately in the hands of our government through these state attorneys general. That's really our last hope, would you say? I mean, I guess they're going to try to go after him, but I have no hope. I have no hope for this contempt of Congress. And that's because of that state level.
I'm sorry. I mean, if he gets found guilty for the contempt of Congress and goes to jail for 1 year or whatever, I mean, that's almost just at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, you can Al Capone somebody. They put Al Capone away for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Or didn't he die in prison of syphilis? Okay.
Oh, I can't
there
remember.
You go. That's a fitting death for Al Capone. Whatever. But doing 1 year in jail and then we got him. No, not after this. Not after this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry, actually. I don't think we are radical enough. Matter of fact, that's what, who said this about that smoking gun? Oh, yeah, Aaron McIntyre writing this. Do not tell me I am too radical on Fauci. You are not radical enough. Here is this. This is another text message from Ron Johnson. He says Dr. Fauci was concerned in January 2021. Here it is. Dr. Fauci, quote, I asked around a bit more, and another issue came up that you need to be aware of. Since many people have significant cytokine storms and fever after the second dose, this theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Mm-hmm. Again, he's once again acknowledging that this is a possibility.
Yeah.
Now, did he go on air and say, well, there is a risk that because of a cytokine storm after the second dose, Did he go on air and say that?
He couldn't do it.
No.
He couldn't do it because then it would completely destroy his narrative.
Exactly.
If you say there's a risk, that was the whole thing.
I've got a family member that's about to have back surgery, and I've been going to doctor's appointments, and listening or whatever. And so there's a surgery coming up, and requires 2 surgeons, one a general surgeon to get to the back. They're going in through the stomach, and one then the neurosurgeon that comes in there and does it. Right? It's going to be fine. But I sat there, and this doctor did a phenomenal job of informed consent, and he went over the rare cases, the rare complications, but he went over them and how bad they can be. Mm-hmm. This could happen, this could happen, this could happen. I mean, just devastating. I mean, it was actually quite scary. And I was just like, hey, look, they're just doing informed consent. They're just doing their due diligence, saying, hey, we think you're a great candidate for this. Mm-hmm. We think we can do it. But we could get in there and mess up.
Right. It's the quickly spoken words at the end of a medicine commercial.
Exactly.
Could cause this.
Right. This was not informed consent. This was a genocide.
Yeah, because
this was genocide by our own doctors. And
because this right here, when you're talking about how Dr. Anthony Fauci had contradicting information.
Mass genocide may not be the actual exact by the definition, but I mean this was mass slaughter.
And Family Low in our comments brings up a great point too. Like they changed the definition of immunity and vaccine and all this stuff. They were changing these definitions to fit their narrative, right? And they had to. Like, I remember how it evolved when they said that they're 100% effective, they're 100% safe. That's what they said about the vaccine. And then they said the vaccines are mostly effective, and that's why you need boosters and all of that stuff, but they're still 100% safe. And then they said, well, you might get the vaccine, but you get the vaccine and you might get COVID, but it won't be as bad as if you didn't have the vaccine.
Completely, yeah.
Do you remember the evolution that they went?
And then you had a lot of us unvaxxers that were starting to hear about something called vaccine shedding, because which I believe is a real thing, where people that got the vax were then shedding this spike protein that were getting unvaccinated people sick.
Yeah.
People talked about it all the time, how when I'm around people who have been vaccinated, I get sick now.
Well, and you had those clinics. There's the platelet clinics where you go and you can donate your platelets or whatever for plasma. Thank you. I said platelets, but plasma. You go donate your plasma and you get money for it. And a lot of folks will do that. Well, do you remember how they were offering twice as much money for unvaccinated people? They knew.
Yeah, and there's now blood banks now. There's now independent blood banks for unvaccinated people to have blood.
Yeah, and then you've got, Go Away earlier in our chat said something fantastic, and I had forgotten about this, but do you remember what the funeral directors knew, because he says there was these long white fibrous cords that were found in the bodies that were coming out. Their blood was sludge. Mm-hmm. People's blood turned to sludge. And the funeral director's like, what the hell is this? Somebody that's been a funeral director and more specifically an embalmer, okay? Because there's a funeral director and then an embalmer.
Yeah. They were finding the white fibrous clots. Yes.
And
that's why it started being called the clot shot.
Right. And a lot of embalmers are also funeral directors, but a funeral director may not be an embalmer. An embalmer is like this slice. Anyway, they're the ones that you got them on the slab. They're draining your blood. They're putting that formaldehyde in your body. And so they're seeing what comes out of you. Mm-hmm. You get drained when you're embalmed. And they were seeing this, and they were raising these red flags, but then they were getting silenced. And then they were getting threatened. How dare you come out and say this? And folks, I think that
This was bioterrorism. This was bioterrorism against the American people.
I know that we haven't, and especially this reminds us of the righteous anger that we should have. But I think that we have forgotten just how truly tyrannical the government was in 2021 and 2022. Long after all of the red states had fully opened for business, no masks, all of this stuff, long after that, we still had blue states that had 25% occupancy, or, you can't sit outside at these restaurants. They were destroying people's lives. They destroyed livelihood. They destroyed families. They said you can't go to see your loved one for Thanksgiving. You can't go to your loved one's funeral. I told this story earlier, I guess last week, when they my father was in the casket. He's gone. He's not on this earth anymore. And they had a mask on him because he was COVID positive when he died. I'm like, and I don't blame the funeral directors. They were listening. They're listening to all this stuff. And so there were so many lives ruined. There were people dying alone in nursing homes because their families weren't allowed to come and see them. There were children that have forever had their education stunted. The growth in their education is completely stunted because of all of this. They had us doing this ridiculous stuff. It was a civil war. It was neighbor against neighbor when you're reporting. When you are people. How many fights did we see in grocery stores with people wearing masks versus a dude walking in without a mask and he is all of a sudden evil? People were getting arrested. Hell, we saw it. Where was that in Australia? There's a person jogging alone on a beach, and this police officer, luckily he was a fat ass and couldn't catch her, and this police officer is trying to catch her because she's jogging alone on the beach. And you want to tell us that we were the ones who were irrational.
Yeah.
We were the ones that were causing all of it. No. It was the liberals who, by the way, used to be the ones that fought against the government. Used to be going against the man.
Certainly the corporations.
Yes, the corporations. They were all about fighting against that.
And then they wouldn't. Kamala Harris said, "I'll never take Donald Trump's vax in the debate." Read this tweet real quick. I've got to go let there's painters trying to come in here and paint the door, but I don't want to go to break yet because I have something more to say.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so Aaron McIntyre. Again, if you're not following Aaron McIntyre on X, he is an incredible follow. And a country in which Anthony Fauci is not executed by the state after a fair trial is a country that has died a spiritual death. This man is a monster. Every moment that he is allowed to escape justice is an indictment of our entire system. Can we say it any better than that, folks? Can you say that any better than Aaron McIntyre just said that?
Here's the deal. This was the problem with listening to Anthony Fauci and why Operation Warp Speed, in hindsight, and a lot of people have known this for a while. But I think we can safe to say if President Trump had not had the election stolen from him in 2020, there would have been no vaccine mandates. Okay? There would have been no vaccine mandates. There would have been a lot of people that didn't get this shot. But going along with this created this infrastructure to where when they did steal the election from President Trump, then the tyrants were able to go full bore, and basically Joe Biden, or the people controlling Joe Biden, were able to pick up that football, or I guess pick up the baton in like a relay race and do what they wanted to do all along. And that's my issue with it at this point.
Well, there's another one, Paul. R.S. Herrera or R. Herrera in our comments here. Great point. I forgot about this. Don't forget that congressmen and women were allowed not to be vaccinated. You remember that?
Yeah.
They're passing all of this stuff, and they're the ones standing out there. We saw this BS where the dude walks up. He's walking up stage. He's going to walk up to the podium. He's backstage, and the camera catches a video of him, and he doesn't have his mask on. He stops right before he's going to walk on stage, puts his mask on, walks out there on stage, and then takes the mask off. Mm-hmm. It was all a show.
Giant phony.
It was all a performance show. And then you had even celebrities like, you remember Alyssa Milano, 80s star? She was showing.
Crochet mask.
Yes, she had a crocheted COVID-19 mask because she wanted hers to look cute. She wanted it to look cute.
It was a political symbol. It was a symbol of submission. It was a symbol of slavery. And so many people went along with it.
It was I'm better than you.
Yeah.
I know the science. And guess what, Paul? The science is settled. But talk to any reputable scientist. They'll say the science is never settled. We never know everything about all things. It's never settled. And that's what they went on television and screamed. You want to talk about old school liberals and you said fighting against the corporations? How many liberals kissed the ass of Pfizer? How many just absolutely blindly followed the government recommendations here? Paul, it's 2026. Have you seen anybody driving around wearing a mask inside their car alone?
Yes.
Yes, it still happens. And
Even
we're in a
Arkansas.
conservative Christian red state, and that crap still happens. I can't even imagine how bad it is in very blue states, Massachusetts, California, all of this stuff. You have lunatics who bought into it, who cannot have any sort of critical thinking skills whatsoever. You can't. I saw a dude walking down the street the other day. It's 110 heat index here. It's 99 actual degrees here in Arkansas, and he's got a mask on his face. You couldn't pay me to put a mask on my face when it's 110 heat index outside, meaning the feels like temperature of 110, and you got something on my face that's restricting me for breathing? Heck, even without a mask, I'm struggling to breathe when it's 110. You feel like you're in a sauna.
Yeah.
These people are lunatics because they're at this point, if you know, there's some forgiveness from March 2020 until maybe mid 2021.
Yep.
You know, if you were kind of sucked into all this stuff, hey, listen, a lot of folks were, and including myself when the Delta variant scared us all. But post that, especially post Elon Musk buying Twitter, if you are still fooled by all of this stuff, then it's willful ignorance at this point. You are allowing yourself to follow like mindless sheep.
I agree, and I also think there needs to be some individual confession and repentance here from some. I mean, think about it if you're a clergy member. I saw somebody sharing a post of the late Tim Keller, who passed away of cancer a couple of years ago, but in 2021, and he was a very influential pastor to some. And he posted his vaccine card. Got my vax. He was up in New York City, and you think about the clergy or anybody with any sort of position, like mid-level position authority over a bunch of people. Is anybody going to take responsibility? I mean, you were telling people to get vaxxed, and we know it does all kinds of things to your health. But now we have black and white evidence that it was actually killing babies. Mm-hmm. Let's say it was killing children. There needs to be some individual, somebody, all you got to do is stand up and be like, man, I believe the lies. I'm sorry. Yeah. And then I recommended this, and I am a participant in this. I think there's got to be some of that. Likewise, to your point about the totalitarianism, really think about how close to the brink this country came, where neighbor was turning against neighbor. Essentially, we're trying to eat the other person.
Yeah,
and so many people don't just want to act like that never happened again. I remember there were other ministers, though, that were saying it is perfectly biblical for you to forge a vaccine card or buy a fake vaccine card. And they equated it to smuggling Christians out of Muslim countries, faking paperwork. There are Christian organizations that do this to this day, will fake paperwork or do whatever they can to get these Christians out of dangerous situations. Mm-hmm. That actually happened. Now, Cam Newton, the former, is he still an NFL quarterback? I don't think he is.
No. He's a commentator.
All right, so he's now saying that many of these NFL players had fake vaccine cards. Sure. Aaron Rodgers has said the same thing. Aaron Rodgers was more honest, said, "I'm just not going to do it." He said, "But I know there were people buying fake vaccine cards, and
who could blame them?
And who can blame them? And there were nurses making a lot of money doing that as well. There's even people that have been." Prosecuted for it as well. You were handing out a saline solution instead of the real thing. Folks, that was all perfect. Those were the good guys. Those were the good guys. Those were the people that were trying to save lives. And
certainly save themselves and their family.
So we became, and this is why the whole thing, this is why, I mean, we have to, look what came out of it. Look at that level of totalitarianism that you read about in the history books. And then understand that parts of our own government funded the gain-of-function research to begin with, sent it to China. It was unleashed in China, and 7 million people are dead if you believe those numbers. Then they poisoned those who went into the hospital. I mean, I would love to know if that 30-something-year-old baseball coach that went into the hospital and then died, was he given remdesivir? Because I suspect he probably was. The remdesivir, has killed a lot of people too. Our own government is responsible for a global mass death, mass murder event. Our own government is responsible for it, and China as well. I mean, this could not have happened without the intelligence agencies doing this.
Well,
this could not have happened without intelligence.
It was the largest money grab as well in the history of our country. I know it's a short-lived history. I can't speak about it globally. I don't know if this has ever happened before. But when you want to talk about purposefully bankrupting their own citizens so that there could be foreclosures, there could be land grabs, all of that stuff, and then what did the Fed do? It printed all of this money, flooded this economy, and how much fraud has escaped? I mean,
there's a lot.
There's been a little bit of accountability on some of these people with those PPP loans, and what was the other one there that you didn't have to repay?
That was the PPP.
Was it the PP? Okay. Anyway, so there was definitely some fraud that was uncovered with that, and it's been prosecuted. But the corporations that were receiving that stuff, they're not going to get caught. They're going to catch an individual doing this stuff, which would be small potatoes compared to some of what these corporations did. We saw trillions with a T, trillions of dollars being funneled back to these corporations through, and that was after they said, shut it all down. We want you living off the government. We want you ready for a handout from the government. And I'm just so thankful that we were here in Arkansas, because this, we had Asa Hutchinson, he was terrible, but
yes, he was. He believed the science.
Yeah, he believed
the
it.
Science.
Yes, he believed it. He also wanted exceptions for the transgender, hormone blockers for kids that were already on them. Well, we can't just ban them because we can't take them off.
Yes, you can. It's evil, and you're abusing children.
He couldn't. I mean, there's some people have some frustration with Sarah Huckabee Sanders now as our governor, but she's way better in my opinion than Asa Hutchinson.
Yeah, I mean, on issues like that, she banned the mask mandates and everything. So.
Yeah, so she's a conservative, and you can't tell me otherwise. But anyway, you've got this evil that had been permeated on its American citizens, and Anthony Fauci is just one pawn in that. He just happened to be the one that was on television the most, but it was an entire concerted backwoods network here that was trying to grab money, that was trying to control the population, that was trying to grab land, and they were successful in a lot of ways, Paul.
Yeah, our medical industrial complex went full communism.
Oh, sure.
Or fascism. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's more fascism when you think about the corporate. I say corporate. It's just like it's so ridiculous. These giant corporations in the government are the same.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're the same thing now. There really is no separation between giant corporations and our government, which again is it would have been a Democrat talking point back in the 90s or in early 2000s.
Oh yeah.
And now it's patently obvious that all these people exist, the elite exists to essentially enslave the public, kill us at their will, put flock cameras everywhere. Flock meaning, we're all sheep. And remember, strengthen the herd. That's what they would say. Like, I got my vaccine. Strengthen the herd, meaning the herd mentality. And more people get vaxxed, the less. And then it was all lies. It was all lies, and people died. Fauci lied. People died, like you said. And now what? Now what? Now what do we do? How do we go forward as a country? And this is an issue that would largely, they want us to forget it. Hats off to Senator Ron Johnson for doing this. It's not just Fauci, but we have to go after Fauci. States attorney generals have to go after Fauci. We got about 30 seconds before we got to end this first hour on LFA and start our second hour. But, Rob, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah,
sir.
Just a couple of comments. Fear was bought, Wanda. Fear was bought and sold successfully. I just got pissed off. They never scared me. How much money, Go Away said, how much money did Pelosi make on Pfizer stock? That would be interesting to look into.
Yeah.
We saw all of this. The corruption was big. Thank you, LFA. We'll see you this afternoon, our LFA audience.
Yep.
And we're continuing on now for, YouTube and X and all the other places we're streaming.
All right, so we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon, and we're going to continue this march towards accountability and shouting from the rooftops that the American people must have it.
Stay fired up.
That's right. Stay fired up. Scream loud. Chimp out, as they say. We will be back here in just a moment.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Tuesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGraw Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Tuesday to you. Picture should look a little better today. Getting it dialed in. Close. Close. Getting it dialed in. What's the problem? Is it good? This doesn't look any different to you than this today? Oh, okay. It should look better. Oh, it says 80s showing again. Well, this really looks 80s today? I might just give up. I might be done with this camera. I don't know. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I guess it doesn't look different. To me, it looks totally different, but 'tis what it is. I guess, hopefully it's a little clearer. Hopefully colors look a little better. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Really, this looks like yesterday. Let me know in the chat if this looks like yesterday.
You need to cool it down, like to me, on my screen, but it doesn't matter.
Well, it does. It's okay. All right, let's get into it. Hey, folks, we got a couple of things. Hey, Wisconsin is being targeted again by Democratic Socialists. Looks fuzzy and laggy sometimes.
It is definitely choppy. It's
okay.
Jumpy.
Great. That's good. Looks like yesterday. Looks the same. If you only knew the amount of changes I made for it to look the same, this is why I don't own a gun. Because I would have shot the camera. All right. I think it looks better than yesterday, but what do I care?
It might not be telling the computer to pick up the new settings.
Oh, that's not how it works. It's all right.
Well, I don't know.
It's
It doesn't look any different, even though you did a bunch of things.
Someone said it just cleared up. All right. Well, we're just gonna have to keep figuring it out. Tis what it is, I guess. This is the cards that we've been dealt. We will play with them, I guess. Who knows? All right, let's get into it. We have Wisconsin, as I mentioned. Wisconsin is going to be the center of attention today. They are it is the state where you're going to see a socialist once again win. This is good. These comments about Memorex are great, by the way, in the chat. As if I'm not having problems. But we're good. All right. Not like I'm trying. Francesca Hong is her name. She is a socialist who is about to win in Wisconsin. And is going not the general election. We don't have a general election issue yet. Obviously, that's not till November. But she is running for governor in the great state of Wisconsin, and she is a DSA type. She is the type that wants to, and I kid you not, cancel Thanksgiving. She wants to cancel Thanksgiving. Now, she's run away from those remarks. But then in the same respect, she's also kind of doubled down on those remarks. So she wants to cancel Thanksgiving. This is not a representative. She's currently a state representative in Wisconsin. And she tonight is going to be the person who wins and becomes the new nominee, the Democrat nominee for governor in the great state of Wisconsin. So her name is Francesca Hong. We're going to get into a bunch of her madness today. Certainly, look at this now, how fuzzy it is.
Yeah, I was doing that yesterday too, where all of a sudden it gets like really weird and bright, and then it goes away.
Huh.
That's what I was trying to tell you yesterday I was doing.
Huh. Interesting. I know what's causing that, by the way. I could probably change that now. Let me get that. I know exactly what was causing that. There we go. That should have helped a little bit, not a lot. It's the prompter. There's white on the front of the screen.
No, because it comes and goes.
When the white comes off the screen, it'll be gone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yep. Yeah, watch. There. Now it's better. Because the white's off the screen. That's why. That's why teleprompter backgrounds are generally black. So it doesn't do that. I get it. I'm figuring it out. Just give me a sec. I'm going to set everything in night mode or whatever. All right. Here we go. So we're going to talk about Francesca Hong. We are going to talk about the issues that, of course, are going to be coming about in Wisconsin. I promise I do have an actual show prepared today, not just technical issues. You know, I went through this whole thing yesterday, fixed it, and now it's not fixed. But it's okay. I understand why. I figured out why the blur was happening, and that's because of the white. All right. We will talk about Hong. We're going to talk about a Democratic socialist running for office, denying that Joe Biden opened the border. Where'd all those people come from if Joe Biden didn't open the border? Get it? Okay. Abdul al-Sayed refusing to denounce Hassan Piker. Now, he's taking this whole stance of, well, you know, free speech, right? It's a free speech thing. It's an issue that I'm not going to denounce people. I'm not going to. His tagline is he's not going to talk about who he's campaigning with. He wants to talk about who he's campaigning to. Okay, cute little tagline, I guess, from Abdul al-Sayed. So we have that. We also have an update out of Atlanta. 1,200 illegals have been captured, arrested, whatever the word is you want to call, rounded up in Atlanta. A judge has blocked Zohran Mamdani, and this is irony. A judge has blocked the Zohran Mamdani rich tax, so we have that as well. We will have all that and more here on rumble.com/LFA TV. Now, before we get to that, I would like to get to a word from our friends at, nope, see, that's going to be a problem. At OFPfarms.com. Why can't I get this freaking window off of here? OFPfarms.com, OFPfarms.com, OFPfarms.com. Promo code SHAWN. That's OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean. OFP Farms is a family-owned and operated American skincare company, creating farm-crafted skincare with quality ingredients that your skin actually understands. From rich goat milk lotions and grass-fed tallow magnesium creams to soothing body soap and delicious lip balms, every product is thoughtfully made in small batches with care. These are simple, hardworking formulas crafted to help nourish dry skin, support tired muscles, and bring a little more comfort to your everyday routine. When you shop OFP Farms, you are supporting a real family, a patriotic small American business, and products made with purpose. Visit OFPfarms.com. Use the promo code Sean. It's SHAWN to get 15% off of your entire purchase for the entire month of August. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 15% off of your entire purchase for the rest of the month of August. OFPfarms.com. Promo code SHAWN. Cat Lady Kim points out Massachusetts deporting babies up to 9 months. I heard about that.
I heard that too.
Yeah, no good. No good. OFP Farms, okay. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Seems like our picture has a mind of its own today.
That's okay. We all understand.
Well,
and it's okay.
That's an audience of one that believes it's okay. I believe in
No,
standards.
it's an audience of almost
And-
2,000. You're the only one that's
No,
upset about it.
I
It's
believe
okay.
I believe in standards.
We do too, but technical
Well.
difficulties happen, and everybody understands. It's okay.
It's a standard thing. It's not okay. That's all right.
Just
Here we
continue
go.
on. The show is what matters.
We have an unseasoned boiled chicken breast update. They, them energy. Have you seen this one floating around the internet today? They, them energy is what this one is called. Oh boy. They, them energy is what this one is called. So here is a new edition. This is a this one. This chicken breast has a little bit of seasoning. This chicken breast is a bit of a ginger. She's got the Tabasco on this one.
Okay.
So here we go. The latest in the unseasoned boiled chicken breast saga.
They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy. This is a public service announcement. Anyone dressed in androgynous outfits. This is a sweet and friendly reminder that you are safe here. Show off your binder.
They, them energy. You guys like that? Was that a good one? Would you like to hear it again? Would you like to go through they, them energy again? I wonder if...
That's the Michigan way.
I missed that chipmunk. They, them energy.
They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy. They, them, energy.
Okay, you get the point. So that's the latest in our unseasoned boiled chicken breasts update. They, them energy. All right, let us go into... we will also, by the way, we'll also laugh at the...
Who do you think you are?
hapless Tucker Carlson, which by the way, is now running cover for Hunter Biden and the Hunter Biden laptop. Yeah. You heard me correctly. Tucker Carlson is now running cover, and he's shifting blame away, shifting it away from Hunter Biden. He's shifting the blame away from Hunter Biden over his own freaking laptop. Could you believe this? Okay. So we will get to that as well, because towards the middle of the show, we'll get to that because it's, it's a laugh break. This is just, I cannot believe.
Who do you think you are?
I can't believe how far this guy has fallen. I called it. I told you. When he got his testicles snipped off by Fox News with the January 6th guided tour of Jacob Chansley, like anyone gives a flying you-know-what about the QAnon shaman. Like that's what we wanted to see. I told you. Then he went to Russia, right? And what do you do in Russia? The supermarkets. Everything's cheaper, except, you make a fraction of what you make in the United States. The subways are clean in Russia. Great. But we'll get to Tucker and his new, I don't even know what to call it. He's gone completely nuts. So we'll get to that in a little bit, probably towards the halfway portion of the show. We got to talk about Francesca Hong, though, because the socialists are targeting Wisconsin. The socialists are coming for Wisconsin now. And this is their new darling, right? Their new love child, Francesca Hong. She is a Democratic socialist, a self-avowed Democratic socialist, right? She is somebody, I cannot believe that we're going to be dealing with someone who wants to, and she says her words, cancel Thanksgiving. And there's a whole group of people, Thanksgiving is about colonizers and all this stupidity. New Democrat talking point on the DSA emerges, and Francesca Hong just demonstrated why it's not going to work. Well, there's a lot of talking points here, but their favorite thing to do these days is to run away from their democratic socialism, right? They like to run away from, I'm not really like AOC. She called it, woke 1.0 or something on with that interview with Jonathan Karl. AOC running away from the woke policies that she embraced because, she's getting ready to run for president. These Democrats are starting to do what Abigail Spanberger did in Virginia because, they start running as moderates and all this, right? Well, that's not working either. That's cool. So it is Francesca Hong's season. She's going to win in Wisconsin today in the Democrat primary, granted. Now, she may not win the governorship. It is a swing state. It's very similar to Michigan, but she's going to win the Democratic primary today. The DSA have been in the spotlight a lot more in recent weeks, thanks to several things. Among them are a wave of DSA House primary wins in states like New York and Colorado, then back DSA Abdul El-Sayed winning in Michigan, and now Wisconsin State Representative Francesca Hong, a DSA member, being the front runner in the state's Democratic gubernatorial primary race. Between that and several DSA officials appearing on Fox News for interviews in July, where they remember those, we want to abolish prisons, abolish the border, abolish the Senate, abolish the presidency, pack the Supreme Court, add a few more states. Everything is like, we're just going to government ownership of major corporations. Should do all that. Cool. Great. The question in the minds in some voters has been, do the candidates and elected officials already in office share those views? We know AOC shares those views, but she's pretending like she doesn't now. Francesca Hong, and she's doing what Abdul El-Sayed did. She's doing what AOC did. She's doing what the Democratic Socialists of America have done. She's doing what Orwell describes in 1984, reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. This is the party's final and most essential command. And it's okay. We'll just deal with that too, I guess, while everything continues to malfunction. A direct quote from Francesca Hong's campaign to Fox News: Representative Hong has never called for abolishing the United States Senate. Tiffany, who is I think his name's Tom Tiffany. He's running for governor on the Republican side. He's going to be the Republican nominee after tonight. Tiffany can't prove that this quote actually exists. Tiffany cannot produce a single statement where she did because the statement doesn't exist. So she says, but what if I told you that she is full of sugar honey iced tea? Because there is a tweet for everything. There is a tweet for everything. Well, I guess there's not a tweet for everything because now that's not loading. Oh, I'm going to get on the phone with Xfinity today and unload on them as well. Francesca Hong has a post on X that quite honestly says, abolish the Senate. 3 words. Abolish the Senate. Oh, okay. But I thought the post didn't exist. I'd be able to show you the post, but I can't seem to do that right now. But it's out there. You're just going to have to trust me on it. It is there. It's somewhere. Some point I'll be able to show it. But that post does exist. And the Democrat socialists, these Democrats running for office, all of these idiots out there are acting like the evidence that we have that they said the things that they said simply isn't there. And they're hiding behind this. I guess this is from the talking points must have gone out, right? The talking points must have gone out where you saw the AOC on Fox. Oh, it wasn't on Fox. Jonathan Karl, whatever network he's on, ABC. The talking points have gone out where it was that was old woke. AOC called it woke 1.0, or she quoted, because she's a coward, she quoted some obscure person saying, "Oh yeah, woke 1 was crazy." Woke 1 never ended. It's still going. It's still happening. Woke 1 is still around. Let me get this article back up for you. This is what Francesca Hong said. So they asked her about her decisions about or her comments about canceling Thanksgiving. Francesca Hong told the New York Times that she only called for canceling Thanksgiving because it was quote unquote peak woke. Oh no, I don't feel like that anymore. I think we should keep Thanksgiving, she says. Okay, no. Except here is what she said about Thanksgiving on CNN not that long ago.
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And
Thanksgiving is a time where it's incredibly painful. Do you know anybody who experiences pain on Thanksgiving? I experience gastrointestinal pain on Thanksgiving because I eat too much. But that's the only pain I experience on Thanksgiving. Do you know anybody who considers Thanksgiving a painful time?
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so
here I thought that it was just peak woke. I thought that's why you felt that way. You seem to be changing the story, okay? Because that clip from CNN was just a few days ago. Peak woke. Not anymore. Incredible, painful time. Speaking of peak woke, you know what? Francesca Hong has a white son. She is married to a white guy. Wait until you hear how she characterizes this.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry. My proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean. And I think navigating, what his identity is and how people perceive him is always at the back of my mind as well.
All right. So she has a proximity to whiteness. Guys ever heard of that? What does that mean? A proximity to whiteness. So you have a white child that makes you what? Somewhat like white adjacent. What is the term? So a proximity to whiteness? Okay. Whatever you say.
You're welcome for having proximity to us too, by the way.
Yeah.
White people are fantastic.
And it's not doesn't help anybody that colleges consider Asians to be white anyway. So maybe that's what she means.
Well, and arrest records consider Mexicans to be white and blacks to be white,
right,
and Hispanic, Middle Eastern people to be white.
Yeah, arrest records. Those are the arrest records.
Yeah.
Here, by the way, and I've been on his, patting him on the back when he does something good. Not, I've been criticizing him when he doesn't do something good. This is Bill Maher. It's a little bit of a long clip, but and it's important to understand why he's doing this. Bill Maher is doing this because, it's not important to understand why he's doing it. It's important to understand that he's doing it and why it's important for the midterms in November. Bill Maher is doing this, calling out the craziness because, and he's doing it to an audience that listens to Bill Maher knowing that he's a leftist. That's the point. Listen to Bill Maher here. Absolutely tear in to Francesca Hong. And this is part of that, what I was saying. She's claiming she never said cancel things. Oh, I didn't mean it. It was me. It was peak woke. There's no statement of me saying abolishing the Senate, even though there's a tweet that says abolish the Senate. He's going, listen, I saw it. We have the evidence. Watch.
Democrats have found a candidate who hates Thanksgiving and wants to get rid of it. Yes, running for governor in Wisconsin, Francesca Hong. Have you heard about this? Yeah, Thanksgiving, she says, should be canceled. And I say, good. Finally, a politician willing to stand up to big stuffing. Of course, yesterday she went on CNN, renounced it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you people who renounce things. We know what you said. You mean it. Live by it. You fucking squirrely out of it. No, you meant it. You know why I know she meant it? Because she hates all holidays. She talked about feeling attacked on Christmas when someone put on her computer a Christmas scene. Doesn't like fireworks, 4th of July. Halloween, all the far lefties hate Halloween. Costumes that are inappropriate, oh please. This woman doesn't like Valentine's Day, another way of capitalism taking over our love life. She said, Valentine's Day, the holiday that brings out the worst of humanity. That's the holiday that brings out the worst of humanity? Have you ever been to a Black Friday sale?
There you go. There's the day. Look, mocking the opponent is always a good strategy. And Bill Maher, for a long time, has been the opponent. I'm not necessarily saying he's on our side. But mocking our opponents has always been it's a strategy that works. Okay? Because when you can show somebody that what they believe in is so ridiculous, it's one thing to be sensitive towards indigenous people. You want to be sensitive towards the Trail of Tears, and it was so terrible on the land, and we treated them. We didn't treat them at all. By the way, I didn't treat. I wasn't on the Trail of Tears. Nothing to do with Andrew Jackson and that whole operation. Nothing. See, it's like one thing to have sympathy, but it's another thing to be like, yeah, cancel Thanksgiving. Because all you're doing when you say cancel Thanksgiving, all you're doing is virtue signaling. That's it. Look at how woke I am. I actually want to get rid of this purely American holiday like Thanksgiving. Everyone loves Thanksgiving. Like Bill Maher points out, Black Friday. Like it's not just a holiday now, it's a tradition. She wants to get rid of it. That's the person running for office in Wisconsin for governor, who is going to be on the ballot in November. Going to be on the ballot in November. We comfortable with that? Excited about that? I know there's, folks who look at it and say, oh, okay, she'll be easier to beat, will she? Because if we continue to take this energy into the midterms that we've displayed since Donald Trump won, the lackluster performance in special elections, I was told, don't worry about special elections. The lackluster performance in most, not all, primaries, I was told, don't worry about those. We got to show up. If we don't show up, we lose. I get it. My favorite excuse. It's August. Do you think I give a what month of the year it is? What does the month of the year mean that you can't go to a polling place and vote? What does it mean? You know what it means? In Rutherford County, it means a gay communist winning a county commission seat. That's what it means. Quite literally, I know it's a cliche. If you snooze, you lose. I'm tired of losing because we keep snoozing. Well, you have to understand it's the holiday season. This is me not caring. Go vote. It takes 5 minutes. Not on an election. Go vote early. I don't believe in voting early. Now you're just making excuses as to why you suck as a voter. Go vote. Put points on the board. Get other people to the polls. I don't want to hear about excuses. We all have lives. We've all got stuff to do. I get it. Whether it's August or November or October or May or July or January or March. I don't care what month of the year it is. I don't care. Go vote. There is no reason why Republican voters should take 3 years off out of 4 every time. The presidency is not all that matters. Go vote. I mean, it's like we got to sit GOP voters in a room and smack the crap out of them like the scene from Lion Letter. Bad baby, until they wake up. Go vote. Apathy is the reason why we lose. It's not policy. Our policies are better. And it is, in a way, I get it. Some of us are disappointed with how the Republican Party has been. That's fine. I understand that. I get all that. That's totally valid. We're good. That's cool. I get it. I sympathize with it. I understand it. How do you fix it? Do you fix it by staying home? No. You can't fix it by staying home. You can't correct a losing record by not trying to score points. Trust me, I'm a Jets fan. I've seen them try this approach. We're going to try to score today, see if we win the game. You can't win if you don't score points. Chad Caton, he has this is me trying to get his slogan right, but it's one of those things where it's like learn the game, play it better than them, and then kick their ass. That's how we have to take on the establishment in our party. Learn the game. The game is not taking elections off. Learn how to play it better than the establishment, which we're getting somewhere. You look at the primaries, and then kick their ass. Take over the party. We can do it, but we've got to stay engaged. And for whatever reason, I understand there's life. I'm not shaming people for having a life and things to do. I'm saying on your to-do list, please put voting on it. We intentionally leave it off. Nah. But John Thune betrayed us. I understand John Thune betrayed us. You know how you get rid of John Thune? Not by staying home, by primarying him in 2 years. Bill Cassidy, John Cornyn, the 10 senators in Indiana. Those folks learned their lesson, not by losing general elections. That's not where you teach the lesson. It's in the primary stages of things. If you don't want Francesca Hong, the woman who wants to cancel Thanksgiving, who considers her half Korean, half white son, putting her in quote unquote proximity to whiteness, who denies saying things that she has a written, published record of saying, abolish the Senate. She published that tweet on X. It's out there. It's a real thing. If you don't want her to become the next governor of Wisconsin, then the same people who came out and voted for Trump in Wisconsin and won that election in Wisconsin for Donald Trump needs to come out. That same group of people needs to come out and win win this election again in November and send her packing. You know, there's a lot of people who say this election, this midterm is going to be a referendum on Trump. It's also going to be a referendum on socialism. Are Americans going to choose socialism, and the party that has been completely and totally hijacked by socialists over the Republican Party? Is America going to make that choice? Or even worse, is America not even going to have the choice because so many people who are supposed to be at the polls voting Republican just don't care? Apathy will be our biggest downfall. Wake up, please. You don't have to eat, sleep, and breathe it. You don't have to be an activist. You just have to be a regular, active voter. Let's start there. Not everybody has to go out and knock on doors. Not everybody has to go out and campaign. But we've all got many hands make light work. I know a bunch of people. You know a bunch of people who are out there who we can drag to the polls and start forming those healthy habits today. Take them early. They don't want to wait online. Take them early. Oh, I have something to do on election day. Great. We have election season in this country, whether we like it or not. Go ahead, go get the points on the board early. Hey, come on. It's gonna take 5 minutes. Let's go vote early. Let's go get a drink afterwards. Let's go get lunch afterwards. Do something fun. Make it fun. Make it something that people can enjoy. We can do it. If we don't want Francesca Hong, who I just played for you, and I got one more clip that we're going to play from her in a minute. If we don't want Francesca Hong to be the next governor of Wisconsin, and if we don't want these socialists to take over the House of Representatives, and if we don't want AOC to be the next president of the United States, this is a legitimate thing. Oh, she can never win. You think so? She can. All she needs is one more vote than us. I'm not saying she's going to win on policy. I'm saying she's going to win because a lot of stupid people are going to vote for her. Because what's the cliche? Stupid is as stupid does, right? Abdul El-Sayed, you think he can't win in Michigan? He can. He won't if we show up. That's the point. That's the point. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. And then we're going to laugh at some socialists. I've got 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more from these socialists. This is Frances Gill. She was on Fox News. And remember what I just said, Francesca Hung. Oh, I never said abolish the Senate, despite there being a tweet that says abolish the Senate. Oh, I don't want to cancel Thanksgiving. That was peak woke, despite she goes on CNN a couple days ago saying Thanksgiving is an incredibly painful time for a lot of people. Who? Like I said, the only pain I experience on Thanksgiving is gastrointestinal pain or the pain of watching the Jets play if they happen to play. The only other people Thanksgiving is painful for are Cowboys fans because they always, they got to watch that horrible team on Thanksgiving also. And Lions fans, too. Sometimes the Lions fans have to deal with, their team being a disaster. That's the only pain people experience. And, eating too much, a little gut pain afterwards. And then the leftover. But it's not like painful. Oh, this holiday, it strikes. It's like a stake through my soul. All right. So we have this. We've also, this is a Democratic socialist telling you that what we all experienced during the Biden years didn't actually happen. Very bold, isn't it? It's very bold. So we have that. Also, defund the police. It's not as popular a talking point as it was a couple years ago. I don't think people want to defund the police. Remember, it's your community stupid, just like it's the economy stupid. And then we have Abdul El-Sayed, who is refusing to denounce Hassan Piker for saying that America deserved 9/11. And he's kind of beating around the bush with this answer. He was on Meet the Press over the weekend, beating around the bush with this answer with Kristen Welker. Dude, all you got to do is just say that was an inappropriate comment. Unless, of course, you don't feel that way. Well, that's part of it, too. But before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at Silent. It's slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN, silent.com, slnt.com. Let's check it out. Silent, ladies and gentlemen. Your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all, oh no. I clicked the wrong. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. I clicked the wrong thing. Now we're going to have a VPN. Let's face it, folks. Your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. You know what no signal means? It means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs leading anybody back to where you're at. It's the same technology that is trusted by special operations teams worldwide, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone into Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos and go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. Silent.com/SHAWN. All right. Let's get into this one. This is great. The border was never, these aren't the droids you're looking for. The border was never open under Biden. Did you know that? Are we all aware of this? The border was never wide open under Joe Biden. This is great. Here, this is what she said on, I think this was Fox News. This is Francis Gill, where we played a clip last week of some a Venezuelan refugee who said, oh, Francis is calling for all these things, blah, 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 to be implemented that was implemented in Venezuela. And we don't want to have that here. That's why millions of people fled Venezuela. This is the same person that he was talking about when he mentions the name Francis, because some people thought he said France is, like the country France. It had nothing to do with this. Francis Gill, a Democratic Socialist of America representative here on Fox News.
I would absolutely dispute the claim that we opened the borders under Joe Biden, and I would absolutely dispute the claim that that is why Donald Trump got elected a second time. I think what is happening is that we're concentrating wealth in the hands of the few. That's without a doubt what's happening, and that's creating wildly unequal economic conditions. That's creating a totally unstable political system.
She's disputing the claim that the border was open under Biden. All right, so then where the hell did all these people come from if the border was never opened? Where'd they come from? Did they drop down from outer space? Was it one of Marjorie Taylor Greene's Jewish space lasers? Did they just beam the people down? Is that where 25 to 40 million people came from, Francis? I'm disputing the claim that the border was open. No, what you're disputing is our ability to see. We watched it. We lived it. There's people in your freaking party who are like, yeah, all those people who came in, amnesty. Amnesty for these people. Wait a minute. Look, that happened late. Wait, amnesty? What? But it never happened? Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was the party's final and most essential command, right? Unbelievable. Here, I finally found, by the way, I finally found it. The post that I was talking about. The socialists, they're doing the Obi-Wan. And people are falling for this. They're doing the Obi-Wan. These aren't the droids you're looking for. As a matter of fact, you're not even looking for droids. That's what they're doing right now. February 13th, 2021. But here's a direct quote from Francesca Hong's campaign. Representative Hong has never called for abolishing the United States Senate. Tom Tiffany, the governor, the candidate, cannot produce a single statement where she did because it doesn't exist. Hello? It exists right here. It says it right in front of everybody. Right there, it's right there. Abolish the Senate. Francesca Hong for governor. Abolish the Senate. Abolish the Senate. But she never called for abolishing the Senate. It's right in front of you. This is like last week when they were talking about a library card-esque thing, and people said, oh, no. We never said we're going to require ID in the grocery store. We just heard the freaking lady say it. This drives me crazy, if you couldn't tell. It drives me nuts because they're saying something. People are pushing back on the things that they're saying, and then they're going, I never said that. And the clapping seals barking, oh, they never said that. Like freaking Polly wanna crack. Rah! They never said it. Rah! What do you mean they never said it? It's right in front of everybody. No, we never called for abolishing the Senate. Francesca Hong for governor. Abolish the Senate. It's right.
George Orwell was ahead of his time. This is doublespeak.
I don't know what else to do. Because we put this stuff out every day, and we're like, this will break through. And then come election time. And then we wake up. How the hell did a socialist win? Because you were sleeping. Because this didn't motivate you. I don't know what else I got to do. What else needs to be said? Now, granted, the fact that this woman was on Fox News is a good thing, because that might motivate these, the older boomers. That gets it's a bad rap. Well, I don't care. The boomers, if you're upset with this commie who's running for office, who's telling you that she didn't say the things that there's a published record of her saying. It's not like she said it in jest to a friend. She posted it publicly on social media. And then she's like, well, there is Tiffany cannot produce a single statement where she did it because it doesn't exist. It exists right there, right below. It says it. 3 words, abolish the Senate. Here's another one. Defund the police. But they're going to run from this too? No, actually, we don't want to. Look at this. Look at this.
The policy agenda on law enforcement is to defund police, ultimately to get rid of police departments, correct?
Well, what I would say is that we're dramatically overspending on police right now.
I understand, but the goal is to defund the police departments so we don't need them in the future.
I think what we really want to see is a horizon where folks are not reliant on armed enforcement to meet our public safety needs.
Right, but it says defund police on the website. That's your goal. And also to get rid of prisons and jails, correct?
Yes.
So if my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What
absolutely.
would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing, and we're not spending money on things that actually make people safe and feel safe, which is things like actually well-lit streets. The streetlights in Los Angeles, everybody agrees it's a huge problem.
What?
Things like mental health care and substance use.
Stop. I can't listen to it anymore. She wants to, this, by the way, I said this was on Fox News last week when this lady was on Fox News with the Venezuelan guy. That was Fox. This is an NBC4, which is good. This would look like a local NBC4 affiliate somewhere that was playing her. Hopefully people are listening to this. Wait a second. She wants to divert funding from the police and put it into streetlights? What? Things that actually make people safe. Not the people enforcing the law that is designed to punish criminals who make people less safe. No, not them. Streetlights. Mental health care. She's one of these people that in New York would tell you, if you're getting mugged, tell the guy, please stop. Didn't we go to school together? You're going to get stabbed. Okay, so you have a well-lit street in Los Angeles. Great. Your street is lit well. Congratulations. So now instead of getting mugged in the dark, you're going to get mugged under a streetlight. Not just that, but you know these streetlights have copper, and all these people love to do, these criminals, they go in, they break in, they steal the copper. Now, if you're going to divert all this money away from police and put up more streetlights, you're just going to be giving more copper to the thieves. I cannot believe that I just listened to that. Oh, we need to spend money on things that actually make people more safe, like well-lit streets. You're going to tell me a streetlight is going to stop a mugging, a carjacking, a stabbing, a rape? They're just going to go where the streetlight isn't. They will go, and if you're under the streetlight, they will take you to a place that is dark, or they'll just do it under the streetlight because they know that the existence of the new streetlight means there's no cops. How is this real life? I don't understand how that is a real person. I said, I don't understand how Haley Stevens is a real person because she's saying, oh, joy and enthusiasm. Like, because she sounds like a chipmunk. How is that lady a real lady saying real things on a real network with a real group of supporters? How is this reality? I don't understand this. And I'll never understand it. And that's a good thing that I won't understand it, right? Because if I understand how that thought process works, I too will be insane. As it is, I'm having a freaking breakdown here this morning because I can't believe what I'm hearing. We have to spend money on things that actually make people safe, like street lights, well-lit streets. When's the last time a well-lit street stopped a robbery? Wow, it's like that freaking Scooby-Doo. I would have gotten away with it, too, if it weren't for these meddling kids. I would have gotten away with it, too, see, if it wasn't for them meddling street lights. Get the f out of here. What? All right. Well-lit streets. Okay. Nice to know it's nice to know she's cracked the code. It's nice to know she's cracked the code. That all we need is some streetlights and all of our problems will go away. Good. All right.
Yeah, because crimes don't happen during broad daylight.
Never. They'll never happen during broad daylight. Nope. There's definitely fluoride in her water. Has to be. That's the only explanation.
She's a gay frog.
Her water source is poisoned. That's the only explanation I have.
Well, she can't even brush her hair. So why was she even allowed on camera? Her hair looks like mine right now, and I just woke up.
Yeah. And speaking of fluoride in the water, you like this segue?
Yep.
Speaking of fluoride in the water, the government has been medicating your water with it for over 80 years. This is Cove Pure, by the way. We love Cove Pure, not because you asked for it. You didn't ask for fluoride, not because you voted for fluoride, but because they decided you needed fluoride in your water. That's not a decision that I want someone else making for me or my family. That's why we filter every drop of water in our home with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now. And here's what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and we're quoting directly from the court, an unreasonable risk to neurological health. Not a fringe study. It's a federal court ordering the EPA to act. Then in January of 2025, a study published by JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the exposure, the lower the IQ. Now, there are some states that have banned it. Utah and Florida have banned it, but that process takes years. Your kids, your family, they're drinking this water right now. You need something that works today. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, including fluoride, PFAs, lead, pharmaceuticals, heavy metals, and anything that isn't water. It gets filtered right out. Don't wait for the government to catch up. Go get yourself a Cove Pure today. Go to my link, covepure.com/Sean, COVEPURE. It's on your screen, .com/SHAWN. You get $250 off. That is covepure.com/Sean, Covepure, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean. For $250 off the CP16. We do love it. Covepure.com/Sean, Covepure.com/SHAWN. All right. One more socialist. Abdul Al-Sayed. This is it. Abdul Al-Sayed. So there's now complaints that Mike Rogers is including in his campaign messaging that Abdul Al-Sayed believes that America deserved 9/11. And that is because Abdul Al-Sayed can't seem to say he doesn't believe that America deserved 9/11. And he's been campaigning with a guy, Hassan Piker, that did say that America deserved 9/11. So Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, a friendly outlet, lobbed him this softball question. And Abdul Al-Sayed, again, couldn't figure out a way to answer it. Couldn't figure out that all he had to do is say, no, America did not deserve 9/11. Abdul Al-Sayed refusing to condemn Hassan Piker for saying that America deserved 9/11. And the only conclusion I can come to is, well, he probably believes it too. Watch.
You face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer Hassan Piker, who has made a series of inflammatory comments, as you well know, including saying America deserved 9/11, describing Hamas as a lesser evil than Israel. Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hassan Piker in the general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to beat Mike Rogers.
Would you welcome him, though? on the campaign trail with
like
you?
I said, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to. So I think we have this notion sometimes on shows like this that we cannot or should not talk to certain groups of people. And I'll tell you that the 3 million people who listen to Hassan are people I want to make sure understand that there's a pathway into our politics around getting money out of politics so we can keep money back in pockets and pass Medicare for all. And so I'm going to continue to have the conversations with those folks who we desperately need to reach out to, just like I'm going to continue to have conversations with seniors in senior homes, folks up north, folks in Detroit, folks in Grand Rapids. So again, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to rather than who I might campaign with.
Yeah, say that tagline again, Abdul. I'm more focused on who I'm campaigning to than who I'm campaigning with, as if that wasn't a program talking point when asked this question. That's pretty obvious. That's number one. Number two, all you have to do, if you really are concerned with who you're campaigning to, you do realize that the people who you're campaigning to might get caught up in a terrorist attack that Hassan Piker says America deserved. You don't care about who you're campaigning to. You don't care at all. All he had to do is say, America did not deserve 9/11. I disagree with that comment, but I appreciate that Hassan Piker has an audience of people that I'd like to speak to. That's all he had to say. All he had to do is say, I don't believe America deserved 9/11. He didn't say that. It was so easy. Hey, Kristen, I know you have one comment from Hassan Piker that America deserved 9/11. No, I don't qualify with that statement. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe the country deserved to experience that attack. But I still want to utilize Hassan Piker and his audience because I want to introduce them to politics. Whatever you want to say. That's all he had to do. He didn't do it. The only conclusion that I can come to is because he believes it too. Well, I'm focused on the people I'm campaigning to. Well, the people you're campaigning to could have been in those towers. The people you're campaigning to might be at the next radical Islamic terror attack in this country. That Hassan Piker will come out and go, yeah, America deserved that too. And you're not going to denounce that either. That could be your next senator out of Michigan. He won't be if we show up. He will be if we through the election cycle, like we do every midterm. Don't let that happen. I promise that we're going to laugh. Or at least mock Tucker Carlson. Here's Tucker Carlson. Just so you know, stop it, the infighting. This is not infighting. Anybody who gives cover to Hunter Biden for the insanity that is on that laptop is not on my team. Therefore, this is not infighting. Here's Tucker Carlson shifting the blame away from Hunter Biden. And you'll never guess who he blames for the Hunter Biden laptop scandal. You'll never guess. Cat's out of the bag. Here it is.
What's your first thought? Laptop.
Can I just say one thing, though? That this is what I experienced during that time. The allegation that there was abusive minors proven on the laptop, that came from the Israelis. I'm just telling you that. They came to me with that. So I know that. And one of the things that enraged me about the statement from those sleazy intel guys is that they blame the Russians for it. Now, maybe the Russians had a hand in it, but it was the Israelis who were pushing that. Fact. I mean, literally to me.
Yeah.
So,
and you've gone through it.
But they're all such slaves.
Is there
to
anything?
Israel.
It's just I want to clear with your entire, not a single thing in anything that is in any way true about that.
Well, that's such a serious crime that I think it's just common sense that if there was evidence of that,
you think that it's common sense, but I'll tell you what, about 40 million people on X don't think that. I mean, it's like
there was an abuse of minors in there. If there was evidence,
how many people call me a pedophile to this day? Anyway, I'll spare you, but I'm not. But I agree with you. That's exactly right. And it's
But they were pushing that so hard, and all the intel guys were like, oh, it's Russia. It's like, you lie. Because they called me. I sent one of my producers out to go meet with a guy connected to Netanyahu. They were behind that. And I felt that everybody in D.C. knew that, but there was so much pressure never to criticize Israel in any way that they were just like, oh, it's the Russians. Oh, it's the Russians.
Shut up. This guy, you know what? That's what this is. It's a giant circus. That's brand new. It's a giant circus. So now it was the Jews. It was Israel. It wasn't Hunter Biden. It wasn't his laptop. He didn't drop it off at the repair shop. It was all the Jews. It was all Israel. It was all, and Tucker knew. That's why. That must be why he had Tony Bobolinsky on the show, right? Before the 2020 election, right? Because the Jews made him do it. Are you kidding me? Folks, you can't fall for this guy's BS. I told you months ago, there's going to be a wave of people who prop up Hunter Biden in this new left-right unity compromise like that a-hole Mark Mitchell. Compromise with the left. I told you this was coming and you yelled at me. Not you in the chat, but stop the infighting. I'm a weak little soy boy. I can't take all this drama. It's not infighting. This is a psyop. You have Nepo baby number 1 Tucker with Nepo baby number 2 Hunter Biden, and they're honking each other's hedgehog on camera. All right, Jeremy Herrell is up next. Goodness gracious. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV, LFATV US on X. And you can also subscribe to LFA TV on YouTube, rumble.com/LFA TV. Jeremy Herrell coming up next as President Trump says we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy Live from America. Jeremy up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
right, guys, we are going to hit the ground running this morning. Welcome. You are locked and loaded. Rumble.com/LFATV. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, fighting every day for this country live from the red Hawkeye state of Iowa. Thank you very much for joining in here on Rumble and on YouTube. Let me introduce to you the man, the myth, the legend, producer Eli. How are we doing today, sir?
What's going on, LFA TV family and patriots? Time to hit the Rumble button, time to hit the share button. Always a lot of news to get to, and we need your help. So let's share the show out. Let's go.
Let's share it out. Let's get it out. I want to say happy birthday to Lila. Happy birthday to Lila. Happy birthday, dear Lila. Happy birthday, Lila. Jay Deeds is in the building. WB Patriot. Big Mama Campbell. Denise 9904. Amanda Collins is in the building. As always, the great guy Gary is here. Want to give a big shout out to the one, the only Suzanne Vermontis Fun Mom in the building.
Liz Ellis here. How you doing, Liz Ellis? Bad Moon Tammy. Jennifer. Rumble for Ma Bell. CLVR. GR Messick. Wheezy 113. The likes of which no one. Lucy Mom. DeClue's Mustache. Hope's 1972 bowling fan is here. Arm Banshee is A-N-M Banshee. Penny Winter. How you doing, Penny? Good to see you. M. Rowe is here. Twin Spin 23. Kenri's mom. Arm Elliott 59. How you doing? Love you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Rita in the live chat. Dan Burton is here this morning. Dolly Diva. Sorry if I don't catch your name, by the way. That Rumble chat's going quite fast. Let's see. J.A. Fish. Nick 4419. 3 Sheets to the Wind. I love that name. And one more here. Let's give it to Alice Trevino. Good morning again. Happy birthday to those who've got a birthday out there. Great to have you guys here. Sean and Brennan killing it. You know what sucks, Eli, is that every day, because I'm getting ready for the show, every day for 4 years. Well, not for 4 years, because he did switch times once. But for a very long time now, I've been, I listen to Sean and Brennan as I get ready for my show. Kind of gets me pumped up. You know, the way Sean left off his show today kind of kept me pumped up. I'm gonna carry on with that energy here, taking off right where Sean left off. Actually, showing Hunter and Tucker. Well, I've got some more disappointment to show you as well. But Eli, I got to say, Sean leaving Friday will be a sad moment because I won't be able to listen to him anymore. An even sadder moment because I'm going to be on at 1 when he's on, and I don't get to watch him live. But you can bet your bottom dollar I'll be going and watch it afterwards.
Damn Skippy. We'll miss him. Sean has been a staple. He's been a pillar of this friggin' network, and it's going to suck to see him go.
Yep.
We're very happy for all his success and future success, both him and Brennan.
Yes, absolutely. It's been like family for so long. So, make sure you continue to watch him over there on the Bongino Network. I want to say hello to Bonnie from the Quad Cities right here in my backyard. Happy birthday to Bonnie, too. Happy birthday, dear Bonnie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Dawn says we're going to miss him so very much. We certainly are. How can you not? But you know what? He's still just a social media message away. He's still a phone call away. You'll watch him every day. You follow him. It won't even feel like anything, right? Jeremy, raid his stream. Well, then I would make everybody leave Will. See, the difference between LFA TV and other shows is if it was just me and nobody else was here, I'd hand it off afterwards to somebody else. You know what I mean? If it was just me and nobody else here. But Will comes on next, and raiding the stream would push all the audience out. So, we obviously don't want to do that to Will either. But you know what? Everybody can watch whatever they want, whenever they want, and that's why it's called streaming, and that's why we love it. So, S. Rose says hello from Michigan. So, no more chatting. Oh, so are you driving? All right. I do want to say hello to some people over on YouTube as well. That Lucky One, Ass Hat 3 Productions, Mr. Good Citizen, Beautiful Bill, Team Hype TV, Truth Only 777 says, to stop this socialist communism crap, Trump needs the administration to invoke the 1954 Communism Act to remove these nuts from office and kick them from our country. Why do you think that they won't embrace communism with their words fully? Because they know of that 1954 Communism Act. So they'll call it democratic socialism instead. They're really good at changing the names of things, right? Amy Mullen says Trump needs to come out and stop communism. Well, I believe you're right, and I believe that that's what the Republicans should be running on, and as well focusing now heavy from here on out on our own economy, which we are going to break down today, all right? LFATV.us, if it is your first time watching, don't forget, LFATV.us is our official website. That is where you can go and get all of your daily LFA TV needs and news. You can watch current and past shows. You can watch short clips. Sign up for the newsletter, read current news, and even sign up to be a one-time monthly donor. And we have an incredible store there as well where you can get Rise Up coffee and so many other things. Do not forget lfatv.us. We also have an official Facebook page. We'd love for you to join that as well. We post short clips there, things of that nature. Event schedule, places we're going to be, things we're going to do. Please go over there. Follow the LFA TV Facebook page. Give us a follow, and we'd really appreciate that as well. And last but not least, wherever you get your podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, wherever you get your podcast. And what that's going to do is whether you listen on Spotify or iTunes or whatever, you'll be able to search that. And both Rise Up and Live from America come with that, okay? All right, we're gonna pick up right where Sean left off, and that's gonna be with these people that have fallen so far from the front lines. Tucker Carlson, he did the same dog and pony show with Hunter Biden, the same exact one as Sean Ryan did. Think about this: you're Tucker Carlson, the person who was absolutely hell-bent on the Biden crime family, the person who brought people in to show proof of the criminal activities that were going on inside the Biden family, Tony Bobulinski. You had Sean Ryan, who once would have destroyed Hunter Biden in an interview based on his laptop, his actions, his Beijing deals, his China propaganda, and his China deals, his gas and energy stuff, all of that funneled money, all of that stuff, the Coke bag. 5 years ago, they would have absolutely eviscerated Hunter Biden. What do they do today? Play touch putt in the park with each other. As Sean says, two neocons sitting there holding hands, singing Kumbaya. What happened to these people? M. Rowe, I did see where Abigail Spanberger got booed. I was actually going to play it yesterday, but we didn't have enough time. Definitely have everybody go search that up. It's kind of funny. What happened to these people? Like, do you think if Sean Farish was able to interview Hunter Biden today, or if I was able to interview Hunter Biden today, or if Mike Crispy was able to interview Hunter Biden today, or Kevin Smith, or Dan Bongino, or anyone that is still fighting for this country on a day-to-day basis, do you think that they would sit there and go, wow, well, you're incredible. Wow, I never meant that when I said it. I never meant that you were a womanizer, a human trafficker, a money launderer through your terrible paintings. I never meant any of that. I only wish good on you, Hunter. I don't understand this. I'll never understand this. So we're going to pick up right where Sean left off. What happened to all these people and how far they have fallen? How have they gone crazy? Where was their pivot point from defending the country, fighting for what's right, holding Trump accountable, but also being loyal to your vote to him as he's accomplishing the things that you voted for him to do, fulfilling the promises one after the other? What happened to these people? Where was this moment where they lost their marbles? And I'm not saying that because they disagree with us. And I'm not saying that because they disagree with Trump. I'm saying that because they lost their marbles. They went from saying one thing about everything to saying something completely different about everything. It isn't like it was a slow change. It isn't like it was a one catastrophic moment where it started, metastasizing into something bigger and bigger and bigger. It was one day these people thought this way about X, Y, and Z, and the next day they all thought the 180 opposite of those same exact topics. It is the weirdest thing to me, and I'll leave that up to you guys for speculation as to what happened.
So
but
the only answer might be
watch.
Democrats getting in there and stopping this administration. Democrats getting in there and...
Whoa. You know who that was? Owen Schroyer, formerly of InfoWars, clean-cut guy, nice clean-cut beard, wore a suit, fought for free speech and everything, was on the front lines, did many, many events with him. Many. And he says, this?
So the only answer might be Democrats getting in there and stopping this administration. Democrats getting in there and stopping Trump from all the damage he's doing to this country. It might be the only option. That's what people are realizing. Wake up, guys. Wake up, MAGA. Hey, I get it. You thought it was all great. No. Wake up. Wake up. Trump is George Bush, maybe worse. The economy's not getting any better. The Pentagon is broke. The debt is at a record high. Americans' debt is at a record high. You're in the Middle East. Americans are coming back in body bags. Wake up. Wake up. You have been sold out. Trump sold you out. And I wonder how many of these Americans that signed up for the military, a 19-year-old girl, a 19-year-old girl signs up for the military. She's dead now. I wonder if she signed up because she believed Donald Trump.
What happened to him spiritually? What happened to him mentally? What happened to him emotionally? What happened to him physically? Show me on this doll where it hurts on your butt. Show me right on this doll where you hurt the most, Owen. Eli, we've seen these people, Kathy Griffin, right? She's a perfect example. We've seen these people that absolutely lose their marbles and they take any chance that they can get to say Trump bad, racist, Islamophobe, and they go absolutely bat-soup crazy, and they physically change, for the worst. They don't physically change for the better. They don't become, more clean-cut, better looking, take care of themselves more, present themselves more. They fall down this hole. So you might easily be able to say money changed them. Somebody paid them off. But that doesn't explain their physical and their spiritual change. It's got to be something more. It's got to be evil. It's got to be downright demonic.
I don't know what the hell's going on, but he looks like My Name is Earl, and he just stepped out of a trailer park. No offense to anybody who may live in a trailer park.
Been there myself.
When you change your appearance from the clean-cut, nice-looking guy that he wore suits, he had his hair combed, and now he's got a porn stash and this long, scraggly, weird hair. Somehow he also got this new widow's peak. I don't know where the hell that came from. The transformation is the strangest thing, and all of a sudden they think they're the normal ones. I'll never understand that.
Wow. Zena says, Jeremy, when these losers move away from God, this is who they become. That's actually a pretty good point. By the way, Eli, lived in 4 trailer parks in my life. And someday, when I don't want a big house to clean and operate, I'm going to go back to one. But you know what Eli's saying. He's talking about the trash ones. I don't understand. I really don't. What happened to these people? Now, some of them still look the same. Tucker still looks the same, but acts completely different. So again, if it's not, I guess it could be money. I guess they could be getting paid by somebody. But he spoke of a 19-year-old girl. Oh, go ahead, Eli. Go ahead before I move on, because I'm gonna go off on a thing here.
Makes me wonder if it might be something else too. Now this is extremely, extremely conspiratorial, but I wonder if there was something else in that jab, and I wonder if these guys got that jab, and these guys, who are in control of these people can just flip the switch.
DeCluse says, 2 trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Prime Auto said Tucker got attacked by demons. He said he did. No, you're right, but I don't know if that was a recent demonic attack within the last few years or if that was, I thought he was talking about that in the past. I could be wrong, but it could be. It could be a number of things. It could be money. It could be spiritual. It could be a combination of the two. It could be, vax and boosted. Meaning Eli and I have watched people literally fall from everything that they ever were to something completely different because of the vax and the booster. Not to say that if you've got vaccinated or boosted, that will happen to you, but we're saying we've seen that physically with our own eyes. So it could be that. I doubt it's that, though. To completely lose all your morals, that's more of a deep inner spiritual choice. That's not effects physically from a vaccination. You know what I mean? Maybe it's all of the above. I don't know. I have no idea. But let's get to the Army vet's wife says, I think all these people that now seemingly lost their mind got a specific jab. They could have, but how do you explain all the people that got it that haven't, gone the way of a troll or a demonic monster? I mean, he looks like Kathy Griffin, and they look like monsters. And you got your Candace Owens too. She didn't physically change, but boy, did she. You got to ask yourself this. I'm not trying to get on a Candace, conspiracy, TPUSA, Charlie Kirk thing here. I don't want to get off on a big tangent here. But do you think that her best friend, Charlie, would condone what she is doing to his entire family through her targeting of Erica? Even if the worst is possible, that Erica was involved somehow, do you think Charlie would want all of that brought on his family where his children are? Do you think Charlie would want somebody out there negatively affecting his family's future, his children, putting them at risk because they're obviously, are crazy people out there? I'd say ask Charlie, but one of them got him. So let's just say that the worst case scenario is Candace is right, that Erica had something to do with it. Do you think Charlie in heaven is going, get her? Get her. Or do you think, if that is the worst case scenario, that God will have that vengeance and Charlie would rather his family be left alone for the sake of his children? When you think of it like that, ask yourself, what happened to Candace and her integrity? What happened to Owen and his integrity? What happened to Tucker and his, Sean Ryan and his, Ryan Matta and his, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Where is integrity? Where is moral compass? Where is God-centered structure in doing what these people have turned to do? Again, if you ever need to have an axe to grind, or somebody does something that you don't agree with, or Trump needs to be held accountable, or the party needs to be held accountable, you say that, absolutely. But you don't go the way of what these guys have gone. And these guys are out to hurt people. That's what they want. They want to hurt the party. They want to hurt Trump. They want to hurt Erica. They want to hurt you. They want to hurt me. They want to hurt Eli. These people want to just cause pain and damage wherever they go. Do you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds to me like the far left. Sounds exactly like that to me. Threatening people's safety, threatening their jobs, saying they're going to dox their families, saying that they would have been better off being assassinated. Like, these are words that I've heard these people that used to be decent people say. Can you imagine that? No matter how mad you got at something? Could you imagine that? Saying some of these things that they've said about people that they used to work with. I don't know, man. You know what the only thing we can do? Pray. The only thing we can do is pray for them, pray for us, pray for each other, that we don't fall down that same pattern and that we don't fall down that same path. That's what we got to do. Got to pray for them, got to pray for ourselves, got to pray for each other, got to pray for our families, and we've got to pray for this nation and this president. It's the only thing that I can think of at this point. I am absolutely, after watching that Tucker Hunter interview, I realized how fake everything really is. How fake everybody actually really is. I just don't see how you could have Hunter Biden on your talk show or on your podcast or anywhere that you have a public platform and sing Kumbaya together with that guy after what him and his family did and still continue to do. That doesn't mean that I wish ill on them. I don't want them dead. But I can't say the same about the other people that have started to side with them. They literally do want people dead. I never thought that we would see so many people in the Republican Party regress to be whatever this anarchist, strong, libertarian mix of both the far left and the far right. This is like a hybrid party now. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is in it. Owen Schroeder's in it. Thomas Massey is in it. Ryan Madda is in it. Tucker is in it. It's like a weird hybrid party. And now they're saying they have mega donors to form a third party. I guess we'll see what happens. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, as we are a little late for that. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Cool Truck says, just shows that Tucker Carlson was never MAGA. But that's, to try to rationalize that, and like MAGA does not mean, by the way, for those that might be watching on the left, MAGA does not mean loyalty to Trump. Trump started the Make America Great Again movement that was a play off a Ronald Reagan speech, and which turned into a Reagan-esque kind of movement as well. Make America Great Again precedes Donald Trump and will be there after Donald Trump. It is a conservative mission to make America great again. And I've heard this question all through the last decade. When was America great? Here's what I say. Take the great things from 1776. Take the great things from 1860. Take the great things from the turn of the century into the 1900s. Take the great things of coming out of the Depression. Take the great things of winning World War II and that time period. Take the greatest things from defeating the Russians in the Cold War. Take the great things from when we all band together after the towers come down. You take the greatest things from all of those decades and centuries, and that is what we bring back to the present. That feeling, that camaraderie, that patriotism, that togetherness, that unification, that never say die attitude, that we'll keep getting back up no matter what, that I'm going to go out there and capture the American dream, not wait for it to be delivered to my friggin' mailbox. That is Make America Great Again. It'll be here long after Donald Trump, so you might as well get used to saying it. So when somebody says to you, when was America great? Say, what era would you like me to talk about? Would you like me to talk about the 1860s? Well, there was slaves. And guess what? The Republican Party was built to abolish it. Is that not a great thing? Was that not a great time in our history? When men and women signed up at a young age to go knowing they were going to go die for their country, more than likely, mostly men at that time. Was that a bad time in history? Really? Because you're on your iPhone today, you're watching TV today saying the most stupid things that you can. That was a pretty great time. Maybe not for them at that moment, but for what it meant, it was pretty great. That's Make America Great Again. I never thought that we would be where we are in this country this early with the people of the country. So, anyway, that's how I'll open the show today. Let's have our first slurp and let's get to it. Jersey Jane says, that's right, Jeremy. We've always been a great country. That's your answer. We've always been a great country. We've always been a great country that's made strides to be a better country and to do better things for the people of this country and around the world. That's real leadership. It is what it is. To those people, I say, I'll pray for you. Now, let's get to the first and foremost section of the day today. Again, if you've not reached down and hit that thumbs up or that like yet, please do that for us now. And let's get busy. What's the real state of President Trump's economy? You know, the biggest thing that, the biggest hurdle for a person who voted for President Trump to overcome right now is a conversation about the economy. Why? Not because it's worse than Joe Biden's, but because it's not as good at this moment as we were promised. That's why. If you overpromise and you underdeliver in a microwave society, as we are today, you're going to have to answer for that. So I'm going to show you where the economy's strong. You all obviously know where it's weak, and that is, you know, out of our wallets, out of our pocketbooks, out of our purses. That's where the economy feels weak. But the economy is also a lot stronger in many ways that you don't know while you're paying like this. But that's all that people care about because, hey, the economy, stupid. That is what wins and loses elections. Well, that and money. But you know what I'm saying. You have to feel it as a voter to take that vote and go give it to who you think is going to do better for you. Most people don't care about the underlying foundation of a good economy for the country that will eventually get to you. They care about what is now. And as of right now, it's not easy as a regular person, as a regular voter, to say, I love the economy where it is. Nobody does. Now, somebody said something the other day that I would never debate this kid. Can't remember his name real quick. As soon as I say it, most of you will probably know it. Adam Mockler, young kid from Chicago. Adam Mockler, his team reached out to me yesterday and asked me if I'd like to come and debate. Asked me if I'd like to come to Chicago or do it virtually and do a one-on-one debate with him because they're looking for fiery conservatives to have one-on-one debates with. Unbeknownst to me at the time, Kevin went on with him last week. I didn't know that until today. Super sharp, bright young kid. Definitely got his views. But he's not one of these crazy people that just say, this is happening without backing it up. He'll back it up. He's got the facts. I graciously accepted immediately. Graciously accepted. And I'll guarantee you one thing that we're going to talk about that he's going to want to debate is the economy. So, over the next 15 minutes, specifically after this video that you're about to see, we're going to break down some real economy numbers. Go to the video first, though.
Joining us now, Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. Welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
Okay, let's start with a couple of polls. On the condition of the economy, what folks told us is 76% of them say it's fair or poor. And when we asked about their personal financial situation, the largest number came in from those who report they are falling behind. We have talked about this before. When can Americans expect relief?
Well, we've already seen that real wages under President Trump, which is wages after inflation, have gone up about $1,000 for the typical American middle-class family and about $4,000 for the typical manufacturing worker or construction worker. And so people are making more money than, they're having to pay in higher prices. But the prices went up so much under Joe Biden, we totally understand why people are still frustrated when they go to the grocery store. I go to the grocery store myself, and I'm just stunned still at the price of beef and other products. But the bottom line is that if you want to have higher welfare for American people, then you need factory construction, you need lots and lots of job creation and machine purchases. And so right now, as an example, we've got 83,000 or so people building new factories in the U.S. because of Trump's economic policies. And we've got the highest investment data that we've ever seen. All the way in March was like the best month ever, so that they're putting machines in the factories. And as those factories turn on, then we're going to have more construction jobs, more manufacturing jobs. And again, those are average wages of $4,000. Under Joe Biden, manufacturing wages, I'm not filibustering, I'm about to end. Under Joe Biden, manufacturing employment went down 233,000 workers, and wages dropped for the typical American family by $3,000. Now we've got to make up, so we're plus 1,000, he was minus 3, but we're making progress.
So while you lay out that data, and it's promising and it sounds good for the future, people right now do not feel the benefits of that just yet. And so our polling also shows us this, that when we're asked folks which political party will do a better job, they give a 9-point advantage to Democrats on the economy, 10 points on inflation and prices, 22-point advantage on income equality, which is something we hear a lot about on the campaign trail. So I hear you acknowledging that there is an issue, but listen, we're weeks away from early voting starting in some states. Do you think there needs to be more of a message of empathy? We understand that you are struggling out there versus saying, it's great, you just haven't felt it yet.
You're right, but people absolutely are feeling legitimate problems when they go to the grocery store, which are problems that were created because of the runaway inflation of the previous administration. But the bottom line is that if you actually look at a survey like that, did anyone ask those people, how do you think the economy is going to work if it's run by socialists? How do you think it's going to be if the government gets to run all the stores and tell you what the price of everything is? What are you going to do when the stores, like in every socialist country, are all empty? Are you still going to think that Democrats are the right choice for you? And so I wonder about exactly how that poll was worded and whether people have looked at the proposals of these really, really anti-economic socialists and all the harm that they would do to the economy is so obvious that I would guess that there's an easy way to craft a poll where the Democratic Socialists in particular get about 1% of the polls.
Well, and there is that delineation because there are a lot of Democrats who say we don't adopt the DSA positions and we don't want, government ownership of businesses and those kinds of things. So that's something that party's got to hash out. We're going to do a little bit more on that later in the show. But you mentioned wage growth. So I want to point this out from Semaphore. They say wage growth slid to 3.2% in the latest numbers, the lowest in 5 years and below current inflation of 3.5%. That gap between wage growth and rising prices is likely to make consumers feel more squeezed. Now, we're going to get new inflation numbers this week. What do you anticipate?
We will, yeah. Well, yeah, I think that, we saw the last inflation number for CPI was negative and the core was 0. The last inflation number for PCE was negative and core was negative. And so that the inflation numbers that we're seeing are really coming down rapidly while wage growth is through the roof, especially for blue-collar workers. And so I think that they're correct. The people who write about this are correct about the latest jobs report, which has a different measure of overall inflation and wage growth. But the bottom line is...
All right, we're going to stop it right there. By the way, she had a great line of questioning there. Here's the problem. Let me ask you guys all a quick question, okay? And if you want to answer it, answer it. If you want to talk about something else like some people do, then you can do that. But here's my question. What do you think takes longer to hit the consumer/voter? Increasing the size of the federal government and implementing new programs for people to have their families subsidized with taxpayer dollars, or Republicans' way of doing things, bringing in the manufacturing investments money, building factories, putting all of those factory workers to work after you've built the plant, and then job growth happens? What takes longer? We'll pull up the Rumble chat here. Does it take longer for government to start easing the pain of the people, or does it take longer for the private sector to start easing the financial pain for the people? I guess that's a better way to ask the question. Which one takes longer? Melly, Republican ways take longer. Bringing in the manufacturing, the more jobs. Private sector takes longer. Government. Kit Kat says government. I don't know what that means. If you're saying the government takes longer, maybe that's what you mean. Republicans' way, private sector. Williams says government. The first one, building, rebuilding, the private sector. So, probably more jobs, bringing in the private sector. Whoever's saying private sector, you're correct. Private sector takes a lot longer. Government programs, government-run programs, and increasing the size of the government, that takes a lot less time. So what happens when Democrats get in? When Democrats get in, people who are feeling the hurt, they feel relief quicker. So what happens is when a Republican, and this is done at any level, this can be done at governor level, this can be done at president level, when a Republican gets elected, 9 times out of 10, it's because the Democrats before the Republicans destroyed the economy. Not made it better, destroyed it. Maybe not by these official numbers that we're talking about, but with the way people feel when they spend. That's why they end up voting Republican. They vote Republican because they've had enough Democrats. Then they vote Republican, and they give Republicans 4 years. And if it's not fixed in 4 years, they go back to voting Democrat. And what happens is when they vote Democrat, they get an early payout. They get early big government. They get early programs. They get early relief. They feel it right away. But after about 2 years, that starts wearing off. That's why the people go back and vote Republican. Had you voted Republican and then voted Republican again, the foundation of your country economically would be far greater, because it takes longer for that hurt to be relieved at a voter or consumer level when you do it the right way. Good things take time. Patience, ladies and gentlemen. Good things come to those who wait. Private sector jobs always take longer, but they produce far more fruit and they're far stronger. And which means that the country as a whole is not as fragile financially and is not susceptible to a recession or a depression. But the problem is when you live in 2026, they want what they want and they want it now. Claremont, New Hampshire is a good analogy or a good example of this. I used to live in Claremont, New Hampshire. It is an absolute suck town. They suck everything from you and give you nothing. It's the highest tax town in New Hampshire and one of the poorest with the highest homeless and drug-addicted rates in the state. They have schools that weren't crediting their students for years concurrently. They have a school now that they cannot budget for the entire year to keep open because it's such a failing tiny little city. They call it a city, but it's really a town. 15,000 people. Not even anymore. 13,000. Why is that? Because the school board, the city council, the county clerk's position, the county commissioner positions have all been held by Democrats for 50 friggin' years. And they can't understand that doing the same thing, expecting a different result, but not getting the same result, actually getting a worse result, can be attributed to who's running things. You see what I'm saying? So, as I've said, Democrats' way of doing things is bigger government, let the government handle it, right? El Said up in Michigan, he says it's better to get these big corporations out of the way and give taxes and let the government run your health care. He's saying it's better for the government to run your personal health care than the private sector because they price gouge and they want more money. When has government run anything ever? Is the DMV good? Is the Department of Veterans Affairs good? Is the Department of Education run well? Is the USPS run well? No. So if the country could just keep its pants on for 5 seconds and vote Republicans in twice in a row, you'd see especially now that you have MAGA Republicans. Back in George Bush's day, you had all rhinos. That didn't matter back then. Although it was still better than the Democrats' plan. Why do you think we got President Trump in 2016? People on the left that watch over on YouTube, who do you think gave this country President Donald J. Trump in 2016? Obama. People were so sick of the left way of doing things that they voted for Trump. And Trump did win twice, back to back. And you would see a very different economy today. And it's still better than Joe Biden's. Let me say that again. You'd see a very different economy today, and the economy today is still better than Joe Biden's was. You're still paying less for gas. You still have more money in your 401k. The stock market, which is basically the driving engine of why your economy looks, is still hitting record highs. Oh, and the border's closed, and you're not adding millions more on top of the millions that came in of subsidy illegal alien losers who suck everything from you and give you what in return? Nothing. Let's get to this. I'm going to pull this up for you here. Hopefully you'll be able to see all this. All terms included. Same categories, correct sides. Middle, down the middle. Inflation. Biden at his worst. 9.1%. Trump, worst current peak inflation, 3.8%. Because you have to take it a year after he's in, not when he takes over. Inflation, average inflation. 5.0% under Joe Biden for 4 years. President Trump so far, 2.7 to 3.0. Gas prices. Peak national average under Joe Biden, $5.01. Peak national average under President Trump, $4.52. Food inflation, 2 to 3% on Donald Trump, 13.5 under Biden. See, when you break it down, it doesn't look as bad as the doomers are telling you, does it? Even though you're not feeling it the way you were promised yet. That's the problem. Utility inflation, 2 to 4% utility inflation under Trump, 10 to 15 under Biden. Illegal immigration, come on. Net negative, 2 million illegal immigrant net loss. Ladies and gentlemen, 10.8 plus under Joe Biden. There's your real pain point. That's why your rent is high. That's why your mortgage rates are the way they are. That's why the economy is the way it is. Because we absorbed 20 million people in 4 years. What you saw in that little island of Spain, that was nothing compared to what we experienced. You can't flood that many people in, folks. And then murder rate. A murder decline, 15% under President Trump. Murder surge under Biden, plus 30%. Now, here's the big problem. Go ahead and Google this yourself. I did. How much was a gallon of gas when oil was at $120 a barrel compared to right now when oil is just under $80 a barrel? Or I don't know what it is at this current moment. Hold on. Let's look it up what the current price is today, right now. 83. When oil traded near $120 a barrel, such as during spikes in 2022 and 2008, retail gasoline in the U.S. typically cost between $4 and $4.80 a gallon, depending on seasonal demand. So, riddle me this, Batman. How are we paying the same amount of gas right now when a barrel of oil is $40 less? Oh, by the way, and millions of people have electric cars these days. So the demand is not as high. So the demand is not as high because of how many people have electric cars these days. Oil is $40 less a barrel than it was then. And here we are. Paying the same price for gas. You still going to blame that on the President of the United States of America? I thought that the President, Eli, didn't dictate the oil and gas markets. From 2020 to 2024, stupid, the President doesn't even set those prices. Well, this would prove that they were absolutely correct. He doesn't set those prices.
You know how the leftards work. He only sets the prices when it helps explain their agenda, which they can't explain to begin with.
Yep. So you can do that little experiment yourself. Why was gas the same price today as it was when oil was $40 more, when people had less electric vehicles? Riddle me that one. How is that whoever is the president's fault? Now, I went a little further down the rabbit hole this morning. Went to Grok. Okay? I went to Grok and I said this. How many private sector jobs were created by Trump in his first term? Now, you're really going to love the line of questioning that I took here. Okay? By the way, it tells you where it pulls all this information from. Most of these, when it's searching, is searching through government data like crazy. From every administration, okay? So you're really going to get a kick out of this. They say that Joe Biden created 13 million jobs, that he's the biggest and best job creator and got the most votes than any president in history, right? Well, let's break that down, shall we? Because you can't count government jobs and you can't count bounce back jobs from COVID. Those aren't created jobs, and we're going to prove it. Here's the line of questioning that I had. When I asked how many private sector jobs were created by Trump in his first term, do you want to know what it said at first? Approximately a net loss of 2.2 million private sector jobs, specifically around negative 2.19 million. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, current employment statistics, and it says from January 2017, starting the job market at 123,312,000, ending when he left in January of 2021 at 121,122,000, which is a net negative. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. That didn't make any sense to me. So then I asked it this. How about prior to COVID layoffs? Uh-oh. See what it did there is it took the COVID jobs lost and put that into President Trump's private sector gains. And it did the same thing in reverse for Joe Biden's created jobs, which are not real. Prior to the COVID-19 layoffs, you're talking January 17th to February of 2020. So 3 years. Private sector employment rose by approximately 6.1 million jobs. Eli, that man created 6.1 million jobs in 3 years. Had he had that next year, it was ramping up. They said that he would have created, if you do a projection from that time and what was going on with the scale of how much that was increasing, said he would have created 8 million jobs in his first 4 years. So if you take off the COVID layoffs, he actually created 6.1 million jobs in just 3 years. See, you really got to look into that data, and you got to stop listening, because if you listen to what the mainstream news would say, they would say this. Oh, he had a net negative of 2.2 million private sector jobs from January 17 to January 2021. But you take out COVID, he actually created 6.1 million. Pretty incredible, huh? So then I came down here and I said, how many private sector jobs did Joe Biden create in his presidency if you take out jobs that returned after COVID? Don't give me a total of his presidency without taking that into consideration. So I'm actually impressed here. 5.3 million private sector jobs above the pre-COVID peak by the end of Biden's terms. Not 13 million, folks. 5.3 million. So President Trump created 1 million more jobs in one less year than Joe Biden did if you remove the COVID stuff. Because whether you like it or not, whether you want to admit it or not, the COVID stuff matters. It's not real-time information in a real functioning economy. You sent everybody home and you fired them. So if you're just looking at straight up who's better at creating private sector jobs, by a mile, Donald Trump created 1 million more jobs in one less year. So I asked how this was calculated. It gave me all that information as well, gave me all of the data points in which it pulled it from. And I said, how many government jobs did Joe Biden create, including all private sector data? 1.77 million. So Joe Biden created 5.3 million sector jobs, private sector jobs, and almost 2 million government jobs. So that means that the other 6 point something million were all bounce back jobs. They weren't real. You have to take that into consideration. So when people say Democrats are better for the economy because they create better private or more private sector jobs, that's a flat out false statement. It's not true. So I asked this, how many private sector jobs did Obama create in his 8 years? 11.8 million. Pretty damn good. But if President Trump would have gotten another year and they had projected him to have 2 more million jobs created based on what he had done at that point, then he would far outperform even Obama. Because Obama would have only created less than 12 million in 8 years, which Trump would have done 8 in 4. You see, this is real research, folks. How many private sector jobs has Trump created so far to date in his second term? Less than 1 million in 1 year and a year and a half. 877,000. He's slacking. He's slacking right now. But what do you think is going to happen when those 83,000 manufacturing plants that gentleman was speaking of in the very beginning of this show come to fruition and they're actually working, and construction workers are there full time, and the workers of that factory go there and work full time? What do you think is going to happen to the job market? It's going to explode. He's going to create 2 million a year every year after that happens, just like he did his first term. This is real research. So I asked, based on the calculations, if the Iran war were to end, understanding the groundwork that Trump has built so far in his second term with infrastructure, trade deals, deficits, tariffs, and investments into America, what do you think his overall private sector job growth numbers will be as of January 2029? It says realistic, 3 to 5 million. But it can't really predict. It'll just say ballpark, realistic, 3 to 5 million. I guess we'll see at the end of 2029 whether that was right or not. But I'm gonna predict right now it's gonna be 7 million when it's all said and done. That's what I'm gonna predict. 3 years of 2 million jobs a year, and this first year of his presidency, fighting everything he's had to fight, literally coming off of the worst presidency in the last 20 years. I guess we'll see where we're at, because he had to lay the groundwork this first year and a half. Now just get done that war in Iran. See, I called it a war, everybody, so everybody can be happy. Finish that. Get done with that. Focus on this. Win the presidency in 2029. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that little bit of a lesson there on actual economy numbers, taking out COVID, removing COVID, because you can't have that in there and have accurate numbers. And I can't wait to bring that to that very bright young man, Mr. Mockler, because I know we're going to talk about that. We'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices, and every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
JeremyHerrell.com or LFATV.us. Eli, somebody in the YouTube chat said, host is definitely on coke. Look at those eyes.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Then, Eli, I said, can't argue those numbers. AI slop. Host is taking AI slop and putting it out there as facts. Imagine. Actually, the AI slop from Grok gave me all government websites except for 2 from 3 administrations. From 3 separate administrations. Actually, from 4, because I went all the way back to Bush. And I got all of the data and all the revised data. And then you know what they said after that, Eli? Government sites. Ha, 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 your worldview is skewed. How else do you prove anything to anyone these days? Is my question.
They're absolutely hilarious over there. You know, you can tell us all the livelong day that you've got a job, you don't have a job. And if this is your job, that's really friggin' sad because you're probably getting paid peanuts. You're being used just to sit here all day. You suck. You're on coke. You're gay. You're lying. You're here for more than 3 hours. Don't get us wrong. We really appreciate the patronage and the support and the views, but get a life.
Unreal. Unreal. Well, you know what? I would like to say, since we were talking about Hunter Biden this morning and since we were talking about Joe Biden this morning, this doesn't bring me joy to hear this about the former, I hate even saying it, but the former president.
It's really tough, Patty. That's the real answer. My dad in our family, excuse me, my dad is, and to this day and remains, the center of our family, not just because of who he is as the public person, but completely because of who he is to each one of us, down to his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren, his great-grandchild. He is our rock. He has been there for each one of us in a way that is hard for me to even possibly articulate and explain. And whatever you think about his politics or the decisions that he made, I can tell you this: he's the best father, the best husband, the best grandfather of anyone that I've ever read about, heard about, or even seen in a movie. He is, and so it's really hard, Patty. It's really hard. Cancer is really hard. And it's just like addiction. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I was talking about my dad, and they told me their whole story and about how both their mother and their father have been just recently diagnosed with cancer. And it's this realization that as a Biden and having to live all of this out in public that I've had, which is this, is we are not alone in our pain. We are not alone in our grief. Is that everyone has someone in their family that has cancer. So my answer is the same as yours. It's really, really hard, and it's really sad to watch. And it's really, the only thing that I say about my dad, about his health right now, is I wish he would complain more, because it's not good. The cancer has spread, is metastasized into his bones and further. It's very painful. And it's very debilitating in many respects, but he's still out there. He's still doing this thing that is, he so believes in this country, so believes in the exact opposite, well, I know you didn't mean it negatively, is that we are as polarized as we think we are. And you know why he thinks that? Is because when he ran in 2020, 81 million people, more people than have ever voted for another person for president in the history of this country, came out and decided that they were going to return things to normalcy. Well, we got to get back in the fight again. And as long as he's alive, I promise you he's going to continue to fight.
So hold on. If Joe Biden, look, it sucks that he's got cancer that's spread to his bones and he's in a lot of pain. I don't take pleasure in that. I really don't. To be honest with you, I think for the most of Biden's later life, he's been just told what to do. Call it a puppet, call it whatever you want, call him a clone. I don't really know, don't care. I don't take pleasure in that old man being, pulled around the country and, made to campaign and made to read teleprompters and pumped full of drugs and made to debate and made to look stupid on air. I just think that what they did to that guy was horrible. I'm not saying he's not a bad guy and his family hasn't done bad things, but we all have. Nobody deserves, I don't take pleasure in that. But I also say, karma is a you-know-what. Karma's a you-know-what. I will say that too. And now your family's dealing with the karma that you have. And I'm going to ask this. If Joe Biden got all those votes and he was so great and everybody loved him and the country was back to normalcy, then why did they vote for Trump again? Democrats didn't even get the full 2 terms out of this one in back-to-back. How come? If Joe Biden saved the country, if Joe Biden added all these jobs that you say he added, if Joe Biden was such a great president, then I got to ask, why didn't the country show up for him again? Why didn't they vote for him again? Why did they immediately run to Trump in epic fashion, popular and electoral college? Again, Eli, I would love to get I'd love to get that answer on YouTube. If he was so great, if he saved the country, if he put all these jobs back, if he beat COVID, and the country was back to normalcy, why didn't they give him another chance?
Because obviously Trump stole the election, even though we've got the most secure election system in the entire world.
Yep. They're still over there going, AI, great source. So what AI does, it's like if you Google something. You use Google, right? So you Google something, and then it brings up where they got that from. If where they got that from is coming from 4 different administrations, from government sites themselves that have been revised, redacted, whatever, are you meaning to tell me that a news outlet is going to have more accurate information? Should I have gotten it from CNN? Should I have gotten it from Washington Post? Should I have gotten it from New York Times? Where would you get it from? See, AI doesn't do anything but point you in the direction. Same thing a search engine does. Google, Gemini, Grok, ChatGPT. They're all the search engines of today. Without knowing where to go in these government sites, how else would you do it? Now, if it directs you to, let's say, Newsweek, or if it directs you to Fox, then you can go, wait a minute. That's more than likely probably their own version of it. But if it takes you to the source material, and you're looking at that source material, and it's brought up all that source material for you in the matter of 30 seconds, and you see that the source material is where it's sourced from, where it's the only information it can come from, where else do you look? Magic crystal ball, maybe, Eli? Maybe you look at a magic crystal ball. Maybe you got one of those 8 balls and you just ask questions and it gives you the answer. I don't know where else to look but from the source in which those numbers are coming from. If I need DMV source material, I go to the DMV. If I want labor statistics, I go to the Department of Labor. If I want to get economic statistics or voting statistics, I go to those sourced websites. And search engines, Eli, they help you get there. It's weird that we're doing a lesson on how to search things.
And today on how to use the internet 30 years after its creation.
Yeah,
Actually, it's
exactly.
older than that now, isn't it? Jesus,
Exactly.
I'm old.
Yeah. Search engine slop. Go to the source material. I'm on the source material. Well, you didn't go there yourself. You had AI do it, but it brought me to the source material. It's the source material. All right. Anyway, we're going to leave that segment, and we're going to thank OFP Farms, actually. We're going to thank OFP Farms for getting us through that first hour and helping us start the next hour here on LFA TV's Live from America with a 15% off your entire order for this great month of August. You know what I want for my birthday? If anybody out there is going to get me a birthday present, my birthday's in 5 days. You know what I want for my birthday? I want you to go to OFP Farms and order from them. That's what I'd like. I'd like you to help Denise and Corey out. That's what I'd like. OFP Farms. 2014, they decided they were going to go off on their own and capture the American dream with a God-centered, Christ-focused company, and that's exactly what you got. Now you've got farm-crafted goat milk and tallow skincare, from soap to lotions to body butters to beard oils and deodorants, all at OFP Farms using promo code LFA. You'll get yourself 15% off all August. Can't beat that. If you love OFP Farms soap in the chat, let us know that you love OFP Farms. I'm sure Denise and Corey would love that. Now let's get to the easiest group of people to beat in an election. Communists and socialists. And the more infighting you have over in the Democratic Party, the better it is for us in the midterms. And I'll tell you why. Because the Democrats are doing what we decided to do in 2021. So they're 5 years behind where we were. We started purging our party in 2021. They're just starting to purge their party now. And Slow Joe Scarborough isn't having any more of these DSA candidates.
Avila Chevalier recently won a primary election in New York City, and is almost sure to win the general election. She attended an October 8th pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas rally, which many people saw as a justification of the October 7th attack. And some of her tweets have been extremely ugly on this score and on others. Do you fully support her in all these activities and what she's had to say?
I think Daria Lisa can speak for herself, certainly, and I think she's apologized for some pieces of that and has been
not for
quite
attending that rally.
Unapologetic about other pieces of that. And
do you support her yourself in that?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because
in other words, you would have gone to that rally had you been able.
That's a good question. I probably would have. Yeah. I don't live in New York City, so I wouldn't have.
One day after the slaughter of 1,200 people and taking of over 200 hostages, you would have come and rallied behind Hamas.
I think that October 7th was largely inevitable. If you put people in an open-air concentration camp and you deprive them of rights, of dignity, of food, of the ability to live in safety, you have to expect that they are going to not take that for that long. And that is not defending any harm of civilians or of non-combatants.
Well, sure.
That is. Do you think it is?
You're saying you're supporting it.
I'm saying that I think it was inevitable.
Wow.
The co-chair of the DSA supported going to a pro-Hamas rally the day after Hamas gleefully slaughtered more Jews on October 7th than any day the Jews were slaughtered since the Holocaust. Women raped, young children shot in front of their parents, parents shot in front of young children. The DSA co-chair, which means the DSA, supports that. I really don't want to hear from the DSA anymore that they're about economic justice or health care. This would be like going to a pro-Al-Qaeda rally on September the 12th, which I'm sure many people in the DSA would say, well, that would be perfectly fine, but let's look at the U.S. policies throughout the years. It is.
Mm-hmm. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Eli, I asked during that little video of Morning Joe sick and tired of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. I asked, where am I supposed to get this information that I would report that's the truth? My specific question was to these folks over on the left, where would I go to get labor stats? Well, you'd go to the Department of Labor website. That's where I went. That's where Grok took me, was to the Department of Labor for those stats. You can do it yourself. So Eli, apparently if you go to the Department of Labor, or if you have a search engine take you to the Department of Labor, the source is different. It's not the same. The Department of Labor is only the real Department of Labor if you type in departmentoflabor.gov or whatever it is. But if somebody else gives you that link, it's not a real link if it takes you to that website. Bad information.
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah. Yeah. See, when you actually click on those things where it shows you the source and you click on them and you double check to read that if what is saying, what is summarizing in Grok is actually in those numbers, well, then you look at them and you go, okay, that's true. It's in summary form. It's like if you wrote a paragraph and said, summarize this in 2 sentences. It would take the main points of what you said and summarize it in 2 sentences. In this case, it summarized the data, the numbers, which is what I prompted it to do, from those sources that you got. And I'll end it on that. If you're too stupid to figure out how to research, then maybe you shouldn't have an opinion online. Here's another. Michigan Democrat Dana Nessel will not attend nominating convention due to anti-Semitism. I'm telling you, the socialism, Muslim, China-paid propaganda of anti-Israel and anti-America, it's not going to win. It won't, because there's too much of a splinter in the party.
You recently made the decision to skip the Michigan Democratic nominating convention. It'll happen this month. You said so due to safety concerns and anti-Semitic harassment. What specifically have you experienced, and what concern did you have about attending the Democratic Party nomination contest?
Well, look, myself and other Jewish electeds are subjected to a barrage of anti-Semitic threats. And that's been happening literally since my first day in office in 2019, long before October 7th. But in addition to that, you know, what we've seen in the Democratic Party as of late in here in Michigan is that we're not seeing the same kind of civil discourse that we used to be able to have, and the ability to have a diversity of ideas and opinions that are, you know, respected.
Is your party doing enough to address those concerns, Madam Attorney General?
Yeah, I would say absolutely they're not. And I would just point to the example that we have 5 members of the Democratic Party who have been charged with anti-Semitic acts of violence, of vandalism and harassment and threats to other Democratic officials, some of whom are Jewish, and including an attack on the Jewish Federation of Detroit. So those people are still permitted to come to the convention. And it's just baffling to me that while these charges are pending, they're going to be allowed to be there despite, these credible charges against them. So I think that there's a lot that we could do. We could enforce a code of conduct that says that, again, you can't chase people around the convention yelling at them. It's not appropriate to boo people off the stage, even if it's a candidate whose ideas you don't support. You know, we should all have the opportunity to be heard, if we are members of the party.
Well, you're partly to blame for that state being that way. Here's my question. Are Democrats that are against DSA and Democrats that are against anti-Semitism, are they going to not participate in the midterms by their vote? Or do they hate the anti-Semites and the socialists of their party more than they hate the Republican candidates on the ballot? That's the question. Will Democrats sit this one out in these states where socialists are becoming bigger names, or will they vote for Republican? What say you in the Rumble chat? Do they hate Republicans worse, or do they hate the socialists and the anti-Semites of their party who is taking it over worse? That's a good question, and I have a feeling we're going to have about a 50-50 mix on this, okay? We got about 3,000 here watching. Appreciate you. Make sure you rumble, make sure you share. Let's see. Will they sit it out, or do they hate the Republicans less than they hate the socialists and the anti-Semites, and will they vote Republican? Eileen said, good question. I want them to be afraid they must reap what they have sown. They must face the sound of the music now. It's always hate Trump more than anything, says our Bevmo. They will walk onto the cattle cars. I think it will be a split. I was just going to say the same thing. 50% Republican, says Angel. Hatred of Trump trumps anything. I think they hate Republicans more. I think people are finally waking up and will vote Republican. I think some will sit and some will stay in line. I think both for Democrats who will sit out or vote for Republicans. Split. They will sit it out. They're caught. They hate Republicans more. No idea. You can't fix stupid. I like that one. Hard to say the Democrats are extremely brainwashed. 50% not, 50% vote Republican. Either they jump ship or they vote Republican or sit it out is a plus for us. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a plus for us. They hate Republicans, hand down. In the end, they will stick together. I live beside a leftist, and he is cooked. Probably hold their nose, and half will vote for Republican. Well, we've seen the videos in number, by the way, and growing every day of Michigan voters. Now, you know, you see a video online, you can't tell, you don't know if it's, 100% true or not, but most of them you can tell are true. You know, the ones that are getting interviewed by news stations in polling lines or in the voting lines. And I've seen maybe 2 or 3 dozen where they've said, if my party ends up going for socialism, I'm out and I will vote Republican to show my protest. So I've seen a number of those. Whether it's 50% that'll end up happening, I don't know. Probably not. But it all spells good news for all of us, doesn't it? Because our infighting is less than their infighting. Our infighting is a lot less. We might have more infighting in, let's say, Republican content creators and podcast show hosts and things like that. But in the end, we only have a few elected officials who we need to get out of this party left, while they still have many elected officials and news organizations who are on their side calling them out, saying, we're not doing this. This is stupid. We got to get away from this. And your latest being Slow Joe Scarborough. It's not looking good for him. Now, yesterday I told you who the potential Democrat nominees were, right? You have Newsom, Harris, Buttigieg, AOC. They've added John Ossoff, of Georgia, and Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. One former DNC fundraiser says the Democrat donors are not going to fund another Kamala Harris for president campaign. I wouldn't either. Why would you? A, she still owes the party millions of dollars. B, she just bought an $8 million home in a predominantly white neighborhood of which she says white men are the biggest danger to this society. Lindy Lee, she's a former DNC fundraiser. And she says Democrat donors forked almost $2 billion for Kamala Harris's campaign. And she's still in debt at the end of it. Now she's saying there's no way that Democrat donors are going to fund another run for Kamala Harris. I agree with that. I do not think Kamala Harris will be the nominee for the 2029 Democrat side. The reason why we're talking about this is because, folks, it's right around the corner. And you know what happens after November? People start campaigning for things. And while silently campaigning for president, they'll tell you that they're not. But they are. And I'll tell you how they're doing it. When you see people start going around the circuit 2 years prior to a presidency, and their names are Harris, Newsom, Buttigieg, AOC, Shapiro, or Ossoff, and they're out there making public appearances, they're not out there for help to help somebody else. They're out there to see how well the crowds respond to these people. They're out there gauging analytics and bringing statisticians and everything right then and there. So they say, how are they received in Georgia? How are they received in Alabama? How are they received in New Mexico? How are they received in Nevada? Were they received well? Were they received well by the party? How many people were protesting them? Were there people lining the streets saying that we don't want you? They gauge all of this. They gauge viewership online, viewership on TV. They gauge it all. They do it by polling. They poll the lines of people that might be waiting to see these people. They poll the audience. They take all of this information and they check their temperature gauge and they go, okay, this person's hot, this person's not. It starts as soon as this midterm season is over. And I think we can rule Kamala Harris out of that. And that's why we're talking about it right now. So we get a big jump on it and we know who our enemy is earlier, the better.
Kamala Harris is living in fantasy land. To think that big donors would bet on her again. She's crazy. She should go enjoy her, I don't know, what is it, $8 million mansion on Malibu, despite the fact that she belongs to the party of climate change. She's literally living on the ocean. She should just go away because the American people do not want her agenda. They don't want the cackle hyena laugh either.
They don't want her agenda and they don't want the cackling hyena laugh either. They don't want the, how dare we say Merry Christmas? They don't want that either. They don't want the, I am unburdened by what is. They don't want that either. No. All they want is somebody who will fall in line and somebody who's got a big smile and somebody who can captivate audiences. And you would be stupid not to believe that they're going to target the 18-year-old demographic, because the 18 to 35-year-old is the biggest voting demographic in the country right now. The largest amount of potentials is in the 18 to 35-year range. That's why you see stupid El Rabduma El Saeed Muhammad, whatever the hell his full name is, doing cowboy TikTok dances, folks, with his hands in his pants, with his thumbs in his pants. You really think that Abdul El Saeed listens to Tim McGraw while he's driving down the road in his pickup truck? No. And then the following week he does a rap video. And the following week he does a trans video. And the following week he does a pop video. And the following week he does a, I watched this show and I binge watched this show on Netflix video. They're going for the youth. So, process of elimination here. Kamala Harris, you're gone, right? The youth doesn't ride with you. We've already seen that. It's not going to happen. Gavin Newsom, I don't think he can. He can't hit the youth. He can hit the older population. He can hit the, 30 and above population. The View women he can probably hit. I don't think he wins either. I'm going to tell you who I think it's going to be. It's either going to be Pete Buttigieg or John Ossoff. And it'll probably be Pete Buttigieg president, AOC vice president. I'm calling it now. Pete and AOC, they'll run together. He can teach her how to breastfeed. I heard he does that. I'm telling you, this DSA is taking over. The Democratic Socialists of America are taking over the Democrat Party, and they don't know what to do about it. The actual Democratic Party, the only thing they can do is just say, fine, take it. Here's a DSA member who has no answer when asked, what will we do with the rapists and the murderers, the bad people, if we abolish prisons? Because they do. They want to abolish prisons. They do not want people incarcerated. Okay, well, what do we do with those people that rape and murder? I mean, that's a valid question that any normal person would ask, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on.
If my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What would
absolutely.
it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing, and we're not spending money on things that actually make people safe.
I don't want to talk about the hypotheticals, but hypothetically, we need to get rid of the police department. Hypothetically, we got to get rid of law enforcement. We cannot allow people to be kidnapped off the streets or unalived from their communities. Again, where do they think crime is going to be stopped at? And that's why the Democrats don't want this. They don't want the party to be taken over by this radical agenda. Even if the Democrats want it themselves, they know it's not a winning formula. So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with zero money compared to the Republicans heading into a midterm election 90 days out. That's some real trouble, folks. That's some real trouble. Got another video here to play for you, since she wants to defund these police so badly. Again, I don't know where. I don't know. Maybe social workers, maybe principals of schools. They go out there and they stop the rapists. Eli, please don't rape them, sir. You're validated. Your feelings matter. Did something happen to you as a child? Boom, you're raped. You know.
Oh, can't stop it because from where they come from, it's totally normal.
Absolutely. Here's another video.
Al-Sayed's victory in the Democratic primary in the Senate in Michigan. Of the 15 counties where a majority do not have a college degree, he lost every one of them, over 15. In the counties with high education, like you, he won. So how can you say you're for the working class when working class counties in Detroit and elsewhere voted against your candidate?
I think what we're seeing is that people who are highly educated in this country were promised this path of economic success. If you go to college, if you get the degree, if you go down that path, you're going to be guaranteed economic success. But really what we're seeing is that there's this huge downward mobility problem where people are putting in the money, taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans. I have $500,000 in student loan debt personally.
Your fault.
And not seeing that translate into actual economic success.
Hold on. Do you know how you wouldn't have $500,000 in debt? And do you know how that would transfer into economic success, Eli? Is if you went to a trade school and stopped believing the utopian lies of a university where you got brainwashed and propagandized and now you're probably a transgender.
Yeah. Maybe stop taking courses where you study the gender affirmation of gummy bears or something that you're never going to use in the real world.
That's right.
Try that.
Stop listening to NPR where they're talking about the mating rituals of those gender-neutral gummy bears. The green gummy bear has always wanted to be validated. But the red gummy bear, he was an angry gummy bear. He said there are only two genders. And the blue gummy bear and the pink gummy bear, they decided to gather together with the green gummy bear, and united, they formed the LGBTQ community of gummy bears. That's kind of that's kind of the absurdity that you learn in universities these days that produce retards like that. I can't believe that I'm $500,000 in debt and I don't have a damn job. Well, then that means you are a retard. If you're $500,000 in debt and you don't have a job, then I'm going to send my friend Tommy back with a hammer so he can hit you in the head with it because you are a retard. Eli?
He's a big dumb animal, isn't he, folks?
I'm going to have $1 million in debt because I was promised that I was going to have a good career when I got done this good schooling. And I got done the schooling and now I don't have a career and I don't have a job and I don't have any money and I don't know what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to give it all to the government and let them run everything so they can give me all the things that I was promised. What a low IQ, stupid, university did you wrong retard. I hope you're broke for the rest of your life. I hope you never find a way out from that stupidity that you put yourself in with your own stupid choices. We were promised. We were promised. No. You were given the opportunity to the right of life and the pursuit of happiness, and you pursued stupidity. And it's your own fault. Take responsibility. It's a problem with these kids today. And that's why they vote socialism, because they were promised. I live in America. I was promised. Crybabies. They would have died if they were born in 1960. I'll tell you that. 70, 80. They would have died if they were born in 1990, for crying out loud. Here's a former Democrat Socialist of America member who says it is absolutely a cult-like environment.
Card and never come to a meeting, and cadre, who are... DSA itself makes a distinction, an important distinction, between paper members, who are people who give the organization their credit card and never come to a meeting, and cadre, who are hardcore activist members who show up to all the meetings and do all the work. The cadre are incredibly radical. The paper members might be, think AOC and Bernie Sanders are great and let's get Medicare for all. That is not the hardcore that's running the organization. It is not. They are extremists. They believe, many of them believe, that any means are justified to achieve their goal. They are explicitly revolutionaries. They want to pull down our government institutions. They want to pull down our economic order. And they believe, they really do believe this, that they can build something better in its place.
Except they never have. Eli, do me a favor. While I'm doing this next story, can you search if there's ever been a socialist who's created a successful nation that has lasted and stood the test of time? They want to create something great. Maybe search in there. Has socialism ever worked and made it great for the people who've lived in it? And I love the way they always go, well, socialist programs like the fire department, not socialist. But I do know a couple of them. They're right there in Michigan. Actually, one's in Michigan, one's in Minnesota. M&M.
Number one, she's a trailblazer. I don't even tell you all that. You all have been seeing her work up close. But when you talk about courage, when you talk about the ability to show up when nobody else has the words, find the words, and be willing to say them clearly in the face of power, that's this woman. Number one, she's a trailblazer. I don't even tell you all that. You all have been seeing her work up close. But when you talk about courage, when you talk...
Do you ever think you'd see a day after 9/11 where this would be like the norm? Did you ever think you'd see a day? Here's a I got a slideshow here of some videos that my friend Toria posted. Abdul Saeed caught saying, "You may not hate Muslims, but Muslims hate you." Oh, this ought to be good.
Americans in the country. Now, you might not hate racist Muslims, but I'll tell you, Muslims definitely hate you. All right, Shri? Muslims definitely hate you.
Did you see who he handed the mic to afterwards? Shri Thanadar. So this was a while back, where Abdul said, "You might not hate Muslims, but Muslims definitely hate you." And the host, or the moderator, or the MC goes, "Okay, Shri," and then Shri Thanadar gets up to grab the mic.
So I grew up in this state, and you can imagine going to school with a name like mine. You get a fair share of bullying. The fact is that I just don't pay attention to bullies. It's not worth it. But here's the thing. One of the biggest frustrations that I've had is that the assumption that there should be some sort of association between me and some dastardly group functions simply on the fact that I choose to pray a particular way. It is implicitude that is used to raise the scepter that has everything to do with context. Now, here's the thing. What frustrates me more is not that you have blatant racism on the part of certain people, but what frustrates me more is, in the words of Martin Luther King, is that one of the most dangerous aspects is not when bad people speak out, Americans in the country. Now, you might not hate racist Muslims, but I'll tell you, Muslims...
Hold on, we got another slide here.
It's when good people fail to speak out. And what I have not heard is the Republicans on this panel decisively and swiftly call out this kind of Islamophobia this kind of racism in the context, right, that they are running to represent a state that has the highest per capita number of Muslim Americans in the country. Now, you might not hate racist Muslims, but I'll tell you, Muslims definitely hate you. All right?
There you go. You might not hate Muslims, Eli, but Muslims definitely hate you because of the Islamophobia and racism that, you know, was never warranted. Still to this day is never warranted to speak out against the only religion that destroys everything they touch and build nothing but mosques. Eli.
Cool story. Then go back to Muslim land where everybody loves Muslims, because that's not here. Scumbags, towelheads, losers, killers, rapists.
I like that kind of Eli. That kind of Eli actually gets me pumped up. And let's not forget, this inbred freak.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali. To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali.
Look at this guy right here. Look at this guy right here. I'm Somali, and being Somali is a little bit more than eating beans and rice. That guy behind her said, somebody say eat. Somebody say eat. That guy straight up looks like a human version of Jabba the Hutt. Eli, if Jabba the Hutt was a real person, it would look like that guy standing behind the Ilhan Omar wannabe with the Band-Aid on her head.
Asian the Hutt.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Let's go back. I'm Somali because...
And what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, people don't really see, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like that combination of banana and rice, but you're gonna get what I mean.
I think what she's trying to do there is find some similarity between how weird it is to see a combination of bananas with rice and Muslims in America. I think that's what she's trying to say. Of course, I don't know. Eli, I've never met a Muslim Valley girl. Like, it's so cool being Muslim as she's twirling her burqa instead of her hair. Like, you know, it's so difficult for people to see all your skin. Yeah, we know. It's always covered up. And, like, you know, it's like bananas and rice. That's what it's like being Somali in America. And I don't call it my America. I call it our America. And, inshallah, peace be upon him. Bye, everybody. Yeah.
Bananas and rice.
Yep. I can see it now, Eli. Remember that old song? Silver and gold, silver and gold. And you know how usually those third world countries are about 30 years behind us, 30, 40 years behind us? They'll probably come out with a claymation Christmas, you know, an anti-Christmas message from Muhammad called Bananas and Rice. Bananas and rice. That's what it's like to be a Somali, guys. Like in America. Here's something funny. A New York judge yesterday temporarily blocked Zohran Mamdani's new tax, which hits New Yorkers who own valuable second homes. Last month, Mamdani implemented a so-called luxury property tax on second homes, valued at $5 million or above. Property tax also affected certain co-ops, valued over $1 million. Mamdani doxed the homeowners after his departure, after his Department of Finance published database listings came out with their names and address of over 960,000 properties. Wow. Quote, as per state law, property roll was released for public inspection. From this list, DOF will identify properties that may be subject to the new non-primary residence property surcharge, a Mamdani spokesperson said. You are now punished for that pursuit of happiness, folks, in America. You will be punished forever if socialists win anything of power in your state, because your money becomes their money for those who have no money. Great job working your whole life, loser. Give me your cash. Affluent homeowners said the database and doxing could lead to harassment and violence. Homeowners filed a lawsuit in the New York Supreme Court to stop Mamdani's property tax. The lawsuit argues that New York City bungled the execution of the new tax by arbitrarily and capriciously forcing hundreds of thousands of residents to prove that they do not owe taxes. On Monday, a Staten Island Supreme Court judge temporarily blocked Mamdani's property tax as the lawsuit makes its way through the legal system. The next hearing is set for August 31st. Top headline said Big Apple homeowners fighting the controversial tax notched an early victory Monday when a judge stunningly blocked Mayor Zohran Mamdani's tortured rollout of the new levy. Staten Island Supreme Court Justice Wayne Ozzie, OZZI, issued the temporary restraining order, effectively putting the luxury second home tax on ice, nice play of words, until at least August 31st. Hey, in New York, not the ones that are watching here, obviously, but for the ones who voted, you wanted it. You got it. You should have came out in heavier numbers. I think, let me look this up. What percentage of New York City residents voted in mayoral election? Let's find out. Okay, so here we go. 42% of registered voters turned out. 42. That means 58% of registered voters sat at home and watched the Muslim takeover, the Muslim socialist takeover of their city. 48% of registered voters, not 48% of the city, because there's only about 5 million registered voters. 5.5, I believe. And only 42% of registered voters came out and voted in that last mayoral election. That means 58% sat on their keisters, did absolutely nothing, and this is the problem. And then you wonder why this stuff happens. Because complacent people, lazy, sluggardly, out of touch people don't care. You've got your typical, they're just going to do what they want to do anyway. My voice won't matter, people. You've got the, I'm not voting in elections anyway. They're rigged for Mamdani anyway. Why would I waste time to go to a precinct and cast my vote when they're just going to vote for Mamdani anyway? But Mamdani is booed more than he is cheered today. So, 58% of New York City voters. What's the issue here? You sat back, you let it happen. You are complicit to what happens to our great apple and the city you live in. So stupid. Did it to yourselves. And now you what? Now you want to go to Florida? Now you want to transplant to Florida and bring your stupid retardism with you? Stay right there in New York. Own it. You voted for it or you didn't vote against it. Own it. Maybe if that 58% would have got out their keisters, maybe something would have changed. But it is what it is. Speaking of DSA, we're going to stay on it for a minute. We're going to move from these socialists here in a minute, but it is the biggest movement in the Democrat Party, and anybody who pretends it's not happening or says, don't give those people airtime, trust me, they will slice your head off from the back politically. You have to know what you're up against. Here's James Tallarico admitting that his church harbored illegal aliens to run from ICE. Tom Homan, where are you? Time to go raid that church. We have an admission. We have an admission by somebody running for federal office. Are we going to do anything about it? Tom Homan, DHS, his own church, whatever the name of the church is, we harbored illegal aliens and kept them away from ICE. Okay. Well, let's hear what you got to say.
Our church was really active in LGBTQ rights in the 90s. We caught some attention by letting an atheist join our church in the 2000s. And then in the 2010s, again, stirred some controversy by housing an undocumented family, a mother and son, who were close to being deported by ICE. And so, again, the idea that Christianity is just another word for causing trouble.
Wow. James Tallarico. We got in some heat there when we let an atheist join our church. Well, so you're not open to people who don't believe in God joining your church? Is that what you're saying? Isn't that maybe one of the ways they could come to God? I mean, if an atheist is joining a church, there's only two reasons they're going to do it. They're doing it because they want to somehow hurt the church, or they're doing it because maybe they want to learn about God. And we're so proud of harboring the illegal aliens when ICE was trying to deport them. Hey, Tom Homan. Mark Wayne Mullen. Maybe you want to go visit James Tallarico's church and just find out what in the HE double hockey sticks is going on. Folks, we are currently number 5 on the live leaderboard on Rumble. Thank you all very much for continuing to share and talk and engage. We appreciate that. Which brings me to the biggest story of the day. President Trump secretly jumped into a catering truck to swap planes when deporting Turkey. You guys remember when we first reported this story that there was a credible assassination attempt on President Trump's life, which is why he had to switch planes? Well, now we actually have video footage of how it happened. Unfortunately, can probably never do it again like this, but let's get to the story. President Trump took a secret flight from Turkey to the UK on an alternate military aircraft on July 8th after he was quietly moved from Air Force One due to the Iranian threat. Trump announced that the Air Force One jet he flew to Ankara, Turkey for the NATO summit last month would be visiting a U.S. base in the UK. He went on to fly on a different Air Force One plane when departing from Turkey, prompting speculation of security concerns. We reported it when it happened, so let's get deeper into it. Trump had told reporters numerous times that at the NATO summit that Iran is plotting to assassinate him, and that he is number 1 on their kill list. He said it on Air Force One, he said it off Air Force One. We showed that as well. But he shrugged off security concerns when asked if that's the reason why the new Air Force One plane was rerouted. After flying out of Turkey and across the Middle East on the old jet, Trump boarded his new luxury plane, donated to the U.S. by Qatar, at Middleton Hall Air Force Base in the UK. Trump was then pressed again about security concerns on why reporters had been directed to keep their window shades down while flying from Turkey to the UK, and he said, "I'm number 1 on their list before you, but if I go, you go." According to the leak to the Washington Post, Air Force One was used as a decoy while President Trump flew on a smaller C-2A plane. Pool reporters thought that they were flying with the president on Air Force One from Turkey to the UK, but they weren't. Not at all. We're going to bring up the video here, and we're going to show you how this all went down. I'm going to, here it is right here. Incredible work by the Secret Service, by the way. So there's Trump entering Air Force One. The press is already outside waiting to enter. You see a door open there. That right there is the airport catering truck. President Trump goes down to the lower fuselage levels, goes into the into the catering truck, and which the catering truck is now pulling away and pulling over to another government plane, as you can see right there. This whole time, there's that airport catering truck right there unloading the president. This whole time that this happened, the press is on the back of the plane outside waiting to get their instructions to enter the plane. They thought President Trump was on the plane. And President Trump actually got on another plane through the catering truck. Now, Eli, have you flown lately? Have you seen these catering trucks? I hadn't seen them, on the tarmacs up until about a couple of years ago. But have you seen these catering trucks, how they pull up to the plane and supply the plane with food and drink?
I don't think so. I'm not a huge fan of flying, so as soon as I get on, I try to go right to sleep.
Okay, so what happens is this. These catering trucks are usually box trucks, and they're on these scissor ladders. So the box end of the truck is on a scissor ladder, and that pulls up to the plane, and it obviously raises up to the level of the door on the other side, and then that catering truck is opened, and they're handing in all the food and drinks for the flight. And then close the door, catering truck goes down, drives away, goes to the next plane. There's been many times that I've had to sit on the tarmac while we're waiting for the catering truck to come to the plane on a 1-hour flight, which I don't understand, but is what it is. So President Trump literally had that catering truck lifted up. He walked, actually it was on ground level. It was more fuel usage high. He went down into that fuel area and went out that door, the other side door, into the catering truck, which dropped him off at another plane. It's pretty incredible work by the Secret Service. Now, we don't know what threats he was under. We don't know if they were going to shoot down the plane or whatever, but the crew had instructed the reporters to make sure that they fly with their shades down so that nobody could see in, whether it be other planes, drones, satellite, I don't know. But I mean, these threats against Trump's life from Iran have been going on since his first term. There were credible threats all the way through his campaign for his second term, and there's credible threats today. So when you say he said no new wars, well, he either stopped the largest terror network, which is an entire country, from getting a nuke, or he killed these people before they could kill him. Either one I'm good with. Either one I'm good with. If you find out a group of insane terrorists want to kill you, and they're going to kill you, and you have the ability to kill them first, wouldn't you? Or if those same people said, hey, we're getting a nuke, and when we do, you're dead, all of you, and then you find out with 32 other countries' intel that they do have that ability real soon, I don't care which one it is. Go handle business. We'll be here on the other side waiting for you. But I do think we've demolished them enough to wrap it up. So, figure out how to get to an end and get to an end. But imagine this. Imagine CNN more upset that the Secret Service did their job than the fact that a foreign enemy might have had the President of the United States killed. See, you might not like Trump and you may say 86-47, but if the President of the United States gets assassinated, say goodbye to world markets, say goodbye to world peace, say goodbye to borders, say goodbye to all of it. It is going to be a free-for-all mess if a U.S. president gets assassinated. The leader of the free world, like it or not.
Target the most secure aircraft in the entire world. And this whole ruse seems to have been put together very quickly on the ground there in Turkey by the White House Secret Service, the national security apparatus. You know, throughout that entire NATO summit, President Trump had almost seemed preoccupied with the threats on his life by Iran. They've dated back years and years, and he kept talking about them over and over. But it is really only in retrospect that we're now starting to notice signs of what was afoot. You know, for example, when reporters got on that old legacy blue and white Air Force One, they were all asked to lower their window shades, which made it so they could not see that catering truck, which we now know the president had been bundled into and moved to that other aircraft that he flew from Turkey to the UK on. We also also noticed that when the old Legacy Air Force One landed in the UK, it took an unusual amount of time for the doors to open and for reporters to be left off, which would have allowed time for the president to get back on the plane, only to walk off again in full view of the cameras. So it's all, I think, this very elaborate shell game that the Secret Service and the White House orchestrated. You know, the White House, in a statement from Stephen Chung, the communications director, said that, quote, as the president has said recently, there are many enemies of America who have their sights on him, and we use every tool at our disposal to address those threats. That doesn't necessarily match with the explanation that the president put out at the time for this switch in aircraft between the Qatar-donated Air Force One, which is that black and red plane, and the Legacy Air Force One. He said at the time that he wanted to show it off to troops who were positioned in the UK. Now we understand that it is these threats from Iran that led to this switch. It all, I think, also led to the people who actually did fly on the blue and white plane, you know, reporters and staff, to become unwitting decoys in this ruse, which I think is disconcerting for anyone who flies on Air Force One regularly.
Yeah, and as John Berman points out, unwitting targets, decoys or targets in this case. Thank you so much for your reporting there.
Boy, it sounds like to me CNN would have been a lot happier Trump just died. This ruse and this shell game. Now, I agree. Somebody in the chat, Big Mac, said, it's kind of stupid to have this information released. Oh, I agree. I agree. Because how are you going to pull that off again? You know what I mean? CNN would have loved if they could have been reporting something different. I can tell you that at that moment. They would have absolutely loved to report something different. And that's sad. Hey, folks, I do want to take this time, and we are at the top of the hour, to thank Chicago Steak Company at mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That's mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Using that promo code, or using that landing page, mychicagosteak.com/LFA, puts you in onto this page right here. Once you see this LFA, you know you're on the right page, okay? Whether it's for dinner on the patio, weekend cookout, or an evening by the pool, every memorable meal begins with exceptional steaks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, right now for a limited time offer, you can get one of these 3 value packs here. This right here is going to be the best value for your money. This one right here is going to get you all of this assortment included. All of these high-grade, premium, prime, USDA, top 2% steaks. But you're also going to get this down here. You're going to get 16 free 6-ounce steak burgers, and they are massive, okay? You're going to get 1 bottle of signature steak seasoning, and you're going to get $25 towards your next purchase as an account credit. And that is by going to mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Where's Chicago Steak? Right here. Right here. The top 1/3 choice, folks. Award-winning USDA Prime Angus top 1% beef, aged in the old world tradition up to 6 weeks. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Thank you so very much, Suzanne, for putting that in the live chat. Also want to thank Armor Colostrum as well. Armor Colostrum is your 2 to 4 dry scoop or put it in your smoothie. One-stop shop for 400 plus bionutrients. And each single day that you take Armor Colostrum, here are the different things that you are helping. Gut health, skin health. That means rashes or psoriasis. Bloating. Bloating is the big one. If you have bloating in your life, depending on whether, it doesn't matter if you're a male or a female, if you experience bloating, that is what it's going to tackle first. You're also going to get a lot more lean muscle and mass and strength, endurance, fitness. You're going to regrow your hair. Nearly 80% of the people that took Armor Colostrum over time said that they have regrown their hair into a thicker head of hair, okay? And reported digestive relief. That's a big one as well. So whether you're getting heartburn or whether you just want some metabolism or good old gut health supplements, Armor Colostrum at armor.com/LFATV. That's armor.com/LFATV. Thank you, Armor, and thank you, Chicago Steak Company. Okay. Where are we? at least 22 Democrat attorneys general agreed to coordinate the takedown of Donald Trump, keeping the public in the dark going into the 2024 election. Let's get into this story. This story is penned by the Western Journal. At least 22 Democrat attorneys general signed an ominous common interest agreement before President Donald J. Trump's 2024 election, vowing to pursue lawfare against Trump's future administration, even though no crimes had been committed. The document outlined a lawfare campaign that would have become known as the Project for Federal Accountability, according to the outlet The Center Square. The document was reportedly signed 3 months before former President Joe Biden exited the 2024 presidential race to make room for then Vice President cackling Kamala Harris. The Project for Federal Accountability was later referenced in then New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy's budget in early 2025, according to Zach Blackburn of the National Journal Hotline. Murphy is a Democrat. So was his Attorney General, Matt Platkin. All right? As noted by Blackburn in the most recent post published to the social media website X, Murphy refused to mention the Project for Federal Accountability while publicly unveiling his budget in the February 2025 budget hearing. This appeared to be no coincidence. Quote, the majority of attorneys general who signed the agreement have declined to comment or answer questions about it, according to the Center Square. Another quote, some have downplayed the timing of the agreement or otherwise minimized the extent to which they had been preparing for litigation against the Trump administration, the outlet further reported. Yet despite their attempts to downplay or even hide the government or the governmental agreement, their lawfare against President Trump's administration has been clear, with the AGs having sued the administration nearly 100 times since Inauguration Day. Of the 100 lawsuits, California Attorney General Rob Bonta has joined 82 of them. Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser has joined 75 of them. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown has joined 70 of them. And Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined 46 of them. This is planned lawfare against Trump. Slow him down as much as possible. Stop his agenda as much as possible. Always keep him in litigation. Always keep the Department of Justice wrapped up in court. And do not pass through any of their nominees to give them any relief. That's their plan. And the more they can stop what we voted for, the more they can say, Trump didn't do what he promised. Trump didn't do what he said he was going to do. Trump's in court again. And they'll always use this. He's been sued over 100 times. So what? You could sue a ham sandwich. You could sue a ham sandwich. Democrat attorneys generals have also reportedly used their joint planned lawfare to fundraise for their campaigns, just like Letitia James did. According to former Utah Attorney General Mark Shurtleff, who used to be a Republican but now votes for Democrats, quote, I get lots of emails from people running for Attorney General. Lots of texts and emails saying, we've got to stop President Trump, or we've got to work together as state attorneys general. That's why we need you to give me money, Shurtleff told the Center Square. Bonta, for his part, defended his lawfare during a news conference Tuesday, alleging that the lawsuits he filed or participated in have all been apolitical. That's not true. Not a single one of them have. They've all been political. And we have the documents now to prove it. And they all band together to do this. That should be some kind of something, some kind of violation of something. Violation of their code of conduct, violation of their oath to office, something. You're literally working together 3 months prior to President Trump taking office, having emails back and forth saying you're going to do whatever you can to stop this administration or slow it down. There should be something against that. That didn't happen under Joe Biden. That never happened under Joe Biden. The Republicans didn't have bring hundreds of lawsuits against Joe Biden every single week. They did not. But again, you have adults and children. The Republicans, albeit not the best, are still better than the best Democrats. The worst Republican is better than the best Democrat. All the livelong day and twice on Sunday. Especially the modern day Democrat. Now, if this was 2008, 2010 Democrats, I might be afraid. But because it's 2026 Democrats, they don't even know what a woman is. Now on to one of ours that's disgusting, Mitch McConnell. Has anybody seen him? Hey, Eli, have you seen Mitch McConnell today?
Yeah. We were just hanging down at the corner drugstore. He was picking up a few prescriptions. I'll say few. But yeah, he looks pretty chipper.
Looks good, running around, walking around on his own volition, his own two legs. No problem whatsoever. He doesn't have one of those walkers with the tennis balls on the bottom of it. He can speak clearly. He's no more freezing. He's good.
Yeah, he wanted me to say hi to you, but it kind of sounded like this. But trust me, that's hi.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you've seen him, Eli, because people coming in and out of his house, apparently they haven't seen him, or at least they don't want to talk about it. I talked to this reporter who got this who got these videos, Miles Morrell. He does a great job in D.C. We're going to get him to do a lot more for us here at LFA TV. Since he's stationed in D.C., he gets it all anyway. Watch how they act. By the way, Miles Morrell, he works for right-wing outlets. Keep that in mind when you watch this. One of the outlets that he does independent work for is the Gateway Pundit. That's I'd say, pretty right-leaning outlet, wouldn't you? So imagine Mitch McConnell, a Republican, and his closest confidants and aides treating Miles Morrell this way when all he did was ask absolute valid questions.
Hello, sir. Any update on the status of Mitch McConnell?
Hi there.
Have you seen him today? Is he home? Are you working for him? Do you work with him? Are you related to him? Hi.
Does your mother know you don't have a real job?
So what's the status update on Mitch McConnell? He's been missing for about 2 months now. Nobody knows where he is. No comments at all? Have you seen him today? The American people just want to know if he's doing okay.
Your mother needs to know you've got a real job, young man.
And the American people need to know the status of Mitch
You're
McConnell.
already too old to not have a job that is actually paying the bills and leading to something.
The American people need to know the status of Mitch McConnell. He's been missing for 2 weeks. Do you have any updates? Have you spoken to him? Have you seen him? Are you caring for him? Are you treating him medically?
Tell me, have you seen him?
What brings you to the house?
I am sure your family is worried about you, young man.
Well, we're not asking about my family. We're asking about Senator Mitch McConnell.
I'm asking about you. You need to have a real job, young man. I'm going to be
And you need to tell the American people what's going on with Mitch McConnell. That's way more important. Nothing at all?
Didn't think so.
No comments?
That's it right there. He actually goes and talks to the police in another video. Does your mother know that you don't have a real job? Your mother would be awfully disappointed in you. You should get a real job. The American people probably want you to have a job. I think that knowing where Mitch McConnell is probably more important to the American people. I'm pretty sure this is where we would agree with the left on. He is a U.S. Senator, and not just a U.S. Senator. Probably the most known, well-known over the last 30 years U.S. Senator, if you're talking Republicans. If he's dead, he's dead. If he's alive, he's alive. But you can tell by the way they act. You can tell by their body language. You can tell by their rhetoric. You can tell by the way that they approach every situation and the way they react to everything. There's something not right. I don't think America's concerned whether Miles Morrell's mother knows whether or not he's got a decent job or not. That's his job. And the American people want to know. He's providing a service for the American people in D.C., and I think that's a great job. Great job, Miles. I talked to Miles today. We're going to get him on LFA TV. Hopefully doing some stuff for us. It's going to be great. What's the problem, though? Why was that guy acting that way? Oh, here's one that's even worse. Watch this. Same reporter, Miles.
Excuse me, sir. Can you give us a status update on Mitch McConnell?
The old pretending I'm on the phone trick.
Sir, are you related to the senator? Do you work with him? What brought you to his house today? Sir, any status update at all? Hey, don't touch
me. Don't touch me.
You ran into me.
Don't touch me.
You ran into me, sir. Sir, anything at all? Any status updates? Have you seen him? Are you caring for him?
Run to the police. The other guy
he's
did
going
too.
to the police now.
Me too, Amy. Amy said she's sick of everything being a big secret when it comes to the government. Me too, Amy. Me too. Isn't it crazy that this is the
that way?
This is the issue that we would find common ground with on the Democrats.
Sir, anything at all? We just want to know how the senator's doing.
I don't have any comment.
Sir.
Why don't you have any comment? Why don't you have any comment? It isn't just to the Republican Party that wants to know where this guy is. The country has a right to know where an elected U.S. senator is. He's missed months. He's expected to miss even more months. I tell you why. He didn't want Governor Andy Beshear to replace him, number one, and they don't want a special election to replace him. They want to either vote by proxy or just keep this guy propped up like Weekend at Bernie's. There's no way that this guy is fine with this kind of reaction. There's no way that Mitch McConnell's just cool, chilling. He's recovering fine. And that's why I hate when somebody goes, have you talked to Mitch McConnell lately? And Tim Taylor goes, yeah, I've talked to him. He's doing good. He's recovering. This is his house that I rent from. You broke the story. Remember that video last week? There's others too, by the way. There's other people in Congress that we're not seeing lately. Somebody said Maxine Waters. That's a great point. Where's she been? Eli, I think this is something that we can all agree on. These people need to be exposed.
First and foremost, damn Skippy, I completely agree with you. Secondly, let's keep it down with the complaining that we haven't seen too much of Maxine Waters. That's why it's been so freaking quiet around here.
Yeah. The James Brown of the Democrat Party. Ow! And last but not least, here's the other staffer that Miles caught coming out of his house.
Hello, sir. Any status update on Mitch McConnell? Have you spoken to him today? Have you seen him? Are you treating him medically? Are you related to him? Do you work for him? Were you visiting him? Anything? Anything at all?
Nothing.
Nothing at all, sir?
I'd follow
No comment?
him. I'd follow him wherever he goes.
Hello, sir. Any...
I'll tell Miles. I'll say, hey, Miles, if you ever do any work for us, follow them and see where they go. Just don't stop following them until they go into another place. They'll probably duck off into a store like they do when James O'Keefe is walking behind them, right? But Miles does great work there. He also does it at the Capitol building. He does it everywhere. Amy, why isn't Trump asking where he is? Very good point. I agree. I think Trump has some responsibility here. He is the leader of the party. I'm not saying he has responsibility in, talking about this guy's medical record or if he's really, what his medical state is. But as the leader of the party, when you're this, divided in the Senate and the Senate's on recess and doing nothing, and you have this much of just a bare minimum lead in the Senate. If I was President Trump, I'd be like, I want to see him. As the President of the United States of America, I want to lay eyes on one of the top senators in my party. That's what I want to do. I want to see him right now. And if they say, well, you can't do that, then I'd take it to the next step if I was President Trump. We've got to have a standard here, folks. We've got to have a standard here. That standard needs to be met. I think we can all agree on that. Eli?
And that next step ought to be the last step with the presidential power to say, then he's fired. He's not here. He's not doing his job. He's being replaced.
Yeah, that
Period,
would be
the end.
nice. That'd be nice. Maybe if a certain somebody gets into Congress, maybe one of the bills that I'll pass is if somebody who's been elected to the House of Representatives or the U.S. Senate can't effectively do their job or even be seen for a period of 60 days, then that person needs to be automatically removed from that seat and a special election needs to happen. Term limits, stuff like that, single issue bills, those are things that we need to be focusing on. Instead, is this guy alive or dead? Is a woman really a woman or are they a man? We don't know, Eli, if people are men or women, and we don't know if they're alive or dead today in our nation's swamp.
Yeah, it's getting to be absolutely and completely. It's so blatantly pathetic.
It is.
Everyone in here is right. As soon as these scumbags get in, it's a big secret party, and you're not invited. And it's on the Democrat side, and that's on the Republican side. And that's not right, because that's not America, and that's not united.
Yep, absolutely, I agree. Here's some good news, though. Check this out. Do you remember the anti-redistricting rhino in the state of Indiana? There's a few of them, but this specific one loses to a pro-Trump challenger following a recount 3 months after he was certified the winner. Gotta love it. Suck it, Google says Glitch is on ice. Talking about Glitch McConnell. I know. A liberal GOP, make that make sense. Basically a rhino. Indiana senator has suffered a shocking defeat after his opponent, or to his opponent, following a recount 3 months after he won. The Indianapolis Star, so it's state paper, state outlet, reported Trump-hating Rhino State Senator Spencer Deary, who defied the president on redistricting, has officially lost his race to conservative pro-Trump challenger. So you've had one resign who didn't want the redistricting because he knew it was coming, and now you just had one lose 3 months after he thought he won. Love it. The results were finalized by a 3-person commission that included a Republican Secretary of State, Diego Morales. Deary was previously certified as the winner of the election by 3 votes following the May 15th primary, but as the Indianapolis Star notes, Copenhaver successfully challenged 8 votes cast for Deary while losing only 2 of them from herself. An incumbent state senator lost his race after the high-stakes recount threw out several ballots, leading to a Trump-backed challenger claiming victory. Now, let me ask you this. Why were ballots thrown out? How was that vote switched 3 months after it was certified? And how were ballots thrown out? Could it possibly be because they were cast illegally? Oh, I thought that didn't happen. Oh, the left will say it was just so that they could get revenge for Trump. Well, not really. Not really. They actually went and did a recount. Certain ballots were challenged, and those certain ballots were from ineligible voters or nobody at all. Don't ever let anybody tell you that cleaning the voting rolls and doing recounts doesn't work, because he won 3 months ago and now he's gone. What goes around comes around. We talked about karma in the beginning of the show, didn't we? Family says, we know who called the 2020 election legitimate. We sure do. Fox News was one of them. And if that's happening at a local scale, imagine what happens on a large scale. You saw my reporting yesterday, right? This is a fact. For the dipshits that don't believe it, go look it up. Tom Fitton of Judicial Watch successfully sued in open court, so there's public record of it, to get 800,000 people removed from a voting roll in Oregon. 800,000 in one fell swoop. See you later. And you mean to tell me that stuff's not going on a high level? Do you know how many voters that Tom Fitton has gotten off the voting list, the voting rolls in total from sea to shining sea, year to date? 6 million. Open court records. Go look it up. Don't be a retard. Don't be lazy. Go do your own research for once in your life, lefties. 6 million people that shouldn't have been on those voter rolls so far have had to be removed because of Tom Fitton's lawsuits. How do you explain that? I thought that our elections were secure. We just had somebody overturned after 3 months at a tiny little local scale. RYW says subpoena the head of Congress with a writ of habeas corpus to produce McConnell in front of the court. Amen. Noah Braun says, are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. 800,000 in Oregon in one lawsuit, gone. They had to be removed. 6 million so far nationwide. 1/6 of those done in one state. And now check this out. More than 30 shots were fired at the home of Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's communications director. 3 suspects fired shots at the home of Brad Raffensperger's communications director, Robert Sinners. Who fired the shots? Now you would expect, I'll bet you the left would say, oh, it must be crazy Trumpsters who are mad because Brad Raffensperger didn't help President Trump steal the election in 2020 and find 12,000 more votes. Here's your suspects. Jermaine Howard and Gregory Vaughn, those are your suspects. Firing more than 30 gunshots at a home that happened to be the communications director for Brad Raffensperger, who is the Secretary of State down there in Georgia. Shocking surveillance video shows 3 suspects firing more than 30 shots at Robert Sinners' home on Wellington Street in Atlanta. Sinners was asleep in his bed next to his fiancée at the time of the shooting. Nobody was injured. He says, we're still confused why 30 shots hit our home last night. Are you really confused? Or are you running with a crowd that you may owe some money to? Maybe you're running with a crowd that you might have ballot harvested with. Why are they picking you? Scariest thing to ever happen to us, he added. I guess it could be merely coincidental, right? What are the odds? What are the odds that the current Secretary of State, who we've accused of doing some shady stuff, and his secretary and his communications director, so the person who basically is his voice, gets his house shot up more than 30 times? Do you think that's coincidence? Let's watch.
New surveillance video captures the moment gunfire erupted outside the home of Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's communications director. Now, as the shots rang out, cameras captured the suspects running from the scene.
Well, I was rocking my 10-month-old baby to sleep, right? And it was like around 12:30-ish, like around about that time, and I heard a bunch of gunshots. And so once I gave her the baby, I came outside.
By the time Mike Jordan reached his front yard, he says the shooters were already running through the neighborhood.
Definitely, I seen one of the shooters run from the back over through the grass, and he ran right over there. And it was 2 of them.
Jordan says he kept watching as the men ran through his backyard, helping officers quickly close in on the suspects. Atlanta police say more than 30 rounds were fired into the home of Robert Sinners while he and his fiancée were asleep inside. Despite the gunfire, no one was hurt.
We're still confused why 30 shots hit our house last night. Scariest thing we've ever had happen to us.
After a short foot chase, police arrested 26-year-old Gregory O'Neill Vaughn and 29-year-old Jermaine Darcel Howard. Investigators say they recovered a firearm and multiple rounds. The surveillance video also appears to show 3 people walking towards the home just before the shooting. So far, Atlanta police have only announced the arrest of 2 suspects.
Now I got to watch everybody that walk down the street at nighttime.
And you can see there's been a police presence in this neighborhood all day today. Now, we did reach out to Atlanta police to ask them about that 3rd person we saw in the video, but a spokesperson told us right now this is still an ongoing investigation. Just 2 suspects in custody right now.
Wonder what happened. I don't think they shot up the wrong house. Usually if they shoot up the wrong house, it's like, you know, they're trying to hit somebody else. There's a gunfight with somebody else. They're trying to do a drive-by, whatever it is. But you're not going to sit there and shoot 30 shots at one specific house. Wonder what happened. You can't win an election, so you gerrymander and disenfranchise voters. Okay, cool. Well, you had districts written up by race. That makes you an actual racist. Supreme Court just undid that, that's all. A vote should be a vote, not a skin color. Welcome to your racism. You finally understand it. I bet you're the same person that says, asking them for a voter ID is racist. They can't get them. I bet you're the same person that says, who's going to pick our crops, clean our bathrooms, and fold our clothes? I emailed you an hour ago and you still haven't responded, said the Way Z Express. If you emailed me your email address, we'll set it up. I'll email you back after the show. We'll schedule you to come on. We'll send you a Zoom invite, and I'll bring you on. One rule, though. You have to pass a civics test before you debate me. So when you come on, I'll give you a 10-question civics test. If you get 6 of them right, we can debate. If you can't, then you don't have what it takes. Deal? Just a basic civics test. That's the rule. I'll debate anybody. But you can't just be some dipshit off the street coming on and saying, I want to come up and chew up airtime and yell at you and dish you and blah, blah, blah. No, you're going to have an actual debate, and you're going to prove that you have a brain to debate. That means you have to know the basics about America. Deal? And I'll have you come on Friday. I'd love it. How about that? Deal? Friday. Keep your very limited schedule open. I'll answer the email after the show, and we'll bring you on. It'll be fun. And I'll give you a civics test right then and there. And then we'll go into debate anything you want. I'll give you a topic, you give me a topic, and we'll have a half-hour debate. Sound fair? Eli, that's fair, right? You have to show that you know a little bit about America, and then you can debate.
Sounds fair to me. If he follows through, this would be the first one who's followed through. So
yes,
stick to your guns, bud.
Yeah, hey, the Way Z Express, you will be the first one. You'll be the first one to nut up rather than shut up. You'll get an award. I'll give you a coveted award, like a gold star for the day or something, because you'll be the first one to ever do it. Nobody else has done it. Nicholas Bridges, wait, can we see you pass the civics test? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll let him give me one. We'll take the same one. How about that? We'll take the same civics test and we'll write it down on paper and we'll both hold it up at the same time. Whatever you want. Whatever you want to do. I've taken hundreds of civics tests, passed all of them, aced almost all of them. So I'm pumped too. The Ways Express. Hey, at least you're the first one to accept. I can't wait. It'll be great. Dana says, how about a common sense test? Well, if that's the case, I wouldn't be able to debate anybody in here because nobody has any. Just a few, not many. Representative Lauren Boebert. Did you guys hear about this story? Representative Lauren Boebert's son is actually facing felony charges. Here is the mugshot of Representative Lauren Boebert's son. Now, is this Lauren Boebert's fault? Obviously not. She's got I don't know, he looks like to be an adult son. We'll get to his age here in a minute. But it's not good when you're a U.S. congressman and your kids are doing this stuff, especially what he's guilty of. Okay? By the way, who won the 2020 election is not a civics test. It's not a civics test question. I know you'd like it to be, but that's, not a civics test question. Civics test questions are like, how many years does a U.S. senator serve for? What are the 3 co-equal branches of government? What are the houses of Congress? What does the 5th Amendment say? What does the 14th Amendment say? What does the 19th Amendment say? How many amendments are there to the Constitution? How many are in the Bill of Rights? Those questions. Those are all questions, and many more, by the way. And many more. But Lauren Boebert's son, Tyler Boebert, the 21-year-old son of Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, is back in legal hot water, this time facing serious felony charges related to the alleged sexual exploitation of a child. Ouch. Not going to be good for her. Not going to be good for her at all. Not going to say it's her fault, but it's probably not going to fare well for her. According to court records, again, he's 21 years old at this point. According to court records from Garfield County, Colorado, Tyler Robert was arrested in connection with 5 felony counts stemming from an alleged incident dated around January 1st of 2024. The charges include sexual exploitation of a child, sexual exploitation of a child with intent to deal, sell, or distribute sexually exploitative material, a related charge involving videotaped material, and 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, according to the Denver Post. So more than likely here, because they don't get into the specifics, is more than likely this kid is dating somebody or involved with a girl. More than likely there's videos or pictures of this girl. More than likely they probably broke up and he posted them or showed them. That's probably the scenario here. He's been taken into custody, released from Garfield County Jail on Sunday after posting a $10,000 bond. His next court appearance is scheduled for August 19th in Garfield County District Court. Specific details from the arrest affidavit have not been made public. Representative Boebert issued a brief statement to the Daily Mail stating, "I love my son. We take these allegations very seriously and pray for everyone affected during this challenging time." This is hardly Tyler Boebert's first encounter with the law, though. And that's why it's not gonna ring well for her in her reelection, unfortunately. Right? A Hunter, Jeremy, he's not guilty until his peers find him, so he's innocent until proven guilty. You're absolutely right. Unfortunately for the world, the court of public opinion now hits harder than the court of law. You are right. He is innocent until proven guilty. And when it all comes out, like I said, it will probably be one of those situations where young people have videos and pictures of doing things with each other on the phone. Something bad happened, and they probably shared them. And the people that are on the other side of it probably went to the police. Because it's material, not like sexual, rape or assault or anything like that. It's to distribute or sell or engage in the disbursement of material. So more than likely, that's what it is. Still, like Audrey says, don't date her till she's 18. Yeah, maybe that's why nobody should date till they're 18, right? But not going to be good for her because, it's like I said, the court of public opinion is the way it is. And unfortunately, you could be the greatest congressman or the greatest senator. You can be the greatest or the worst president. And their children are brought into it these days. So it is what it is. But it's news and it's out there. Now, here's some other news. ICE issues an ultimatum to Sanctuary Sheriff Tom Dart, serving immigration subpoenas or face criminal witness tampering charges. Cook County, that's Chicago. The sheriff there, Tom Dart, the longtime Democrat overseeing the largest jail in the Midwest and a key enforcer of Chicago's radical sanctuary policies, has been put on notice by ICE. According to ABC 7 Chicago's One Team, ICE asked Dart's office to serve subpoenas connected to people held in Cook County Jail. The accompanying letters warned that failure to comply may constitute tampering with a witness and will lead to fines and possibly imprisonment. 4 subpoenas reportedly arrived in July. 3 of them named detainees had already been released before the sheriff's office received the demands. ICE demanded the persons appear for an interview at the federal ICE office or that sheriff's office facilities and facilitate a transfer upon release, according to CBS. Dart's office claimed it cannot release people in custody for interviews or hand them over, hiding behind Illinois' Trust Act and Cook County's own ordinance that explicitly restricts cooperation with ICE on civil immigration matters unless costs are reimbursed or criminal warrant is produced. The letters warned that obstructing compliance, quote, may constitute tampering with a witness under federal law. DHS has framed the move as an effort to compel sanctuary politicians to stop harboring and releasing dangerous criminals so they can be deported. The same tactic was used against Hennepin County Sheriff Dewana Witt in Minnesota, another Democrat running a sanctuary jurisdiction that includes Minneapolis. Both sheriffs have long resisted ICE detainers, contributing to the revolving door that has released thousands of criminal illegal aliens back onto the streets. You know, you can threaten everybody, but until you actually hold somebody accountable, like a mayor or like a sheriff or like a warden or whatever, nobody's ever going to take you seriously. Ever. So let's hope that the threats turn into something more real. Now, would you guys like to watch a Haitian illegal collapse on the ground in tears as he's fitted with an ankle monitor by ICE in Ohio as his temporary status has been ended? I'm not saying we take pleasure in it, but I do take pleasure in the fact that they're actually leaving, and that's all I care about. Get them out. Don't get me wrong. The human side of me actually said, I watched this and I was like, just sucks, right? Everybody deserves compassion at some level. Sucks to see people sad. Sucks to see them not want to go back to a shithole. But you shouldn't have utilized Joe Biden's open border policy to come here, because you knew what was going to come afterwards. We told you. Again, the human side of me says, man, I feel bad for these people, right? These people aren't probably bad people, but the law is the law. AB 1965 says no cats or dogs for you. They are now fitted with ankle monitors because they're going through what we call due process. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Trump administration is giving these temporary protected status, ended illegal aliens due process, meaning he's allowing them individually to come back to court before they are removed from this country. I'd say that's pretty nice. I'd say that's pretty humane. I'd say President Trump hasn't deported nearly the amount of people that Biden or Obama has. But you have a problem with Trump doing it for some reason. He's actually giving them due process that I don't even believe that they should be afforded. And he's giving them an ankle bracelet. That's giving them time here to get their affairs ready, get their stuff ready, pack their bags, because you're going to take a one-way flight and you're not coming back. And the reason why you're not coming back is because you didn't voluntarily leave. You had an opportunity to do it. You had a chance to do it and you said no. So, bye.
Arrest of over 1,200 illegal migrants. Over 700 of them had either been convicted or charged with crimes in the U.S. Take a look at just some of those arrested with criminal histories, including sexual battery, aggravated assault, domestic violence, and cruelty to children. Here for that Fox and Friends exclusive is the head of ICE's enforcement and removal operations, the ERO division, is Marcos Charles. Marcos, thanks for joining us. Tell us about this Georgia operation and what it netted.
Morning, Griff. Thanks for having me on the show. Look, as you said, we arrested over 1,200 illegal aliens out in the Atlanta, Georgia area. More than half of those people had criminal histories. And as you said, we're talking about sex crimes, assault and battery, some with DUI convictions, even domestic violence. These individuals needed to be taken off the street, not only because they're criminals, but because they're here illegally in the United States. I'm very proud of the men and women of ICE, ERO, that are out there on the streets every day making these arrests and keeping our community safe. It was a tremendous success out in the Georgia area. The majority of these arrests were in the Atlanta suburbs and city, but these arrests were going on throughout the state. And not just that, I mean, this one operation, as I said, was a great success. However, every day the men and women of ICRO were out in the streets across the nation enforcing the immigration laws as set forth by Congress.
See, those immigration laws, they're just being enforced now. They were also enforced under Obama. He deported a lot. The difference between that and this is the media didn't want to cover it. Media didn't want to cover that because they wanted to shield Obama from everything they could. And half of those deportations weren't even actual deportations. They were turned away at the border, and they were counting them as deportations. They were actually just turned away at the border. The other half were actually removed, just like this, just like you see happening here. But when Trump does it, it's bad. We knew that was going to be the case. We said, look, if we close this border and we go after 30 million illegal aliens in America, you know damn well what the American people are going to do. They're going to be like, oh, look at, they're heartless. Look what they're doing. They got to stop it. You can't do it. You got to let them stay here. And we said in the beginning, you got to push through all that. You got to enforce the law set by Congress, both Democrats and Republicans. The law hasn't changed. It's just being enforced now. And the media doesn't like that it's being enforced now. I wish it would be enforced a little bit more. I don't like the fact that we only have 356,000 forced deportations in 2026. I don't like the fact that there are 3 times that many people who are coming in saying, you know what, I'll take the money and I'll leave on my own. That way I can come back. I'd rather have it the opposite way around. At least they're leaving, I guess. But Savannah Hernandez, she's got it right here, and I wanted to play this video.
New ICE data dump reveals the agency has carried out...
Oh! And they nuked her video. Ha! They nuked her video. Well, of course they did. That was Savannah Hernandez, everybody. Let's see if we still got it. Still got it? We got it.
New ICE data dump reveals the agency has carried out 356,389 deportations so far in the fiscal year of 2026. Okay, so that averages out to roughly 1,260 per day. At the peak of the illegal immigration crisis, you had 10,000 people coming in every single day. There was one point where New York was getting 5,000 illegals bust into their city every single week. We have not even made a dent in what was done to the United States of America in just the last 4 years.
And that's
the
why you
conservative
can't get on the
number
right
of
side of
people
the
who came
economy.
over here illegally over the last 4 years was 15 million. We don't have net negative migration like the Republicans would like you to believe because we are still importing 1.2 million people legally per year. New ICE data dump reveals the agency has...
That's true. We might have net negative when it comes to the people that came here illegally, but we don't have net negative when you offset with the people that are coming legally. So we're really not, we're really seeing people that were not born in America, the increase of that population because we're not deporting the illegal ones fast enough. You know, I think the biggest misconception is that people think that MAGA or Trump voters don't want immigration. Have you not heard that we need immigration? Have you not heard that we love immigration? We love it. We love them coming from every corner of the world, as long as they're not Muslim. We don't love that because that's a Trojan horse waiting to do something completely different. But we love people from every country coming here. We love the diversity. We love the fact that in our neighborhoods, we don't have to just eat the same old steak and potatoes. We love the fact that we have diversity in clothes and in events and in celebrations and in food and in the culture of people that come from all over the world. That's what makes America great. What doesn't make America great is illegal immigration. What doesn't make any country great is illegal immigration. It makes no countries great. And that's why the countries that didn't allow it are thriving, and the countries that did allow it are not. The proof is in the pudding. It doesn't have to be in government numbers, and it doesn't have to be on government websites. Look at the countries that took illegal immigration in by the millions. Look at the countries that didn't allow it. Which countries are thriving? Very simple research for you to do. Very simple experiment. We love immigration. We do not love illegal immigration. Who would? All right, we got to shake things up here. But before we do, I want to thank our next sponsor, which is the maker of the Fatty 15 C15 ingredient pill. What is it? Well, unlike a lot of these supplements that have a lot of different ingredients inside one pill, the only ingredient inside this capsule is C15, which is an essential fatty acid that supports metabolic health, cognitive health. The cognitive health is a big one. Like this is really clears your brain, and it really stops the whole, when you have the day scrolling through your head and you got work and kids and this, that, it helps you stay focused. And that's not the best part. The best part is the immune response at the cellular level. It goes in at a cellular level. C15 finds damaged cells, repairs those damaged cells, reverses the aging process of those cells, not reversing in the way where you get younger, reversing it in the way that it ages currently. It doesn't age the same anymore. It ages slower, more healthy, because it has that steady dose of C15, which is an essential fatty acid. 70% of customers report seeing major benefits within the first 16 weeks, so you can get 3 months supply and you can get it delivered quarterly by going to fatty15.com and using promo code LFA. That's fatty15.com using promo code LFA. Check them out today, and a big shout out to our sponsor, Fatty15. Another big shout out to another sponsor, which is Golden Crest Metals. Where are we at today with silver and gold prices? $65 for silver, great price. How about for gold? $4,435. Up 0.36%. Gotta love it. Golden Crest Metals for all your precious metal needs. Gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. If you want to diversify your portfolio or in any way have a little bit of actual physical, hey, aren't they at Fort Knox right now? Isn't Rand Paul at Fort Knox right now? Aren't they trying to look and see if we've got those millions and millions of ounces of gold that we're supposed to have? Get your own at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA and watch the Crest Report every Saturday right here. 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, the Democrats are back killing babies again and loving it. See what they did in Massachusetts, Eli, to your neighbor to the south? See what they just did? You see what Governor Healy did? Maureen Healy in Massachusetts?
No, I try not to pay too much attention to Massachusetts. I should, because it's news for the job, but I just can't stand Massachusetts. No offense to anybody who lives there.
Well, I think people that live there will say the same thing. By the way, I will say Abba Norman and Rumble said, Fatty15 lost wrinkles on my neck and my arms are smoother. See that? That's a real testimony, real life testimony. Well, she signed a bill yesterday that would allow abortions up to birth. That's nice. That's nice. A baby can literally live outside the womb many, many weeks prior to this. And look at
women become satanic. And
Alex. Women become satanic. That was back when he actually owned InfoWars. But he's not wrong there. Did you see them all laughing and smiling? Wow, you can kill a baby up to birth. So you can be 8 months and 30 days, Eli. Let's say you had that baby on the exact 9 month to the date. But the day before, you can kill that baby. Cut it up, rip open its arms, rip off its legs, break its neck, rip its head off, whatever gender it is. Kill that baby. 9 months old.
You'll have to excuse a quick little dose of language here. I feel a case of irony coming on. Are these the same scumbag assholes who support and fight for birthright citizenship, but now they're fine with American babies being ripped apart as soon as they're born? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, same people.
I want off this planet.
See, they want foreign babies to be born. They want American babies to be dead. And Eli, here's the kicker, especially if you're black. That's what Margaret Sanger said. That's what she said. Good way to keep the black population down. Kill them in the womb. That's Planned Parenthood for you, folks. Eli, what's that old Star Wars thing? So this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause.
Yep. Good old Padme Amidala.
Hey, according to the Constitution, what is a human being guaranteed in the United States of America under the Constitution, Eli? A human being. Constitution says you are guaranteed the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, how you can have life or liberty or the pursuit of happiness if the shithole, retard, demonic mother kills you in your womb at 9 months?
It's an excellent question. And from what we've seen over the past 5 to 10 years, I see these people out on the street who advocate and rally for this. And I don't give it, you've seen some of these people. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'll have 10 abortions right now. Like, they're proud of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you still got people calling it a clump of cells, or it's a fetus, or it's a parasite up until the day it's born. Yeah, I mean, hey, can't argue with people like you. May God have mercy on your soul. Because God knows I won't. And neither will anybody else on this earth. Hey, Eli, remember when we were lying about the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, the Democrat organization that is now under fire for, creating a racist-based riot like the Charlottesville thing and the KKK? Well, a federal judge on Friday, last week, denied the Southern Poverty Law Center's bid to toss the criminal case and the indictment on vindictive persecution. That's what they wanted it tossed on. The SPLC wanted the judge to toss the criminal indictment against them for literally lying, getting money donated to them to fight racism and to stop white supremacy while funding white supremacy and racist groups that weren't real. That judge has decided not to toss that case, says that case will go forward, and the SPLC will be out of business when this is all said and done. It's about time. Hopefully there's some prosecutions in that precede them going out of NGO business. It's about time. Bye-bye, SPLC. See you later. Guess you shouldn't have been funding the same groups that you were raising money to fight. Dipshits. But, just another Democrat thing. They've lost the SPLC. They've lost the SPLC. They've lost the USAID. They've lost the Department of Education money. They've lost the EPA money. They've lost it all. And that's why they're broke. Isn't it weird, Eli? The first time in modern day history that the Democrat Party is broke and has almost no money compared to the Republicans is the first time that we get rid of all these government agencies. It's so weird.
As Tommy Boy would say, that's a mystery.
Remember these teen takeovers that were going into restaurants and destroying all of the equipment and everything? Here's another teen takeover in Mamdani's New York City, folks. Democrats, Democrat parents. Nothing to say to that one. Yesterday we talked about flock cameras, though. Here's something you might want to know about that. Flock Safety Cameras is planning to extend its surveillance networks by converting up to 350,000 Uber and Lyft vehicles, as well as delivery drivers, into roaming license plate scanners, vastly increasing real-time vehicle tracking capabilities and feeding its mass surveillance network. That's right. If you are in a Uber or Lyft in the future, you will be in a car that has been repurposed. And if you want to be an Uber or Lyft driver, you are going to have to, as a driver, fall under those guidelines, in which your car will be turned into a flock camera to get roaming license plates as you drive around the city. That's nice, isn't it? Here is a city councilwoman who's going to resign because of the pressure she's getting from their constituents in their county over data centers. The residents don't want the data centers. The city council does. This woman says she can't take it anymore. She's resigning. She's getting death threats. Well, I've been on the other side of death threats many times, including from other Republicans. Sooner or later, you get desensitized to it, and you're like, yeah. Eli, how many times have we had that happen now? You said it the other day. You're like, the fact that you're so desensitized to it is the scary part.
Actually, Jeremy, just got one a little while ago. It was the craziest thing. Somebody that I banned in the chat. Because you blocked me, I will destroy you with my own hands. God willing, you'll see. Ja, 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 ja. Get ready or run.
Yeah. While death threats are never, ever acceptable, when you shit all over your community as an elected official, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Last but not least, Eli, you ready for this before Will comes on? You're going to love this. Guess what's coming back, Eli? Oh, here it comes. Cue that drum roll, baby. Guess what's coming back, Eli? MySpace. Ladies and gentlemen, MySpace is coming back. Who's going to go back to MySpace? Huh? Who remembers MySpace? It's coming back. They said that they will announce the launch as soon as they're ready. They're not quite ready yet, but they said timing will be of the essence, and when they launch it, it'll be the perfect time. Eli, I might have to go back to MySpace. How about you?
We owe Tom an apology. We did him dirty. He let us have music on our channels and freedom of speech. Come on back, Tom. You're welcome.
Tom just wanted to be your friend. Tom just wanted to be your friend. Everybody else took your data. Let's go. I wish I could find my old account. That would be cool. Anyway, folks, Will Johnson is coming up next here on LFA TV with Culture Wars. So enjoy that show with Will Johnson. Please don't go anywhere. Give him the viewership. And, hey, if you hate him, let him know how much you hate him, too. I'm sure he'll bless you. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. Somebody said, screw MySpace. What did MySpace ever do to anybody? MySpace didn't do anything to anybody. There's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high. You are a child of God. No weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your animals very far away from illegals. Keep your family and your friends safe. Keep fighting for this constitutional republic, and whatever you do, never stop spreading that gospel. God bless you guys. Will Johnson comes up next. Peace out.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. Free birth of America. Been a long time coming, and we all learned something that we won't ever give it up. No way. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth.
What's up? What's up? What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. We are live from Texas. My name is Will Johnson. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. I would greatly appreciate it. Please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. All right, we got a lot to discuss. Oh, I'm blurry there. We have a lot to discuss. And the Democrats they're kicking out all of the Jewish people. You know, the big tent. The big tent that everybody is welcome in. Everybody's welcome in the big tent. All the Nazis, all the socialists, all the communists, all the jihadists, all the Islamists, everybody, the Satanists, these women taking the most innocent life of the women taking the life of the innocent children. You're all welcome in the big tent. Everybody. We don't care who you are. We're a big tent. Except for MAGA and Jewish people. Everybody else, you're welcome. If you have the most perverted thoughts, if you want to pretend to be a man, or you want to pretend to be a man and you're a woman, and you want to pretend to be a woman when you're a man, you are even welcome in the big tent. Everybody's welcome. No one gets excluded. They're all inclusive tent, except for, again, MAGA and Jewish people. Isn't that something? Why is it that MAGA can't go into the big tent? Look, I don't want to join you. I just want to come in and watch the circus. I just want to come in and watch everyone lose their beep boop. I want to watch how the Democrat establishment take a knee and how the Democrat establishment go in there and begging, please, please don't kick us out too. But some of them are getting kicked out as well. I mean, so let's be clear. MAGA Republicans, you can't go in the Big Tent. Jewish people, you can't go in the Big Tent. And if you're an establishment and you don't take a knee, bow the knee to the socialist, communist, Democrats, you can't go into the Big Tent. And again, look, I just want to go in and watch the show. That's all I want to do. So somebody, please, please send me an invite. Do we have any socialist Democrats on here right now? Do we have any socialist Democrats right now? Look at this. This is what our great producer Eli created for us. Getting kicked out of the Big Tent. And that's what's happening. You even have now look, I thought Bernie Sanders was Jewish himself, but he's a socialist. He's a socialist. He's kicking them all out. And this whole socialist agenda is the Islamic agenda. That's what people are not putting two and two together. It's 100% Islamic agenda. They're the ones that's coming in and trying to take over everything. Hussam Piker, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, they're all part of this big tent. They're all part of this big tent. Now, with this big tent that they have created, this big tent that they have created, as I mentioned, I can't go in, and not that I want to go. I want to go in. I'm just be honest with you. I want to go in. I want to see the show. And let me say this too. I put a picture on X, and I didn't even think anyone's gonna really pay attention to it. It's me with my MAGA hat on and with my beautiful shirt on here. Let me show you. I gotta show you my shirt here. Y'all see my shirt? Stand with Israel, right? I put it on X. Now, X, for some reason, I think there's some socialist Democrats are still in the background working there. They're kind of hiding themselves. They really don't allow too many of my posts to reach too many people. But for some reason, that picture has gone somewhat viral and it's still climbing. And I can't tell you the level of hate that I have received from me putting this picture on with my MAGA hat on and this shirt. And I did it, a couple weeks ago. Actually, I put the picture up there last night. But I took the picture, a couple weeks ago. And I said, let's go ahead and put it out there. I don't care if people don't follow me. And, because, look, I'm going to support, and I always keep my sword right here. I'm going to support the God of Israel, Yeshua, Yahweh. I'm going to continue to support my Lord Jesus Christ. I'm not going to be shy about it. I'm not going to hide from it. I'm not going to walk away from my Lord Jesus Christ, no matter what I'm going through. And believe me, I got some serious stuff that I'm going through in my life right now. Some serious stuff that I'm going through. To the point to where the evil one is trying to get me to reject God, saying that God has forgotten about you, Will Johnson. And I know it's 100% the evil one that's doing it. I know that it is. So I want to share something with you. There's a video with this lady. She's a Democrat. She can't even go to the DNC. And I mentioned this yesterday because they are threatening Jewish people when they show up at the DNC. You know, the Democrat National Convention. They're actually rejecting them. They're actually threatening them. They're intimidated. They can't go. Now, before the Democrat Party, they still are, the establishment especially, they would welcome the Jewish community, kind of like they welcome the black community. But there's a difference. Black people don't have any money. Jewish people have money. That's the only reason why the Democrat Party wanted the Jewish people there in the first place, because you have money, you're going to give us your money, and then we're going to spend it to try to tear down America. They get black people to vote Democrat because black people are too stupid to realize that they've been bamboozled by the Democrat Party for years. For years, been bamboozled by the Democrat Party, and all the Democrats want from black people is their vote. Kind of like the people that they're bringing into the country and putting them certain places, even though they can't vote, but they count them in the Electoral College. Census report. You understand what I'm saying? So they count them for that. Now, I want to play this video with this lady talking about this very thing. And y'all need to check this out, because this is who they are and who they become.
You recently made the decision to skip the Michigan Democratic nominating convention. It'll happen this month. You said so due to safety concerns and anti-Semitic harassment. What specifically have you experienced, and what concern did you have about attending the Democratic Party nomination contest?
Well, look, myself and other Jewish electeds are subjected to a barrage of anti-Semitic threats. And that's been happening literally since my first day in office in 2019, long before October 7th. But in addition to that, you know, what we've seen...
Oh, really? So she's been receiving this all this time. And see, just like black people, they know how bad the Socialist Democrat Party truly is, and yet they still continue to vote for them. I don't understand it. I'm not claiming that I even have a clue why they do it, especially when they know how evil the Democrat Party is, and they continue to support these people, and Jewish people do it all the time too. I've talked to Jewish people and I ask them, I said, why is it that these Jewish people, knowing good and well that this is when Mondami first became mayor in New York, why are these Jewish people even supporting this dude, knowing that he is allegedly an Islamic terrorist and he's doing this? Why are they supporting him? And you know what they say? I don't know. I don't have a clue. The same reason why I don't have a clue why black people continue to support the party that enslaved them. I don't get it. And no, there was never a switch. Never.
Democratic Party as of late in here in Michigan is that we're not seeing the same kind of civil discourse that we used to be able to have, and the ability to have a diversity of ideas and opinions that are, you know, respected.
Is your party doing enough to address those concerns, Madam Attorney General?
Yeah, I would say absolutely they're not. And I would just point to the example that we have 5 members of the Democratic Party who have been charged with anti-Semitic acts of violence, of vandalism and harassment and threats to other Democratic officials, some of whom are Jewish, and including an attack on the Jewish Federation.
Hold up. Let me remind everybody, when Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib first became Congresswomen, when they first went into Congress, Nancy Pelosi, she was the Speaker of the House at the time. Nancy Pelosi and other predominant Democrats had to write up something telling them to stop with all of the Israel hate. Do y'all remember that? I found it very odd. I mean, they're actually having to write something up saying you will no longer be, you know, saying this stuff about Israel and doing this and doing that. But of course it fizzled away. But Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats came up with something for them to have to agree to this. You're going to have to agree to this, or we are going to censor you. We're going to make sure that you can't sit on any committees. We'll make sure that you can't even do anything. You'll just have a office that you can sit in, and that's it. So what did they do? They shut down. They piped down, and they waited till later. The whole thing, Nancy Pelosi, the whole Democrat Party, they hate Israel as much as they hate America, as much as they hate Trump, as much as they hate MAGA, as much as they hate Christ. They actually hate Christ more than all of it. But they all been that way, and it has kept it down on a down low. But now it's all unopened. Here come the socialists, Bernie Sanders and all of them, and they're just all unopened with it. All unopened with it. So anytime you have the socialist, communist, Democrats being against something, I'm going to pay attention to it, and I'm more than likely going to be for it, because everything that the socialist Democrats are for is pure evil. Everything that they support is evil. Everything. They don't support President Trump. Why? Because President Trump is not evil. They don't support America. Why? Because America inherently is not evil. Now, we have evil people within inside of America, just like Israel has evil people within inside of Israel. They do. Everybody has evil people. Everybody. But I will never support anything that the Democrats support, because they don't support anything that is good. Absolutely nothing. And again, Nancy Pelosi had a problem with Rashida Tlaib Ilhan Omar. Do y'all remember that? Let me know in the chat.
Detroit. So those people are still permitted to come to the convention. And it's just baffling to me that while these charges are pending, they're going to be allowed to be there despite, these credible charges against them. Mm-hmm. So I think that there's a lot that we could do. We could enforce a code of conduct that says that, you can't chase people around the convention yelling at them. It's not appropriate to boo people off the stage, even if it's a candidate whose ideas you don't support. We should all have the opportunity to be heard, if we are members of the party.
Aren't we talking about the big tent? I mean, everybody's welcomed in the big tent. What happened? What happened? How come everybody's not welcome in the big tent any longer, everybody? Why not? This is the Democrat Party. I told y'all. These Democrats, they're having internal animosity, chaos going on right now. You have some of these establishment Democrats, like I said in the beginning, they're taking the knee to the socialist Democrats because they're afraid of them. I am praying. I'm not just hoping. I am praying that this is going to be the absolute destruction of the left. I really do. Because the left is not bringing anything positive to this country. Nothing. These people support criminals on the streets of America. These people want to let the criminals out of prison onto the streets of America. And what do you think is going to happen when they let these hardcore criminals back out onto the streets? What do you think is going to happen? Oh, they're in support of me being criminals. Think about it. If I am a criminal and I go to prison for doing a horrible crime, just terrible things to women, children, just terrible things, and then you let me back out, what do you think I'm going to do? What do you think? That's what these people, they're going to have it in their mind that it's okay. That you're giving a pass for it. Meaning that you're going to do it again because guess what? They've closed the prison. Where are you going to go? Oh, nowhere. This is straight up good versus evil. And these people are pushing this evilness onto our society. How are people not making the connection of the evilness? It's not just, and look, it is versus right versus left. It is Democrats versus Republican. It is. And it's also, at the top of all of it, good versus evil. It is. These socialist Democrats do not care about anything positive. They want destruction because they can't get what they want. Can't get what they want. And again, and if you're not in the Big Ten, and if they don't want you in there, they're kicking people out left and right.
Support of Israel in any form, essentially a red card in DSA. As I understand it, in 2024, DSA's National Political Committee withdrew its endorsement of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over her support for a House resolution stating that denying Israel's right to exist is a form of anti-Semitism. And her local chapter stuck with her. And this was an argument that continued on. Where are you on it?
Yeah, so that was like a very complicated and very like inter-DSA bureaucratic question, but convention decided that, yeah, this is a solid red line. No defense or economic support for Israel.
You see? And when AOC is no longer saying anything about Israel. You notice that? She's no longer saying anything. And it was the national DSA that was upset with AOC. That's why she's saying she's not a part of the national DSA, but at the end of the day, she is. She's 100% part of the national DSA because the national DSA is the same as the one in New York, the same one in LA, the same one in Washington, the same one in Chicago, the same one in Detroit. It's the same one in Michigan. It's the same DSA no matter where they are. It's the same one. There's not some... Does the DSA have a federal building somewhere? Are they operating at the federal level over all of the branches throughout the country? That's a very good question. Very good question. I would like to know the answer to that, actually. I think I'll look that up a little bit later on. But again, people are getting kicked out. If you do not go along with wanting to say that the United States of America deserves 9/11, they're kicking you out. If you don't go along with the United States of America ending capitalism, they're kicking you out. If you don't go along with the United States of America rejecting its ally, its biggest ally on the planet, Israel, then they're kicking you out. We don't have to agree with everything Israel does. I don't agree with all the stupid idiots in the United States of America. I don't, but I love my country. And regardless of what people say, I put the United States of America first, and then we help our allies. But again, the Big Tent. They
don't want us under the tent. That's the thing. Everybody says, "Oh, the tent's big enough." They don't want us under the tent. The DSA people, they're not interested in hands across the ocean. No.
They don't want me, and I don't want them. So we got massive agreement here. Okay, you don't want to be in the same political party as me. I don't want to be in the same political party as you. Let's go to 2028 and find out what this party is. And if it's your party, great. As Ms. Harper said, I'll be dead anyway. So who cares?
Woo! They don't want me in there, and I don't want to be in there. They don't want me in there. Look, this is really good. Again, the only reason why I'm saying this is good, not because I want the socialists to take over, because the socialists is going to kill the leftist party. You know what? If you really think about it, the socialist Democrats, what they're doing to the current Democrat Party is what they want to do to the rest of the country. They want to tear it all completely down and start over from scratch. That's exactly what they want to do with America. That is communism. They want to tear it all down. Anything that has where people can prosper, anything that where people can not depend, don't have to depend, not looking to depend on the federal government, they want to tear it all down. And then they want to bring it back up in a communist world where they control everything. They tell people how to live. They tell people how to think. They tell people who they can pray to. The Democrat Party is done. I see it coming. I don't know what's going to help it survive. Look, let me remind you, the Democrat Party, they're putting their building up for collateral. It might as well be collateral damage because what, they're $2 million in the hole, and that's only what they're telling us. That's only what they're relaying to the rest of the country, that they're $2 million in the hole. Remember, Kamala Harris just bought an $8 million home in California. She couldn't give them $2 million. I mean, look what they just did for her. They went broke for her. She spent $2.5 billion. Nothing to show for it. Except for now she's out there look like she's intoxicated again, talking about this president. Have y'all seen that video? Oh my goodness. You know, I've been meaning to get it. To share with everybody, but this video, this president, at least she's pointing up. But this is nothing new about the Democrats kicking Jewish people out of the tent. They only want a certain group of people in the tent. When they constantly say we're a big tent, should we believe them in anything? I mean, really, what can we believe him in? Listen to this dude here. This is Weiner out of San Francisco, California. He's getting attacked by his own base. Why? I didn't even know this until they brought it up, because he's Jewish.
Hey, bro. Hey, Weiner, you gotta get the fuck out my hood, bro. It's free Palestine. You already know what it is. We against the genocide. You think you're gonna come to my neighborhood, bro? You fucked up. It's gonna be a problem.
I apologize for the enhanced language, okay? I do apologize for it. Listen.
Innocent children being killed in Palestine, you gonna come here like it's good, but you're pushing that genocidal agenda as a Zionist, bro. Free Palestine! Say free Palestine right now on camera, dog. Say it. 2026.
See? So this is happening. So, but you know what? It's not going to stop him from being a socialist Democrat himself. It's not going to stop him. He's going to still go down that same path. He's still going to do it. Oh, this is just one individual that's, upset. He's a little hurt right now because of what's happening. But, not all of the Democrats like this. Yeah, there's very few that aren't. But by and large, he's still going to support him because by and large, most of the Democrats believe this nonsense. See, what's happening right now with the Democrat Party, they're just showing their true colors. They're going back to their original roots of who they are. None of this is new. Nothing is new under the sun. The Democrats attacking Weiner, the Democrats attacking Fetterman, the Democrats attacking James Carville of all people, which he loves his TDS. Y'all have seen the video. I'm not going to show it to you, where he said he just loves his TDS. He wants more TDS. He wants to hate him more. Y'all have heard him. And they still got the boot. I mean, what does that say? When you have that much TDS running through your veins and they still kick you out of the tent? Look, maybe, I think I'm enjoying this just a little too much, maybe. What do you think? Let's pay attention to a little bit of the comments here. What do y'all think? Do you think I'm enjoying this just a little too much? Look, I'm not celebrating because I don't know what's going to happen. They may, in the next couple of weeks or so, they may come to their senses. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer might go to their secret treasure chest that they have somewhere. I would assume that they have one. I would assume that they have emergency treasure chests, emergency funds, emergency. And they could very well go to the emergency treasure chest and start shoveling money out, saying we have to stop the DSA. We have to stop them by any means necessary. So what that's going to end doing, that's going to make them go to their absolute reserves, and it's going to crush them even more. Black people, look, there's a lot of black people saying that they won't even support the DSA because it's Islamist. It's an Islamist move. How are people not able to understand it or even see it? That's what I don't understand. How come people can't put two and two together? What is the problem here? Can we if we just deal in reality? Look, I understand we want to, watch the TV shows, go on Netflix, go on Amazon Prime, go on Hulu, go on wherever it is. Paramount, whatever, however you watch your, just to get away, unplug, right? I can understand we all want to unplug from the chaotics of the world. The chaos of the world. We want to unplug, right? I get it. I unplug too, even though my producer Shannon, she constantly like, Will, you've got to stop looking at the news. You got to stop looking at the news. I've heard it so much. She don't even want to be in a room with me because I'm looking at it so much. But there are times that I have to unplug. Everybody needs to unplug from this stuff. But I'm not going to unplug from reality. Regardless if I'm watching something, I'm not going to unplug from reality. That's what's happening with the left. They not only do they watch the shows to unplug from the reality, when they come back to reality, they're like, nope, this is not the reality that I want. This is not it. Nope. I reject this reality. That's why they're okay with the man in the dress being a woman. Anytime you can convince somebody that a man in a dress is a woman, and get them to actually believe it. Just believe it. You can't. Nope. He is now a she. You can't convince me otherwise. When you get people to believe stuff like that, you can get them to believe anything. I don't care what it is. If you can get them to believe something other than what they actually see when they're looking at it, they have lost any capability of actual thinking. If you can get people to believe just the blatant obvious, people have lost their minds. Absolutely lost their minds. Let me share another one with you.
Jonathan Lemire, you had Donald Trump obviously and rightfully catching a lot of grief when Nick Fuentes came to the White House and had dinner with him. I would guess, though, if you had a Republican campaigning with Nick Fuentes across America, there would be questions asked. The same thing with Piker here. Again, you heard El Sayed said, "Oh well, he's distanced himself from 9/11." I only read that a story about him distancing himself from his 9/11 comments. It seemed awfully strained and pained, that distancing. If he has said it more directly, like, that was a stupid thing to say, I shouldn't have said it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, fine. But so far, I don't know that we've seen any really strong distancing from the 9/11 comments or also the comments about him not caring about Israeli women. I don't know the exact language, but it sounds like the sexual abuse against Israeli women, I think he said, doesn't matter.
You know what? He's never done a video talking about Hussein Piker where he actually said, look, I was in my emotions. I was acting like the little soy boy that I am. And I regret saying that about 9/11 in America. I regret it. I'm sincere. I would never do such a thing again. He's never done that. He's only reason why he did it because they're telling him, saying, look, we want you to be on the campaign with us, but you're going to have to put out a statement or something. We'll just write it down and we'll say that you said it. But he's never done it. It was painful for him to even say, okay, I was sorry, after he put up a picture of it on his back wall because he was all supportive. And this is a grown man we're talking about. We're not talking about a child. We're talking about a grown man. As much as I don't like the socialist, communist, democrats in this country, I've never, ever wished anything harmful on them. I want them to be around to see their own demise. That's what I want. I want them to see what they did to themselves. I don't want nothing to happen to them. Let's fluff up the pillow for them so they can lay down while they're crying. I don't want nothing to happen to them. I want them to see what they did to themselves. I'm going to show you what Hussein Piker had to say about Joe Scarborough when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
This is about the Democrats, once again, fumbling the football on the 2-yard line when they have a chance to make great gains, but being so woke, I don't know if you want to call it woke 1, woke 2, or woke 3, but being too woke to call out the obvious. I swear to God. It's crazy that we're even having this conversation. If somebody says a woman being doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, it's okay to call that person out and demand that candidates distance themselves from those people.
Oh, the House
if you want to rule, over a party and win elections.
He's losing his mind. Bro, was he this mad when Trump won?
Yes.
Because if I recall correctly, when Trump won the second time, he went to Mar-a-Lago to kiss.
He was still mad. He was still mad. Oh, trust me. Husan Pecker. He was absolutely furious about it. Obviously, you didn't pay attention. But just like Bill Maher wouldn't sit down with President Trump, Bill Maher's still not a Trump fan. He still wouldn't sit down with them. Any good journalist will go sit down with the person that they disagree with and talk to him. Any good journalist. Hey, that's my opinion. What do you think? Let me know. But listen what he says.
The ring and the tip of Trump's. You bitch.
Dude is disgusting.
Suck my Joe Scarborough.
Look at him. He's mad. And they're in the same party. He's mad. He's sitting there talking about Joe Scarborough being upset. Oh my goodness, Joe Scarborough. He's so mad. He's so mad. He's saying Joe Scarborough's upset. But he's mad. He's piping mad. Did y'all catch on to that? He's upset because Joe Scarborough is talking about him. And you know what? MSDNC, you know why he's mad with Joe Scarborough? Because they won't invite him onto the show. He wants to be on there so bad. It is killing him. He wants to be on MSDNC, and there's only a few on the Communist News Network will have him on there. But for the most part, they're trying to distance themselves away from him because anytime a person, I don't care who you are, says that United States of America deserved 9/11, you should not be seen. And you know what? I went, and I meant to get the pictures and share it with you. I went onto YouTube. YouTube is quick to remove the monetization of somebody. Facebook is quick to remove the monetization of somebody. They'll use any excuse, any reason to do it. We've all seen it. But Husan Piker, who's actually calling for the destruction and said United States of America deserved 9/11, his YouTube channel is still monetized. What is that about? Has he ever even faced demonetization? Has he ever experienced that? I would go on a whim and say that he never has, even on Twitch. And apparently he's huge on Twitch as well. And even on Twitch, if you say the wrong thing on Twitch, they will demonetize you. I've seen countless people saying it, conservative people, not cursing, not calling for violence. You know, I don't call for violence, not showing any nudity, not showing anything inappropriate, not even violating the community standards, but they remove you because there's a whole bunch of people that believe in the socialist agenda that work in these social media platforms. And see, and I guess in their mind, this is a social media platform. Thinking it's socialism, thinking it's the same thing. But these companies are all about making money in a capitalist nation. But his channel is still monetized. And his channel is still growing with people that believe in this nonsense. And I wonder, because I know on my YouTube channel, there's this little disclaimer thing on there that I have to put on there and said, not for children. I wonder if he has to check that box. Because see, anytime I post something, even if it is child friendly, they force me to check the box, not meant for children. It doesn't say exactly that, but that's what it is. So I'm kind of curious, does he have to check that box? Why is it that people that promote destruction of America, they promote all this actual hate for people that wear a MAGA hat, people that love this country, nothing ever happens to them? I know why. I mean, I'm just saying it out loud here. Speaking out loud, I know why. You know why? Do you know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because this is Satan's world. Satan controls these evil people in this world. Satan has dominion. Satan has dominion in this world. Currently has dominion in this world. That's the reason why he's able to get with it. That's the reason why he's able to do what he's doing. Straight up lying, calling for the hate. And just like Graham Plattner with the Nazi tattoo on his chest, they gave him a pass when Bernie Sanders says, there are no good Nazis. There's no good Nazis. Remember, that was Bernie Sanders. Except for Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner is a good one. He's an actual one. I mean, you don't put that tattoo on your chest and then claim to be one and then turn around and say that you're not one. He claimed to be one. He was happy to be one. He told one of his girlfriends that he abused. So now they're giving a pass for this dude here. Bernie Sanders even gave him a pass. And you know why? It's because how they all think. It's because of what's going on in their brain cavity. I don't know who did this. Maybe the caption down at the bottom there, who did it, you know, but look. This is really good. This is really good. And this is who they want to run for the 2028. They're how do you do it? How do you say it? They're grooming her for the 2028. I'm telling you right now, they have it in their minds that she is the best opportunity for them to win in 2028. They're floating that idea right now.
What is the problem with trying to push our technological capacities to the furthest extent possible?
This would require the raising taxes.
There's an element where, people are going to have to start paying their fair share in taxes.
Do you have a specific on the tax rate?
It's so good. It's so good. Oh my goodness, we'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, There's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Hopefully we'll have a revolutionary program for DSA that explicitly spells out what steps we're taking to get to socialism in, again, what is now the United States. Hopefully won't be that anymore.
To the Red Star Caucus, they are a self-described Marxist-Leninist caucus in the DSA. And they say that their primary goal is to achieve communism. And Megan Romer is clear on her intent.
We're not fighting for a kinder, gentler capitalism. We're not fighting to soften the edges. We're fighting to have worker control of every aspect of our lives, of our housing, of our workplace, of our communities.
On that same podcast, a different socialist called on the DSA to seize power through force.
We are in an inflection point where we can actually start to grab hold of the ship of state and steer it in our direction. But it's going to be a, violent process, a confrontational process. In my view, you guys are free to disagree with me, but.
And no one disagrees with them. No one is saying anything. Can you imagine if there was a video of MAGA Republicans saying anything remotely close to what they were saying? Oh my goodness. The violence is on both sides. No, it's not. The violence is only on the left. That's where the violence is coming from. And they are the ones that's absolutely pushing it. Listen to what they're saying. No MAGA Republicans say any of this nonsense, only them.
And that is what I want to see.
A violent process. And the DSA also deployed Christopher Winston to help on the campaign trail. He's a self-described Maoist, and he says throwing Molotov cocktails at police officers is okay.
What's wrong with throwing Molotov cocktails at a police station? Well, what's wrong with throwing Molotovs at a police station?
Well, I mean, is this like an easy way to get your whole organization kind of destroyed?
That's why we want the masses to do it.
Oh, that's why we want the masses to do it, not us. We're just wanting everybody else to do it. Sounds just like they did the same thing they did in 2020, the summer of love. Remember George Floyd? We're not going to go out, BLM, we're not, the leaders of BLM, we're not going to be the ones that have to go out there and do it. And the white feminist male liberals, we're not going to be the ones to do it, but we'll get the masses to do it. Because if we can get the masses to be dumb enough to go out there and do it for us, we can just watch. That's socialism in a nutshell. That's what you call socialism. We'll tell everybody what we want to see. We'll tell everybody what we want you to do, but we're not going to actually go out and be the ones to do it. We're not going to be the ones. We want everybody else to do it. I remember when I was living in California, and there was this coffee shop. It just popped in my head, made me think about this dude. There was this coffee shop refused to serve coffee to police officers. And I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. These are police officers patrolling the neighborhood, and all they went in there, they just wanted a cup of coffee, and then they were going to leave. But they refused to serve them coffee because they had sidearms, and they were police officers. So what did I do? And all of my brilliance, wasn't so bright, but I did it anyways. This was in Oakland, California. I went down to that coffee shop in downtown Oakland, and I decided to stand at the front of the coffee shop, and I protested that coffee shop. Myself, and there's like 5 or 7 of us out there, and we protest that coffee shop. I'm holding the American flag, protesting the coffee shop, and I go live on Facebook. And of course, while I'm live on Facebook, I'm, saying, please tag the San Francisco PD, tag the Oakland PD, tag LA PD, tag all the police officers, because they need to know that there's people out there, out in America, that look like me, that support them. And sure enough, about 10 minutes later, the neighborhood thug showed up out there instigating. There's one particular dude, black dude, about this tall. He come on there, he's instigating, he get all in my face. And I said, what you gonna do, dude? I'm not scared of you. And he's just like, instigating. And then he said, I'm gonna get my boys here. And about 5 minutes later, his boys showed up with bats. As soon as they got out the car to hit us, to come at us with bats, we got in a scuffle. Boom, boom, it just went crazy. The cops were there within 30 seconds. They were on standby just watching. And then boom, they showed up in 30 seconds. I guess because I've been saying, look, I've been calling them. A lot of times in the past I used to go live, I would constantly say tag the police department. constantly, because I wanted the police department to know. I wanted them to know that not everybody out here has this stupid agenda like the left. Not everybody out here is like that. But to get back to the big tent really quick, you have this idiot, Adam Pencilneck Schiff. Adam Pencilneck Schiff has always been a forever establishment Democrat. I don't think anyone disputes that. He's been establishment Democrat. But what does he do? He goes and takes the knee, because Adam Schiff is a weasel. He's a straight up loser weasel. And he'll just flow whatever. Like, let me have a spot in the tent. I don't care that it's under the cow dung. Just let me have a spot in the tent. He's a repulsive human being.
Have you endorsed El Sayed?
I'm supporting him now, and just spoke with him. I stayed out of the primary, but I'm supporting him, and just spoke with him for the first time earlier this week, and that is the seat we must win.
That is the seat we must win. That's the seat we must win. You know, Al Sayed, in my personal opinion, is an Islamist terrorist. That's my personal opinion about him. Same thing with the Muslim in New York. They're Islamist terrorists. Mamdani. This is my personal opinion on it. I don't have any proof that they are, but I'm allowed to have my personal opinion about them. I don't think that they should be in the United States of America, or if they are, they should not hold any positions of authority at all. I don't even care if it's a daggum dog catcher, and there's nothing wrong with being a dog catcher. It's honest work. I don't think they should be in any position over anybody, because they have the view of destroying this country. So I'm in 100% believe that he's an Islamist terrorist, and I'm not the only one.
Who will this November, because Abdul al-Sayed is an Islamist sympathetic, communist adjacent, hardline extremist radical.
100.
And there's no place for him in American public life. And a lot
100.
of Democrats believe so as well. A lot of Haley Stevens voters believe so as well.
Words like adjacent and sympathizer are doing a lot of work there to try to smear a candidate with beliefs that he does not actually hold.
I am smearing a candidate 100%.
The point here is that, for example, President Trump describing him as a jihadist. There is nothing in his record that suggests he is a jihadist.
Excuse me, when the Iranian Supreme Leader was killed by the American military in a successful operation,
an obvious dog whistle to religious prejudice.
No, it's a prejudice for Islamism.
It's not religious prejudice. He actually was sitting there supporting that dude that wants to destroy the United States of America. Remember, they had an issue with Nick Fuentes going down to Mar-a-Lago. Oh, my goodness. See, this just proves President Trump. Oh, this proves President Trump the neo-Nazi white supremacist, blah, 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 blah. But when they do it, oh, it's not the same. You can't say that. You're just being Islamophobic. President Trump has never come out and endorsed anything that Nick Fuentes has ever said. Has he? Has he? Because if he had, you can bet your bottom nickel, not a dollar, bottom nickel, and in this case, the Democrats' bottom half a penny, that they would be showing it time and time again, especially right now. Well, look, President Trump endorsed Nick Fuentes on this. He endorsed him on that. Have you seen any of that? Absolutely not. You haven't seen any of that. Why? Because President Trump hasn't done that. Now, of course, Mamdani, he did come out and say, yeah, I endorse him. But look, it's a Mamdani, he supports it. There's last time I looked, there was over 11,000 people. They do not want him showing up to the 9/11 memorial. They don't want him there. And and the only reason why he's showing up, to gloat. That's the only reason why he'll show up, to gloat, to say, look, we've conquered you. That's the only reason why Mamdani is showing up. He showed up at the police, they had I forget what it was called, but it was like something recognized in the police department in New York City. He showed up to that and they booed him off the stage. because he's not there to support the police officers. He actually wants to replace the police officers with their Sharia law, with their Muslim Sharia police officers. This is no secret. That's not me making it up. This is what they want to do. It's pure evil. Now, I'm going to show you a video that everybody has seen. And I know everybody has seen this video, but I'm going to show it to you again because I have to talk about it. We got a couple minutes left here. Are you still wondering why I call them Democrats? Is anybody wondering why I constantly call these people Democrats? And is there anybody in disagreement with me calling them Democrats? Anybody? Let me know in the chat. I'm going to pull the chat up after I can just play this right now. Actually, let me just play it because they're not really saying anything, but you know what they're doing here, right? She's signing a bill to say that they can eliminate the unborn child. They can eliminate the unborn child up to the day of birth. I remember Democrats would constantly say, that's not true. No one's advocating for that. No one's pushing for that. That's not happening. That's not happening at all. How dare you say that? They just signed it into law. And isn't it something that you have all of these women? It's the women. All of these women there, they're the ones clapping for this crap. It's the actual biological women that carry children. I'm a man. I will never know the experience of carrying a child in me. I will never know the experience. But I can only imagine that it is something wonderful. I mean, as a man, having a child is already wonderful in itself. I go like, oh my goodness, I'm going to be a father. I'm going to have a child, and holding that child for the first time. For me, when I didn't have any children and I held my daughter for the first time, you know what I thought to myself? How could you love somebody so much without having a conversation with them, without knowing what kind of ice cream they like, what color they like, what music they like, if they can play music? I love them unconditionally. What are they going to say, mama or dada first? I love them unconditionally. I love this child so much. I never experienced anything like that until I held my first born child. And of course, I had two boys follow. Same thing. Never having a conversation with them. I don't know them, but I love them so much. And that's what they want to end. So you can't tell me that these people are not Democrats. Tell me, how are they not? You're one disturbed individual if you think that these people taking the life of the most innocent of us all, because they haven't even done anything yet. They haven't done anything yet. And they're wanting to end them before they even have the opportunity to be the next greatest brain surgeon, to be the next greatest ballerina, to be the next greatest astronaut, to be the next greatest inventor, something that somebody maybe bring in and have the answer to something. They want to eliminate that opportunity of the most innocent of us all. And you wonder why I call them Democrats? Really? And I know not all of you are like that, but there's been a few people go, Will, I wish you would stop calling them Democrats. What else do you need to see? It's a legit question. What else do you need to see? For everyone that doesn't like me calling them Democrats, please Tell me what it is. What else you need to see? They just signed the bill up to the day of birth. Up to. So the Democrats can no longer say no one supports that. No one's ever done that. They just signed the bill. They've been supporting it. Now they're just putting it on paper. If you don't understand that we are in a straight up spiritual battle, and I'm not just saying that because it's a catchphrase, it is a real thing. It's an absolute real thing. We live in a society where they're taking the most innocent. They're taking the life of the most innocent. That's the society we live in. Are you okay with that? And at the point they was like, well, you know, that's their state. That's what they want to do. Then they pass it. What can we do? All we can do, we can still speak out against it. We're not supposed to go and say, well, you know, there's nothing I can do about it. It's out of my hands. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to be doing Rise Up right here on LFA TV. And I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that. This is evil we're battling. And it's coming at all directions. In every direction. And I have a reason why I believe that they're targeting children like this in the womb. I have a reason. And I'm going to tell you tomorrow morning. I'm going to tell you why I believe that they're targeting the most innocent of us all. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you tune in tomorrow here on LFA TV. And for those of you watching everywhere else, it's rumble.com/LFA TV. You're not going to want to miss it. It's at 7:20 East Coast time. 7:20 East Coast time. I know on the Central time it gets kind of behind. I'm on the Central time, so it's really early for me. It goes really early for me, but you need to make sure that you're right here. Rumble.com/LFA TV. 6:20 Central time, 7:20 on the East Coast time. Make sure you are here. Make sure you are here. You're not going to want to miss it. Because I talk about religion and politics because the Bible's full of politics. You most definitely want to make sure that you are here. In the name of Jesus. Because we are in this battle together, everybody. We're straight up in this battle. We have to make sure that we stand strong. We have to make sure that this is the time that we speak up for the innocent. These children are innocent. Now, some of these children grow up in a liberal household. They might grow up to be monsters. But we don't know that. We don't know that. All of these liberals just trying to take the life of the most innocent of all. They're here. They got the opportunity. Why are we not allowing anybody else to have an opportunity? It is pure evil. And I don't know about you, but I'm going to stand up against it. Let me tell y'all the site again, rumble.com/LFA TV. That's the only place you can see it. Just make sure you're here at 7:30 in the morning. 7:30 in the morning. 7:30 in the morning, East Coast time. 6:30 Central. I can't stress it enough. I'm going to really hammer it tomorrow. I might even hurt some feelings if there's any trolls. You know, for the most part, trolls don't tune in that early because, you know, they don't get out of bed until 10:30, 11 o'clock. You know, because they're up, you know, doing narcotics through the middle of the night. And so they sleep in and they don't get up. So they kind of miss it. So you're going to be able to see without any interruptions for the evil, wicked left. Right here, rumble.com/LFA TV. I can't stress it enough. I can't stress it enough. Make sure you're here. Make sure you're here. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Kevin, Loud Majorities coming up next right here on LFA TV. I'll see you tomorrow morning. God bless.
What's happening, everybody? Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Banned from Facebook yet again. That's right. Today we found out that my Facebook page is all but dead after 6 years of building it up. For no real discernible reason. The irony is, and this probably won't come as a shock to any of you, you'll never guess what day I get it back. You'll never guess what day. Spoiler alert. It's the day after Election Day. Shouldn't come as a shock to almost anybody, as thousands of people apparently have faced the exact same thing as well. Also, Iran war updates. Very good stuff. I'm only kidding. It's a complete disaster. As Mark Levin is now calling for ground troops in Iran. That's never going to happen. Don't worry. It's not like Mark Levin doesn't get everything he wants all the time. Over and over. And ground troops in Iran. Great stuff. Going very well. Massachusetts signs a law that says you can kill your baby up to 35 weeks. Very good. And we get a video of a crying Haitian who is about to be sent back to his country. Well, you know, I guess the last one is good news. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show. It seems like it's the only way to support the show now that Facebook monetization has all been killed. Has all been killed. Very good stuff. Well done, Mark Zuckerberg. I guess you're getting ready to hedge your bets for the next election. Sure. I've been demonetized and not recommended anymore. Hassan Piker, still, yeah. Hassan, very good stuff. Very good. That's right, everybody. So today I found out that I was demonetized on Facebook for pretty much no reason. Naturally, there's no way to appeal the decision. Pretty odd. But it's good to know we're back to the old games. We're back to the old games, baby. The irony, of course, is it turns out I get my recommendations back right after Election Day. All good stuff. Baby. Yeah, that's right. Zuckerberg shutting the door on a bunch of conservative content creators, just slamming that door right shut in the lead up to the midterms. Tonight is actually going to be a very big night in terms of elections. We're going to start there, and then I'm going to bitch about Mark Levin because I know he used to be a big deal like 30 years ago, but someone take the microphone away from that freshly shaven testicle. So just so you guys are aware, we have primaries all day today. Oh, and later on in the show, we're going to be joined by Faith from the Freedom and Whiskey podcast. She does man-on-the-street interviews. She catches Democrats in their natural habitat. We got some funny clips. We're really going to enjoy that, so make sure you guys keep it locked in here for that. Today, there are primaries in Alabama, Connecticut, Minnesota, South Carolina, Vermont, and Wisconsin. Now, obviously, Minnesota and Wisconsin are the ones that everyone is watching. South Carolina as well. The Minnesota Senate, there are competitive races in order to fill the vacancy from Tina Smith, retiring Tina Smith. Right now, the moderate candidate, Angie Craig, and the progressive lieutenant governor, Peggy Flanagan, are competing for the Democratic nomination. That's going to be a big race to watch. The winner will go on against Michelle Tafoya, the former Fox Sports host. Very good stuff. Royce White was in the race for the Minnesota governorship on the Republican side, but he dropped out to declare for the WNBA draft, which I got to tell you, I didn't really have that one on my timeline. Also in Minnesota, the race for governor is heating up.
a big one on the Republican side with Lisa Dumuth running against Mike Lindell for the Republican Party. Also, now let's jump on down to South Carolina, where you have like, I don't know, 40 candidates, I think. I think everyone with an R next to their name in South Carolina is running. Ralph Norman, Russell Fry, Mark Stanford, a whole bunch of them. And then, of course, Lindsey Graham's sister, because here in America, we leave Senate seats to our relatives in our will. I don't know how the hell we got stuck with this one, but hey. I'm sure she'll live out her brother's fantasy of bombing every country on planet Earth. So she'll probably end up winning that race, the Trump-endorsed candidate right there. In Wisconsin's the big one. Wisconsin is, of course, the big one for governor to fill Tony Evers' seat. Ken Francesca Hong, the lunatic who apparently, as when she went to college, she wanted to be a sports journalist, failed at that. Then she decided to become a chef, failed at that. So she was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run for governor. And millions of people in Wisconsin are going to go to the polls and vote for her today. Very good stuff. Also, House District 7, that's going to be a big one to watch as well, with the progressive candidate running there. So there's a lot to watch this week. The next round of primaries will be August 18th. That's Alaska, California, Florida, and Wyoming. Obviously, the Florida race going to be really, really big there to see who replaces Byron Donalds. And who wins that governor race. And just by how much. Spoiler alert, it's going to be Byron Donalds because James Fishback's a lunatic. But, hey, we shall see what all happens with that. We will see what. So that is your primary update. Let's check out what's happening in Iran because, obviously that's taking over everyone's lives now. Iran making some pretty outlandish demands of the Trump administration, which is not good news, which is not great news. Apparently Iran feels like they have the upper hand here, although that situation may be changing if the freshly shaven testicle known as Mark Levin gets his way. Here's a report from Trey Yingst over on Fox News about how things have been going.
In the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian officials are making new demands. Iran's Supreme National Security Council issued a fresh statement this weekend calling on the United States. We're going to toss it back to you right now, guys. It sounds like we have some news updates.
Yeah, we're just having a little issue with your mic. We'll let you fix it for a second just to expand on what he's talking about. The president said, look, they haven't paid their army in 3 weeks. They're not getting any oil in. We've stopped 53 different tankers from going in and out, just keeping some humanitarian aid going out. So they have inflation at 700%. And you think that we're under pressure to come up with a deal? He says, look, it's $75 a barrel. I wish oil was $65 a barrel, but it's still under $4 in most parts of the country. And at the same time, the demands that they made yesterday, none of which we're going to adhere to leave the region, to pay reparations for the war. None of this stuff is going to happen.
Yeah, Trump said, we are low-keying it. We are only in semi-negotiation with them. We are watching Iran with its huge inflation and the fact that they have no money. Did say that Iran has no money to pay its troops. And Iran issued demands for reopening the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday. But the president signals that maybe there's an economic squeeze that would be best on Iran, and that might take priority for now.
And if they have not paid their army in 3 weeks, obviously I would imagine they are still spending all they have on weapons and munitions. But it does seem to, it strikes me that they're probably, if they're not paying their army, they're also probably not paying their proxies in Lebanon and in Yemen and in Gaza. And if that's the only result of all of this, that would not be a bad thing. Because the biggest problem with Iran, other than the their nuclear ambitions, are these proxies that they use to create mayhem all across the region.
Look at these beautiful images. I haven't seen a lot of these. These are incredible.
Right.
Our military.
Yeah, those are beautiful images. Hear that, everybody? Your life is better because the Houthis aren't being paid. Whatever the hell that means. But don't worry, guys. It's almost over. It's almost over. Now we're sending in... Now there are calls to send in special operators. I can't think of any historical time where that has worked out well. That's right. The great one, Mark Levin, who continues to get his way on virtually every foreign conflict of the last 30 years, so there's absolutely no reason to assume he wouldn't get his way this time. He's now calling for ground troops in Iran. Just to be clear, he has a direct line to the president. This one, not the other one. Now he's calling for ground troops. Yeah, this is getting better.
The president has to, people are bringing information to him, and he has to worry about all these things. Now, one other thing. Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too. We've got to get the uranium. If it cannot be destroyed, if it cannot be altered, we got to get it. For the reason I just said. You can make dirty bombs, and over time you can still make sophisticated missiles. So you need to get to the uranium. That's why I'm reading in the paper, we're talking about the 82nd Airborne, we're talking about these various special forces and the various military services and so forth. He's not talking about sending regular army and infantry in by the hundreds of thousands. The men he's talking about, the units he's talking about, they are specialized. And you know what else? I remember from my days in the Reagan administration. Many of them are trained for a moment like this to try and secure enriched uranium. Many have been trained for moments like this. I guess what I'm trying to say is we are in good hands. No, not with Allstate, but with President Trump. Because he's a man with enormous intelligence, enormous common sense. He's not an ideologue. He doesn't run around with slogans.
Wasn't that the guy who pushed Ted Cruz on us in 2016? Wasn't that the guy who pushed DeSantis in 24? My foggy memory. I've had quite the day. Maybe I forgot. I don't know. Trump doesn't run around with slogans. Maybe one of the most banana statements ever. But he's the great one. He's the great one, everybody. Troops on the ground in Iran. You're a panicking. No, I just know how these things work. Of course, as I said, Mark Levin continues to get his way on every foreign conflict of the last, I don't know, he's 70, so probably 50 years. So there's absolutely no reason to worry, everybody. We're only sending the 82nd Airborne in. What could possibly go wrong? So there's your Iran war update, the update that I hate having to give you guys every single day. Let's move on to something a bit more local. Because while we continue to have kerfuffles over in Iran, that's what we're going to call it. We're not going to call it a war. We'll call it a kerfuffle. We are getting some news here on the home front. And the problem, not the problem with the policy, the problem with the media ecosystem in which we currently live now is that Haitians have begun getting deported all over the country. They've begun getting deported all over the country. And the problem with it is that you're going to continue to get pretty raw video like this one. And look, I think that people who are here under temporary status ought to stay here, spoiler alert, temporarily. Pretty wild notion. But you're going to start getting some pretty wild footage and some sad footage. Look, if I was from Haiti, I wouldn't want to get sent back either. So I don't blame them, but you're going to continue to get footage like this one, which will be used against us in the coming months as this election season heats up. Heartbreaking scenes, to say the least, but you know, bro, you came here under a policy that was supposed to be temporary and then stayed for 17 years. So what's going to happen? A video showing a Haitian man collapsing in tears after being fitted with an ankle monitor at the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office in Ohio has gone viral after dozens of Haitians report for immigration check-ins following the termination of the TPS program. One pundit speaking to Breakthrough News would admit that the Haitians of Ohio were given the option to go back to Haiti with a free flight and $2,600 or to be monitored. Monsanto Mahler, a Haitian immigrant living in Springfield, was photographed Sunday outside of the ICE field office in Blue Ash after receiving an ankle monitor. Benjamin Lewis and another guy whose name I can't pronounce were seen helping him as he fell off the floor and cried. The scene unfolded as hundreds of people gathered outside of the facility to support Haitian immigrants who had been ordered to attend immigration hearings. Look, as I said, do I think people that are here temporarily should go back at some point? Yes, that's what the word temporary means. But the more these things happen, the more you're going to start to get what are objectively heartbreaking videos that will eventually be used against us in campaign speeches. To see the problem with doing something at this scale is you're going to get some pretty rough footage. You're going to get some pretty rough footage coming out. Here was another image of it. Here was more footage. This is from Alia Scootercaster over at freedomnews.tv. Where is it? Here it is.
Yeah, I received the letter Tuesday. They tell me if I want to take $2,600 to go to Haiti, or if I would stay here, be arrested, and put that ankle monitor in my leg. Yeah, they're gonna send me some paperwork to come back again in a week or so.
And does she live in the Springfield area, or where does she? Where do you live?
Within Springfield. Yeah, I live in Springfield.
Yes, I'm well versed.
I don't have much to say. I'm already in jail, and they put monitor in my ankle. So,
look, a heartbreaking story, no doubt, But in order for the things that have to happen, look, I've long said that almost every problem in America right now comes down to the fact that we allowed some 20, 30 million people into this country. We have no idea how many. We have no idea who they are, and we have no idea where they live. And the longer they stay, the more these look, as I said, I wouldn't want to go back to Haiti either. I'm sorry, it's not my problem because your country sucks. It just isn't. America cannot be the battered woman shelter of the world. That simply cannot happen. So it's good to see that now that TPS has been stopped, they are beginning to ramp up the deportations in a very serious way. Depending on what happens in the midterms, that may be one of the only things that can continue if we do lose the House and or the Senate. Of course, John Thune decided to go home in the middle of the night. He called a special session at 5 a.m. to confirm Todd Blanche the other day, and then didn't pass the Save America Act. Aggressively useless. Aggressively useless. And I can't imagine why motivations for the midterms are strikingly down. Can't imagine why no one is motivated at all. Maybe because we sent people to Congress who aren't doing anything. Incredibly frustrating. But guys, we're going to laugh in a little bit because we're going to be joined by the host of the Freedom and Whiskey podcast. She's absolutely awesome. She does man-on-the-street interviews all over the country with radical Democrats and really catches them in their natural habitat. It's absolutely funny as hell. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. I'm really excited to introduce you guys to my next guest. She does one of my favorite forms of interviewing, where you just kind of go out and see these radical leftists in their natural habitat, see how they react to basic questions like, do you like the country that you live in? Everybody, please say hello to the host of the Freedom and Whiskey podcast. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great today, Kevin. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. I love your stuff. It is so much fun, especially because of where you do it. You know, you do it in pretty densely populated metro areas, and you tend to get some pretty interesting responses from people.
Yes.
And all the ones you get of people who seem to either dislike this country or dislike Trump in a very virulent way, they always seem to just look miserable. Like they don't look happy.
No, they don't. And I feel like a lot of the questions that I try to ask are pretty neutral. Like, do you love America? That shouldn't be controversial.
No, not at all. And people freak out sometimes when they see either anyone who looks like a relative Trump supporter. We're going to be talking about Sophie Cunningham in a little bit and the reaction to her, because I got to tell you, I knew somebody who played in the WNBA, and I didn't care about it then, and I never thought I would care this much about it now. But it's just I can't. It's like Sophie is everywhere, which as a guy, maybe not the worst thing in the world, but there's worse people to see on the news at all times. We've got some of your clips pulled up here. Here you are. I think this is. I'm not sure where this is, but you asked run-of-the-mill people, they look like they're in their late 20s, how they feel about America. And
it's Nashville.
It's in Nashville. So this is, you're not in Queens, you're not in LA, you're in Nashville, like the drunk bridesmaid capital of the world, where everyone should be having a good time. You found a collection of people who clearly were not. Here it is.
Yeah, what do you love about America?
It's not that great. Just get some money and go leave the country. It's much better other places.
Where are you from?
Tennessee.
Oh, wait, why aren't you leaving?
Because I'm still poor.
You're still poor? Yeah. I'm sure someone would fund a ticket.
No, but you gotta like get a mansion and stuff, you know.
Oh, all right.
American people, they think they're better than everyone else.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you could try other countries and see how you feel.
Exactly. There's so many that there's no way this is really the best one.
I love that. First off, you know, it is the best one, but he's already ready to go to Cuba with that hat. So, you know, we could send him that. I would fund a ticket for that young man who apparently can't afford a toothbrush.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough out there for some people.
Yeah, a lot of people in the comments actually offered to send him somewhere.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Is that, you know, and I feel like this is such a young, I mean, you're a little younger than me, but I feel like it's such like a 20-year-old thing where they don't understand they are the luckiest people on planet Earth. Like the poorest person in America is in the top 1% of the world, and they don't seem to understand that.
No. And not only that, when I tell him, why don't you go somewhere else? He says, well, I'm too poor. I'd have to have a mansion. And then he proceeds to say that Americans think that they're better than everyone else. But he can't go somewhere else unless he has a large home. It just doesn't make sense. That clip gets me every time.
Because it is wild. They like, oh, well, if you're going to, don't get me wrong. If I was going to move to El Salvador, I would absolutely want to live in a mansion. I would not want to live in the slums of, well, maybe now, because, you know, Bukele got rid of all the crime. But if I was going to go to some third world country, I wouldn't want to live in a favela either. I'd like to live in some dacha like Stalin instead of living in government housing. But I especially love it because this kid looks like he's about 25 years old. Probably doesn't know how much his cell phone cost. Definitely is still on his parents' car insurance and doesn't really grasp that he gets to spend the evening on Broadway in Nashville. And most people in the world don't get to do that because they're too busy, you know, farming.
Yeah, exactly. He proves our point.
he proves the point. Another point proven. Hold on, let me see. Do I have it here? Yes, another one that I loved. You went to a protest and got some. Let me pop this up real quick, and you can give everybody kind of the lowdown. So where is this one? Because this one was absolutely wild. Let me pull this back. Of course, naturally, this giant man decides to get in a little girl's face because he's a tough guy.
Yeah, this is Brooksville, Florida, I believe, for a May Day protest. And what happened was me and my wonderful wingman, Adam Francisco, we went there and realized that a lot of people don't like to talk to us when we have our MAGA hats on. So we went in and tried to have discussions with people without it. They were so nice. You know, a couple people we actually asked, hey, what would you say to a Trump supporter? Like, how would you treat a Trump supporter if they walked into this protest right now? And they're like, oh, we would be respectful and da-da-da-da-da. And so when we got to the end of the row of all their, you know, protesters, we put on our hats. And when we came back, that was not the case.
That is so go to a protest without a Trump hat on. Interview some people on how they would react, and then go back in and ask the exact same and watch them just go. We're going to watch this one right now because it's just I don't know. Maybe it's the mask that gets me, but there's so much here.
Talking about family. I think you do yourself, all right?
Something
Nazi. What's your name, sweetheart? Yeah. I don't appreciate being called sweet. Don't touch me, sir.
There's so much. There's so much to go with here. The shorts, the hat, the mask, the loafers without socks.
Camera.
Yeah.
Oh, and he shows his claw.
He's got a claw.
Oh, yeah, he's got a claw.
Well, let's pull that back up. I got to see this.
Yo, he's like legit shaking.
No touching, sir. That's assault.
Oh boy, I guess that's what happens when arthritis gets in the way of your protest.
It shows you the age of the people that they have out on the street. And, a lot of people actually say to me, what you're doing is elderly abuse. I'm like, well, why don't they send their best? I'm going with the cards that are dealt here.
And you know
If
what?
you want me to talk to olds, then send those people.
Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, if you're going to be out there celebrating May Day, then I don't really care whether or not you're 2,000 and you're arthritic in all of your appendages, or like I said, I personally hate the loafers with no socks. That's like a thing.
It's bad.
It just bothers me, especially if you were down in Florida. I mean, God, the front of that man's house must smell genuinely awful. We've got one more that I want to play. You would think stumbled upon a bachelorette party, and apparently they saw your Trump hat and they were none too thrilled. We're gonna play this whole one because you would think bachelorette, good time out with the girls. You would think that maybe they could just go back to their Bellinis, which or go back to their daiquiris, or their sash wearing with their no, they didn't have any of that. They decided that they were going to well, you know what?
I get with my friends. Make it last forever.
Oh.
If you want to be my lover.
Let me get closer.
I'm not into it. It's too late.
Why?
That's why.
Oh no, your apple.
All I could think about was apple.
Now you know how I feel.
I'm not into it.
She was a little soft, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What are you guys doing for?
We're doing what's called a First Amendment audit. We go out in public places.
She's shaking, visibly shaking.
And we see how people react to the MAGA hats.
Oh, there you go. I have the same shoes.
They're great.
We received a lot of.
I love these.
Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that.
That's our first middle finger today.
Oh, good. Oh.
So you'll stand out and we'll make you the cover art. That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to monetize your rage.
I just want to be clear. This is my weekend. So I was.
This is my weekend too.
Good luck to you.
This is our weekend.
Yeah.
The level of arrogance. This is my weekend.
Yes. Which I proceed to tell her, well, this is my weekend. That's that lady's weekend. That's everybody's weekend.
Somewhere out there, I have to assume there's a guy looking at his best friend, just going, you could run away. Like, we could hide you. Yeah. We could hide you, bro. So, what?
We don't have to go through with this. It's all right.
Yeah, it's just, I have to assume that there's somebody out there because if that was one of my friends, I'd be sitting there at his bachelor party going, bro, we could leave you in Vegas. People have gotten lost there before and avoided having to go to the weddings. But what is the wildest thing you've seen out on the street? Because my friend Savannah Craven does this all the time, and she ended up getting her head split open by some giant on the streets of Harlem. What is the craziest reaction you've seen?
I mean, I feel like I've had multiple people, we go out there with our cameras, they're very visible. And yet we have people tell us the most insane things. We have them wish death upon our president. So when we were actually in Beverly Hills, Adam and I were there for some Spencer Pratt videos, and we decided to go to Rodeo Drive. We were actually standing outside of an Erewhon and asking people how much they spent on their groceries. And this man comes out and he's chatting with us a bit, and we have our MAGA hats on. And he's like, "You're not scared to wear these here?" And I said to him, "Well, should we be?" And he looked at the two of us and says, "Well, if I had a gun, I'd shoot you." And we just stood there. And Adam he always tries to de-escalate. So he's like, "No, you wouldn't do that." And he's like, oh, no, I wouldn't. He runs off and he's like, but MAGA's like a cancer. And I say, so you're calling us cancer, sir? And he's like, well, not you. And we're like, well, we're MAGA. And they just, the level of violent rhetoric that they use without any comprehension that they're being filmed and we're real people is wild to me.
You know, it's so funny because I say this all the time to people that if you want to do what you do, like, it is not that it's easy, but it takes like balls and just a little bit of courage to go out and get some of these man on the street interviews. Like you said, you're just walking around, and Beverly Hills, nonetheless, like the most expensive place on planet Earth. Like, don't go if you live in Marin County, if you live in Beverly Hills, if you live in, Westchester County here in New York or anywhere in the head, don't complain about prices. If you pay $25,000 a year in property taxes, I don't want to hear you complaining about milk. Like, you don't have to live there.
Right.
Just for that, you would think that he would have some sort of gratitude, but I don't know. If I had a gun, I would shoot you. And I just think to myself, I'm like, that might be the most Californian sentence ever. It's like, well, I would do this, but I'm not going to.
Guns. It's confusing.
It's very odd. It is so odd. But no,
Yeah.
what advice would you give people that want to go? Because I know a lot of young kids are going to see this and stuff, and they're all on their phones all day anyway. Well, what advice would you give some young people to who want to go out? And I mean, you seem like you're having a good time while you're doing it, even though you're encountering the bottom of the barrel worst people in America.
I have to be honest, this is probably my dream job. But it's not for everyone. It's definitely a learning curve. So, I mean, I'm very grateful. I had Adam in my corner and have him in my corner continuously mentoring me. I think that I would give other people the same advice that I've learned from him, which is just always trying to de-escalate situations. Sometimes I can get a little bit spicy out there, and I always look to him and see that he's consistently trying to bring the tension, back to a relatively calm level. And I think that's the best thing that you can do. I definitely try to do that out on the street because I want to set a good example for the Conservative Party. So for me, it's always trying to look like I'm level-headed, even if I don't always feel, you can get overwhelmed out there a little bit, but I always try to feel and look level-headed because, we need to show these people for the delusion, that they have. And the only way that we can do that is if I'm never stooping to their level. So it's just always remaining calm and cool and collected and just trying to, catch them in a little bit of their hypocrisy. The other thing is the goal is never to change the mind of the person that I'm speaking to. If I can, great. But the goal is to change the mind of the people who are watching the footage.
Absolutely. That is so critical. And I try to explain that to people when they see me, like when I comment something obnoxious on like some Democrat's Instagram page or something, I'm not trying to tell them. I'm trying to tell the people who are going to see it, that this is not, I know, believe me, if you're out there making social media content that like, and we're told about this in a second, that like men should compete in the WNBA, you're probably not going to be swayed by an Instagram comment. But, maybe someone just scrolling along on TikTok might see it and just go, wait, what are they arguing about right now? What did Abdul Saeed say? Is he really campaigning with his son, Piker? Like, they might see that, and I feel like that's way more effective than just like getting into a screaming match on the street. And that's why I don't do it, because I do not have that I don't have that button where I could just not freak out in the middle of the street on that.
And I'm learning that too. When I went out there, I thought that anyone could do it too, and people were in comments saying, oh, I don't know how you do it. I'd be so mad. And I guess there's just a rare few of us that I find it funny. Like when I edit the film at night, it's comical, it's laughable to me, and other people would be pissed. So
Well,
you have to have a certain personality, I think.
Yeah, well, coming up very soon, you may have some new content as you are planning on attending and I got to tell you, I'm so mad that the WNBA season may be over. It's coming to an end because there is nothing I would want more than to go to a Go Sophie Go rally outside of an Indiana Fever game. I cannot wait for the WNBA. I mean, this whole controversy will be over by then, let's be honest. Once she shows up at Turning Point, which is definitely going to happen. But you may be going to an Indiana Fever game very soon.
I'm hoping so. It's in the book, so we're gonna see which one or where we end up going. But I think it'll be really fun. Yeah, people hate Sophie because she's blonde, beautiful, smart, talented. So
I said that on somebody's show the other day. We were talking about Caitlin Clark, and I said to them, I was like, no one told Caitlin that you're not allowed to be really good and really hot and straight and white all at the same time. You can do all of those things, but you just can't do them all at once. And Sophie Cunningham adds in blonde and then takes a picture with Riley Gaines, and oh boy, she's gonna she's gonna be headlining Turning Point.
Oh yeah, I mean, stuff is coming for Sophie for sure. If you take a picture with, what side you're on, and it shouldn't even be a side.
Yeah,
it should just be common sense at this point. But that's not how it's looking for a lot of people on the left, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Well, where can everybody follow you now? Because I'm telling you guys, some of the best man on the street stuff I've seen anywhere. Where can everybody follow you? Check out your stuff.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin. So I've got a lot of different handles, unfortunately, on different platforms. But on YouTube, which is where all my full-length videos are, that's going to be Freedom and Whiskey 1776. And then on Instagram, it's Freedom and Whiskey US. And then X is Free and Whiskey. And then Facebook is just Freedom and Whiskey.
There you go. Well, all of our handles will be in the comments section below this video. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Super appreciate it.
Anytime. Alrighty, guys, we will be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. What up, Cajun Lady? What up, Drax? Thank you guys so much for sharing the show out on X, the only place on, X and Rumble, the only two places on social media where apparently they have rules they don't make up as they go along. Very, very good stuff. Guys, go check out Freedom and Whiskey across all of her platforms. She does really great work. Like I said, catching Democrats in their natural habitat. Always good stuff. Always great stuff. Good stuff. Always some good stuff. So we got some more news that I want to get to. We got 12 minutes left. Yeah, we got about 12 minutes left. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. So chaos ensued last night on CNN, which shouldn't come as a shock to anybody because that show is absolute trash. But, I got to tell you, I'm really getting sick and tired. Of left-wing political pundits going on American shows and telling us how we ought to live. There's some ridiculous Irishman named Niall Standridge, some shit like that. Radical left-winger from Ireland. And by the way, being a radical left-winger in Ireland is like way worse than being a radical left-winger here, because radical left-wingers in Ireland, you know, they spent like 100 years or so, like, routinely blowing things up. I'm just reporting reality here. Well, he decided to go on CNN and chastise an American because the best way for a useless foreign reporter to make a bunch of money is to come to America and tell us how we ought to live our lives. Decided to chastise an American commentator on Al Saeed. Apparently, using his full name is Islamophobic. Apparently, saying the name of a Senate candidate is Islamophobic. According to this foreigner who should go back to Ireland and worry about his own problems, he just couldn't do that. Chaos ensued. It was pretty wild.
Who will this November, because Abdul al-Saeed is an Islamist-sympathetic, communist-adjacent, hardline extremist radical, and there's no place for him in American public life, and a lot of Democrats believe so as well. A lot of Haley Stevens voters believe so as well.
Words like adjacent and sympathizer are doing a lot of work there to try to smear a candidate with beliefs that he does not actually hold.
I am smearing a candidate 100%.
Hold on. Wait. Beliefs he doesn't actually hold. Beliefs he doesn't actually hold. But we're going to show you the rest of the chaos, and then we'll show you about those beliefs that he doesn't actually hold.
Who will this November, because Abdul
Adjacent and sympathizer are doing a lot of work there to try to smear a candidate with beliefs that he does not actually hold.
I am smearing a candidate 100%.
The point here is that, for example, President Trump describing him as a jihadist. There is nothing in his record that suggests he is a jihadist.
Excuse me.
When the Iranian
Nothing in his record. Just remember that sentence.
Leader was killed by the American military in a successful operation.
An obvious dog whistle to religious prejudice.
No, it's a prejudice toward Islamism.
To bigots who don't want to elect a Muslim or an Arab.
Excuse me, you're not contending with the reality that he is out there defending the actions of religious extremists who carry out terrorism in his name. I just got done condemning stupid Republicans who are making stupid comments about Muslims. My boss is Muslim. I work at a leading public policy think tank in the American right. I am doing Donald Trump now. Donald Trump gets it right when he calls Abdul al-Saeed someone who is sympathetic to jihadists.
That was unconstitutional.
We are not talking.
There was never a Muslim ban.
About
Wait
the
a minute.
Muslim ban.
You
That
just
was
got
in
very
2017.
animated. You got very animated. You're very upset about these things that were these comments that were made. But you are not that upset when Donald Trump does it. I'm not understanding.
Try to say anything without saying his name.
Well, you'll have to forgive me because Donald Trump didn't try to ram an explosive-laden truck into a synagogue with 140 preschoolers in it in my hometown. That was the guy who Abdul al-Saeed was accusing.
One at a time. But where is that smoke for Donald Trump?
What? I have it. I'll provide it. I'll give it to you.
You just did not. When he instituted a Muslim ban unconstitutionally.
There was never a Muslim ban.
2017. It's not the topic we're talking about.
It was one of the first things he did, but he still did it. Okay.
It wasn't a religious ban.
Yes,
it was. No, it wasn't.
Guys. We're gonna do one at a time. Else, we're gonna go to break here. So, Tara, you first.
Thank you. The Muslim ban, the shithole countries.
They are shithole countries.
The attacks on Somalis and their religion and all the Ilhan Omar. You can
when did Trump attack Somali religion?
Go ahead, Tara, finish.
I mean, my God.
You're getting
you guys
things wrong,
don't want to
Tara.
listen because you're hypocrites.
No, you're just getting the facts wrong time and
because
again.
you don't want to hear the truth about the fact that you are not willing to call
What did Donald Trump say about Somali's religion? What did Donald Trump say about Somali's religion?
Well, you see, the reason why Donald Trump went after Somalia as a nation is because it's a failed state and doesn't have a government. Yeah, so I would like to not have those people living in America. But let's get back to Al Saeed, because apparently some Irishman decides he has the audacity to tell me how to run my country. God, pointing out Al Saeed, I don't even know, Abdul Al Saeed's Islamism, pointing it out. God, there is no evidence, according to him, no evidence There is no evidence of him having any sort of religious extremist views. There's no evidence. Guys, don't you know? Someone better than you just told you that. I mean, it's not like there's video of him at the Center for American Islamic Relations, CARE, the Muslim equivalent to AIPAC, defending Sharia law. It's not like that clip exists.
But I was reminded, actually, about events that I remember because I was an adult when they happened. And that was question 755. When the state of Oklahoma voted in a referendum to amend the Constitution to ban Sharia law. What does that mean? I don't know. And yet the voters banned it anyway. What I offer today is just a reflection on the American history that runs through this state. You all sitting in this room, in this town, we're sitting in a space, in a time when I don't have to tell you that the same exact forces that drove native peoples from their land 2 centuries ago, destroyed Black Wall Street a century ago, bombed a building decades ago, and tried to ban Sharia law not a decade ago, that those forces are alive and well today.
Correct. We are trying to ban Sharia law. Yeah, we are. I mean, it's not like a guy from Michigan thinks he has the right to tell a group of people from Oklahoma exactly how they ought to live. But of course he does, because he doesn't believe in states. He doesn't believe in rules. He doesn't believe in the Constitution. He believes in Muhammad, peace be upon him. You got to make sure you say that. You got to make sure you say peace be upon him, because if you don't say peace be upon him, then a bunch of brothers from Yemen are going to come and shoot up a bunch of cartoonists, like they did in Denmark for the great sin of drawing the pedophile prophet. You can't say that out loud. No, he can't, because that might dog whistle to Islamophobia. Well, you know what? I gotta say, if it's a culture that stones women to death for showing their hair, I don't want that here in America. I don't want a culture that produces people who tries to choke their 17-year-old daughter to death in Seattle because they refuse to be married off to a 65-year-old man in Iraq. I don't want that in my country. I don't want a cab driver in Texas to murder both of his daughters because they're too Americanized and then hide out in that very same community for 12 years while being on the FBI's most wanted list. I'm not giving you real-world examples or anything. I'm just totally making this shit up as I go along. Oh, I'm just kidding. Right. I don't want to live surrounded by a culture that has, over 500,000 documented cases of female genital mutilation in one state alone. That's not from Breitbart. That's not the Daily Wire. That's not Fox News. That was reported by USA Today 15 years ago. But Niall Standridge, the guy who hosts a show that nobody watches called Rising, he wants to tell you that you're not allowed to point out the very obvious. Can't do that. Because you see, Niall knows that once he's done destroying this country, he can go back to Dublin and, become a cobbler or whatever the hell it is they do over there. I'm really sick and tired of foreign pundits coming to America and telling us everything we're doing wrong. If you don't like it, go back to where you came from. If America is so bad and we just dog whistle and this, that, and that, it's probably why, ironically enough, in Ireland, you have the Catholics and the Protestants who were blowing each other up for a century, have now united against foreign invaders. I wonder if Niall will cover that. Or if he'll just stick his head up Jerry Adams' ass. I wonder. I do wonder. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Once again, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. If you wouldn't mind clicking that donate button now that I can no longer make any money on Facebook, you know, that really sucks. $5-10 a month, whatever you guys can do. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to have some big news tomorrow, so make sure you keep it locked in. Another great guest coming on tomorrow, trying to highlight some of my friends who are doing great work all over the country. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
That I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vibe has been fantastic for our bottom line.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the Mush Puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, hour number 2, ladies and gentlemen, broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas. We really do appreciate you guys. Wherever you're watching, why don't you do all things. If you're watching on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page, we really appreciate it. We would love for you to subscribe, share that video, share the channel, like it. It helps with the algorithm. Also, Ex-American News, and obviously our afternoon audience, LFA TV, live from American TV, back with us for the afternoon. We just had a very good hour. It went by very fast, but I thought it was very good. Eric Haynes, I want to give him a shout out. He was listening. He was saying it was good, and I feel better. You know, it's very therapeutic to get it off our chest, but it can't just be about therapy. It's got to be about accountability.
Yeah, like I said, to end that hour there, we've got to stay fired up, but it's got to mean something. We just can't be, shouting into these microphones. It's got to mean something, and that's why we've got to hold these people accountable in every way.
But in kind of keeping with this, in this death cult that is, taking grip of our society and our own government, poisoning the population, women losing babies, Democrats are being consistent with that message because yesterday the governor of Massachusetts, somebody that goes by the name of Maura Healey, signed a bill to grant abortions in that state up to birth. This was the signing ceremony, and this is what it sounded like.
Thank you.
All of these liberal women up there. Abortion up to birth. Obviously, shouldn't happen at all. But it just goes to show you that all of this is just fallible men, in this case women, drawing arbitrary lines about when murder is acceptable.
So I'll never forget the testimony in front of Congress where a former abortion doctor, and that's all he did. That's literally all he did. It was to perform these abortions, and the number 7,000 is in my head, but I feel like it's actually more than that. But anyway, that regardless, he had performed countless, and he described in grotesque detail the procedures for abortion and how they ripped the baby apart in the womb. They ripped the baby's arms off, ripped the baby's legs off, all of this stuff, just an incredibly evil thing. And he said that he looked at an aborted baby once, and because this baby is laying there after they've killed it and removed it from the mom's womb, and he looked and he just said, "This was my last one. I'm done. This is evil. This is I don't know I think it's God talking to him at that moment." But I'll never forget he also said the same thing that Charlie Kirk used to say, that an abortion, especially a late-term abortion, is never medically necessary. And so when you think about this, a 9-month pregnant woman can make the decision to have an abortion now in the state of Massachusetts. Or they could say, well, my doctor felt like it was medically necessary. Okay. If the baby is a few weeks from the due date, why don't you just deliver the baby, induce the labor, and if you don't want that baby anymore, give him or her up for adoption. But they're already in this late term. They've got a chance. There are so many people that are born. What is it? 20? They say that as low as 20 weeks, a baby has a chance, and 24 weeks, they've got a darn good chance of making it through with all the medical advancements that we have. And that just wasn't enough for these ideologically rotten, evil, liberal women who say that abortion is health care. it's not regardless of what a doctor who performed abortions sitting in front of Congress saying that it's never medically necessary. It's never medically necessary to have an abortion. You just deliver the baby. And if the baby doesn't make it, then at least you didn't kill the baby. You didn't purposely bring about the end of a life.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I've never talked about this. I don't even think I've ever even told you this, Paul. But I was married in my very early 20s. Excuse me. Let me get a drink before I tell you the story.
All right. Appreciate the honesty.
I was married in my very early 20s. Yeah, it was a volatile relationship. We were kids. We didn't know what we were doing. It didn't last very long. But she was pregnant, and she made it to a week before his due date. And I've known you for 20 years. Have you ever heard this story before?
I've never heard the story, man.
Yeah. She made it to a week before her due date. And I got a call from her mother, and we just did not get along during my the pregnancy with my ex-wife. Like her mom just didn't care for me. It was just a doomed relationship, folks. We've probably all been there. But anyway, she called me, and I somehow knew, Paul. I can tell you exactly where I was here in Jonesboro. And I pulled over, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. Because I knew she wouldn't be calling me a week before. Because she said, Rob, like that. And I knew. The umbilical cord had wrapped around his neck, and we lost him. And he was 9 pounds. 9 pounds, 7 ounces, I think, if I remember correctly. And he was big. He was big. There was no doubt that was my boy, because he was big, you know. And they said that was the largest funeral that had ever been for a baby, you know. And I remember, I've got pictures of him. I pull them out on his birthday, and they're not the greatest pictures because, you know, if a baby is not helping, the doctor has to get really aggressive to get the baby out because he was no longer with us. And I remember looking at him. I never once said that my wife miscarried. She didn't miscarry. We just lost our baby. Okay. And these people now in the state of Massachusetts, you can choose to kill your baby at that 1 week before due date, just like what happened with Landon. And that was his name. And now in his case, he died by just a freak thing, you know. We would have never ended. As volatile as our relationship was, as inconvenient as it was for us, people that did not need to be together, for us to be tied together for the rest of our life with this child, abortion never entered our mind. It certainly didn't enter mine, and my ex-wife told me the same thing. I cannot fathom the evil that exists that convinces women. I can fathom it because I know it's coming from Satan, that convince women just because that baby is inside their body. Forget the fact that it was produced with a man. You had to have, you know, either there had to be some participation from a man. Either he went to a clinic and this lady has done artificial insemination, which, but let's be honest, those people are not getting abortions. It's either that or this you know, two people,
the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way, correct. So a man has a say in this. Unfortunately, he doesn't in many of these women's minds, and unfortunately
but
also with state.
But he's got to pay for it.
You cannot opt out of it, but
you
mom
can kill
can.
it, but you can't abandon it.
Now, I'm not trying to minimize a mom's role. Of course, they produce a baby. They can feed a baby with their body. Like they got a bigger part to play in it, but we have, it's our child as well. That Landon had my DNA as well, as my ex-wife's. And so these people think, hey, the father has no say because this is a woman's right to choose. But they're forgetting about the fact that baby, I mean, they're not forgetting it. They know.
Yeah.
They know. That baby has its own heartbeat, has its own DNA, has its own body, Paul.
They resent God's order. They resent the fact that God made them as vessels to carry life, and they do not want to submit to that process. And so and I think fundamentally, if you really want my honest truth, I think deep down they really resent the fact that men don't have to have this problem. They resent the fact that God created male and female, and the female has this specific responsibility and duty, and they don't like it. They do not like how they were created. I think fundamentally it's very similar, kind of adjacent to the trans thing. I really feel like deep down that's kind of what this is. Well, it's not fair.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be equal, and you guys don't have to drop out of the workforce for 9 months. I really think fundamentally that's what this is.
Paul, let me ask you this. I would like a liberal, if I don't know if this is going to get clipped up as one of our shows, but I would like someone who is pro-choice that absolutely believes in the unfettered right for a woman to choose. Answer me this question. This scenario, a husband and wife are pregnant with a child, and the wife is pregnant, and they are a couple of weeks from their due date. The wife, unfortunately, finds some text messages that her husband has been having a multi-year affair with her own sister or something like that, or a friend, or something. The husband and the wife immediately finds this stuff out and knows that this is the end of her marriage. And this is the only child that they have, and she says, I am not going to be tied to this man for the rest of my life, this piece of garbage. How dare he betray me like this? Massachusetts, that woman can end that pregnancy.
Yeah.
Can end this fully grown baby can be murdered in the womb. And you say, well, you're talking about a scenario that would never happen. Then why do you need this law? Why do you need this ability to have a third trimester abortion? Why do you need it? Well, because our doctor the doctor might decide, just deliver the baby. Deliver the baby. If you're in the third trimester, give that kid a chance. For the love of God, deliver the baby. Give that child up for adoption if you have to. Oh, no, it's too painful. I could never give my child up. I'll just kill him.
That is an actual argument that they do make. Yes.
It's
exactly
evil,
right.
Paul. And
Well,
you can't have you can't give me a rational. I would love it if this gets clipped up. I want to see it in the comments. Give me a rational reason. Give me a rational reason that there needs to be completely unfettered access to abortion.
Yeah,
not special circumstances. Not that you have to say that the doctor has to say, "Hey, this honestly, I know that we could just deliver this baby, but honestly, if this baby is delivered, it's going to kill the mom." Most moms are going to do it anyway. They're going to go ahead and take that chance.
Yeah.
The same thing we see where moms get diagnosed with cancer while they're pregnant, and they refuse chemo until after the baby is delivered because they know that that's maybe potentially a death sentence for them. In the comments, tell me. Give me a reason that there should be unfettered access.
Well, because you don't have a uterus. That's why.
I don't get to decide.
That's why.
I don't get to decide.
So
all three of my children are adopted.
Yeah.
Their birth mother 100% could have made a different decision, and I thank God every day that she didn't. But I'm telling you, I don't care. It doesn't matter that I am a man. I am affected by the fact that this could have gone differently for my children, and it does go differently for millions and millions of children.
It sure does. So as you look at this scene here, and this governor, again, Maury Healy, signing this bill for murder.
Trash.
I'm reminded of a quote from C.S. Lewis, writing in the Screw Tape Letters, as a demon writing to another demon, where he says, quote, "I live in the managerial age, in a world of admin. The greatest evil is not now done in those sordid dens of crime that Dickens loved to paint. It is not done even in concentration camps and labor camps. In those, we see its final result. But it is conceived and ordered, moved, seconded, carried, and minuted in clean, carpeted, warmed, and well-lighted offices by quiet men with white collars and cut fingernails and smooth-shaven cheeks who do not need to raise their voices. Hence, naturally enough, my symbol for hell is something like the bureaucracy of a police state or the office of a thoroughly nasty business concern. You're seeing that, those words written by C.S. Lewis all those years ago, you are literally seeing that, the greatest evil. It is signed and minuted. It is being done right there on the screen for all of us to see.
I listen. We've got you and I, Paul. The last time that we had a serious discussion about abortion, we posted clips online, and we had longtime friends disagreeing with us, very, very frustrated with us. We had our post went semi-viral where we were hearing from people all over the country that we just had never heard of and probably had never seen our show before. And they kept talking about how we're two dudes, making this assessment here. Mm-hmm. And I just want to tell you that I will still be friends with someone who believes in late-term abortions. Someone could sit and have this argument about it, I think, at any point, especially once the heart is beating. Some people will say conception, all of that stuff. But for me, in a non-religious point of view, the end of your life is when your heart stops beating for a prolonged period of time, obviously excusing the fact that you could be resuscitated if you're an adult or something. But when your heart stops beating for an extended period of time, that is the end of your life. Does it not stand to reason that your life begins when your heart starts beating, which is as early as, 6-7 weeks, right? Oh, I just said 6-7. But I believe the 7 weeks because of our 7 weeks coffee and all of that's pro-life organization. Anyway, so I think that that's a non-religious argument that you could make. If you are ceasing a beating heart, how do you say, if you're purposefully doing that, how do you go forward and say that's not murder? You're ending a life. It's the very definition of it. And so although I will still love my friends, I'm not a kind of person that's just going to completely delete somebody from my life. I'm going to still love them, but I'm going to wholeheartedly disagree with them, and I'm going to pray that they have some sort of conversion like that abortion doctor did, where he realized the evil that he was advocating for.
Yeah. A lot of people see the women don't like that, though. The feminists don't like that because a lot of times, that people don't even know they're pregnant until there is a beating heart, until you get 5, 6, 7 weeks in. A lot of women just find out they're pregnant then, and so that's why they don't agree with you there.
Did something happen 7 weeks earlier that could have possibly given us a clue?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Did you have unprotected sex? And again, people talk about the rape and incest, which is less than 2%. It's roughly 1.7% of abortion, and all the rest of them are by just elective abortions. But all these other ones are rape and incest. Again, I'll go with the Ben Shapiro model. I'm willing to have a discussion about those 1.7% as long as you're willing to concede that the other 98.3% of those abortions are evil. No. I'm not saying that. I believe that it's completely a woman's right to choose. So you're giving these extreme scenarios. And somebody might argue that I was giving an extreme scenario earlier when the 9 month happened and the husband cheated and all that stuff. You trying to tell me that husbands don't cheat on their wives while they're pregnant? It happens all the time, folks. Probably more than what that wife even realizes. Okay. Now, even statistically speaking, I'm digressing here, but women, statistically speaking, are more likely to cheat than men in a marriage. It's actually like 52-48%. But regardless, man cheating, can't have sexual relations with his wife during the pregnancy or whatever, gets to roaming and it happens. Marriages have ended over that, folks. I'm not naive. It absolutely has happened. Now, is that a reason for an abortion and all of that stuff? Well, then why do you need this exception, or no exceptions? Why do you have unfettered access to an abortion? You're saying that, women never do it. Women never get an elective abortion in the 9th month. Then why do you need the ability to?
Yeah.
Okay? You're lying. You're saying this never happens. Bull. Then there would be no need to do this. This means that partial birth abortions, okay, folks, you want to look up something sickening? I won't go into great detail, but I'll give you the overview. It's allowing the head to crown but not breathe. Don't get that nose out of there, because then it's a life. You're talking the nose is right there, about to enter this world. Now, that nose has to be cleaned out before a baby can breathe out of that nose. We all understand that stuff. But once that nose is out and could conceivably take fresh air, you know, in the real world here, outside of the womb, they jam something in. I won't be too descriptive. And they end that baby's life by going down their spinal cord and ending that baby's, when they're literally an inch.
It's all arbitrary. It's all.
And they're saying that partial birth abortions happen. They happen right now, Paul.
I know. It's just it's totally evil. It's totally wicked.
Disgusting. I pray for them.
And for whatever reason, I mean, you go back and you look at that clip, all those women around. I mean, you know, we have been given wicked leaders, and also just, you know, totally a total feminized society, and we are seeing the results.
I think the road to hell is paved with people who willingly do evil and say that it's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
the Bible says, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil."
And it's absolutely the truth, because there's so many different things you could put into that category, and abortion is one of them.
All right, folks, now it's time for our next segment. It's called Healthy Skepticism. All right, the Healthy Skepticism Maha Report. We got some fresh news, good news out of the White House. President Trump announcing that we're changing the vaccine schedule. We're going from 72 vaccines into babies to only 11 over a short time, not all at once. This is something that we definitely voted for. This is something that I voted for 100%. Here's President Trump yesterday. Oh, hang on one second. I think I've got it muted.
Takes another historical. I'm delighted to be here in the Oval Office as our administration takes another historic step in our mission to make America healthy again. Today, we're proud to officially announce the United States of America's gold standard childhood vaccination recommendations, and that has to do with many subjects, but including autism in particular. I want to thank the man who has done more than perhaps anyone else to bring about this real revolution, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., my friend, and he's doing a fantastic job. I'm proud of you. Give me one, a very powerful hand to use. Strong guy, by the way. Thanks as well to Director of the NIH, Jay Bhattacharya, Deputy Assistant to the President of Domestic Policy, Dr. Heidi Overton, our Maha moms, and including Jamie Franklin, who's with us today, a very special person, and also the medical experts and professionals who've worked very hard on getting this to happen, this day to come. For long, and far too long, a long period of time, America's recommended more childhood vaccines than any peer nation, and even twice as many doses as some European countries, and even more than that. In many cases, we were requiring 72 jabs for our beautiful, healthy, lovely, delicate little children, including giving the hepatitis B shot to infants and newborns on top of many other vaccinations. The hepatitis B shouldn't be given until they are 14 or 15 years old. They were given early. Effective immediately, my administration is recognizing gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations for only 11 core vaccinations against the most serious and dangerous diseases, along with the MMR, which hopefully will be split up. You have the MMR. We want it in 3 separate vaccinations given at separate times. Together, there could be a possibility they're quite lethal, and separately, it looks like they are not at all lethal, but just very effective. So the MMR, we want to have separate visits, separate times. The vaccine being broken into 3 separate single doses. And
Okay. I want to get more before we get to comments. I want more. We're going to finish Trump first. I think this one and another.
Separate visits for vaccines rather than giving them all in the same day. Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions for the exemptions.
All right, I think we got one more here.
For long and far too long period of time, America's recommended more childhood vaccines than any peer nation.
All right, so that is very good news. Look, I know there's still people out there that don't believe in any of them, and I mean, I would be one of those people. At this point, I don't trust any of them, but my goodness, going from 72 to 11, also breaking up the measles, mumps, and rubella, not giving it together, instead of doing these one visits where you chock them full of vaccines. This is in addition to what we found out last year from RFK Jr., and I've got RFK's comments we're going to get to after your comments, Rob, where they were saying, look, if you're pregnant taking Tylenol, it can cause autism. This is a breath of fresh air. This is something that we needed. This is an admission from the White House in its executive order that Big Pharma got it wrong.
Sure.
And we need to celebrate that as much as we can. We need to go further, but we need to celebrate the wins that we do have, and this is definitely a win. I think definitely a win, and an admission that the vaccine schedule has totally screwed our nation's youth up. So
I mean, of course, there's been people that. The autism links, of course, as you mentioned, and Robert F. Kennedy has sort of banged that drum here that, we went from, 17 vaccines before the 1980s, and now it's up to 72 and all of that. And you're just like, okay, why are we giving vaccines for hepatitis, which is, was it B, that's the sexually transmitted version of it? So we're giving them a section when they're a newborn, and they're like, well, the mom could have had it. Don't you think they would know that? She's in the hospital. They're running, getting blood work every other minute. I mean, you think they would know what the mom's got at that point? Yeah, they would know. They drug test them. They do all of this stuff. That's how. Our middle child, we got her because her birth mother was on crystal meth when she was in the delivery room here, and so my daughter had to be taken to Children's Hospital and weaned off and all that stuff. We didn't get her till she was almost 2 years old, but at that time she never lived with birth mother because they knew everything about what was going on in that birth mother's body. Okay, it is a woman about to give birth. They know what's up. And so you would know whether that mom has hepatitis B. It just blows my mind. And that's just one example, Paul. And I'm so glad that they're splitting this stuff up, giving the body a chance. Like you need, in my opinion, you need the measles vaccine. That's just MMR. Like I think you need it, but that's just my opinion. There's some that don't do it, and their kids have done just fine and all of that. But polio. Hey, listen, we beat the polio. That was a bad thing. Get the polio vaccine. I don't know what age they give that, but
do they even give that anymore?
I don't know. But I'm just thinking of. I'm not a vaccine expert.
Again, this is this is something that a lot of people are skeptical and they don't trust. It's going to take a long. This is a good step. If the medical industrial complex wants people to trust them again, this is a good first step.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of people that don't trust the vaccines just because of what's in them. And that sort of thing.
The thing about is what they're trying to say is that listen, if you want your kid to have a flu vaccine, get a flu vaccine. Just not mandatory. Just not mandating it.
Well, we're going to talk about that too because this is good news. This is a great step in the right direction. But we'll talk about that
just goes to show too how important Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been.
Putting these two stories together, and we'll get to this a little later because I want to get to RFK's comments. But putting these two stories together, last week, so we get the news about Anthony Fauci and 82% miscarriage rate among first trimester moms. We get the news about that study, and yesterday or last week, the government approves an mRNA flu vaccine?
I have not heard of that.
Explain that. Yeah, they're green lighting.
Just putting it all together, huh?
mRNA.
Here, just get
this technology that has now screwed so many people up. Administration is greenlighting an mRNA flu vaccine. Now, make it make sense, folks. That is an inconsistency that must be.
Don't like
you know,
that.
you're all, anyway. They also confirmed the next whatever Surgeon General, whatever her name is. And she's a huge vaccine proponent, not opponent. But anyway,
I'm not an opponent of vaccine, Paul. Right. I'm an opponent of when we're giving these things when they're not medically necessary, which is all a big money grab from these
Well, I mean,
medicine companies.
I mean, to your point, like think about it, 72 to 11. So like we're now saying that we were giving kids, unnecessary vaccines. What
a ton,
all in the name of making. Your pediatrician money and big pharma money.
It's all mixed up in this. Is all mixed up in this big old cocktail.
Yeah.
And the worst time. My wife takes our children to the doctor almost exclusively, but she had an appointment with one of them, and I had to take my middle child. And I've talked about my middle child and my closeness with her. She's a daddy's girl, and I mean, she knows how to get what she wants because Dad, come on, Dad, whatever. But she had to be like 6 years old. Is that an age where they get stuff at 6 years old?
I have no
That's just
idea.
what my memory says. I don't know.
I said no to all of them.
And I had to take her, and they came in. It was just something, and they said, well, she's due for these vaccines, and so she needs to get them today. And of course I didn't know anything. I was just like, okay, well, I mean, I remember I was vaccinated when I was a kid, probably a lot fewer vaccines, because I was born in 1979. But anyway. They said, okay, well, she freaks out. Do you want them in your arm or your leg? And she chose her leg, which I was kind of, I don't know why I was shocked by that. But I remember her, I can still see it perfect. Her little legs sitting there on this table. Paul, the biggest needle full of just stuff is, I was focused on the needle because I was like, dang, that's a big needle, and there's a lot in there, all that stuff. And they come, and she takes this in the leg, and she's crying, and I'm crying with her. I'm like, oh, sorry, baby, I shouldn't. Your mama should have been brought, And I left there, and I sent a message to my wife, don't you ever let me do that again. It was the worst experience. My wife still likes to laugh about that, but I'm making a sort of a joke out of it or whatever, but it was a serious thing. Like, I didn't question that vaccine then. Mm-hmm. I didn't question that vaccine. I think we all are starting to question these vaccines now.
Well, and we should, and that's healthy skepticism. And I'll say this: with what we just found out about the COVID shot, and I know it was a different, mRNA versus the other, but I mean, gosh. Can you blame anybody?
Oh, no.
Can you blame anybody for saying, I'm going to pass on that?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I'm not going to trust any of you guys.
Oh, some will try to blame
because
us.
The bottom line is mRNA foisted on us by Fauci and the pharma companies. It's the same pharma companies that are producing the others. So, I mean, you can easily – I'm just saying you can easily understand why people are like, I'm out. I don't trust you guys at all.
If you could rewind 15 years, I keep always wanting to rewind 15 years. If you could rewind 15 years and you could say, hey, here in the not-so-distant future, there's going to be a big push against vaccines. Which side of the aisle would you have imagined? From my perspective, it would be liberals like, I don't trust that. I'll make my decisions.
Yeah.
I don't trust that.
Yep.
I don't trust that.
And they're just, all falling in line instead.
Yeah, and now they are mindlessly. We have.
And they were all for the war in Ukraine. When
my
it was
gosh.
like, all putting the.
It just blows my mind how they're, it's as ludicrous as the gays for Palestine. I'm like, why don't you go over there and see how that'll work out for you?
Yeah.
Just go around.
Well, my vaccine story was. We were, up in the air, kind of like, okay, we're going to do it. I don't know. I think she was 3 or 4 or something. It was coming up on it, and I was super busy at work at the time. I was super busy, and I knew how my wife felt about it. She was very skeptical. I was very skeptical, but we hadn't quite made the decision yet. And then the doctor's appointment came, and so she was going to go to the doctor's appointment. And by the grace of God, and I really do believe this is just the Lord looking out for us. Mm-hmm. For whatever reason, they were out. She went to the doctor and they were going to do the vaccine, and they were out of it. They did not have any in, and I remember just praising the Lord. I mean, like, Lord, thank you. So I took that as a sign of divine providence that the answer is no, and we were looked out for, we were cared for, and we both were like, we already felt bad about it, and I just was so busy, and I failed as a father to do my due diligence to sit everybody down, to sit my wife down and say, okay, let's not do this. But we never had that conversation because I was just so consumed with work at that time. And thankfully, the Lord, I believe the Lord was in that looking out, and so from that point on, we were just like, okay, we're going to pass on these. We just didn't feel right about it.
Well, I mean, there's a ton of research that you can do, and that research is not Google, folks.
Yeah.
If you really
go
want
read the inserts. I mean, you could just go read the inserts. Hey, can I get the inserts on these vaccines? Go read
those.
These giant pages about everything that could happen, and you're going to be like, I mean, I know they got to do that for informed consent.
Yeah.
But some of that stuff is just like,
go look at published literature in these medical journals, the ones that are not paid for. These ones that have done this research where an outcome was not a desired outcome from that research.
And this is where we're going to get to Kennedy here, because Kennedy is big in these committee hearings. You hear him where he's like, no, they're not tested. These are tested back by scientists. Actually, no, they're getting these to market without doing the proper testing.
Well, in the testing that they're doing, Paul, any testing that they're doing is, in my opinion, it is jaded. It is slanted.
And they'll cook the books
to get a desired outcome.
Yeah, they'll cook the books. I mean, he testified about the study that showed that this was affecting black boys and giving them autism at greater rates, and they threw that research out and they deleted it, and now it's all out in the open.
And if you think we're tinfoiled hat on that, just look no further than our earlier discussion about the 100% safe COVID-19, the 100% effective.
All right, here's RFK Jr. from yesterday in the Oval Office.
Reinforcing something the president said, which is the source of his concern about this issue. And I'll just give an example. In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study at that time in history was performed. And the university scientists from across this country looked at all the 8-year-olds in Wisconsin, about 900,000 children. And they were looking for autism, and they knew what autism looked like. And they came back with an incident rate of 0.8 per 10,000. So less than 1 in 10,000. The rate, according to CDC, today in this country is 1 in every 31 children. In California, it's 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So there has been a dramatic increase. One of the things that the industry likes to say, one of the talking points, which the press loves to parrot, is, oh, we're just noticing it more. But this is an absurdity, and this is an assertion that has been debunked again and again and again by peer-reviewed literature. But it's also debunked by common sense. Because if we were just noticing it more, we would notice it in older groups. But we're not. We're only noticing it in kids who were born around 1989 or after.
Wow.
The older generations, you're not seeing those increases.
Millennials.
So something happened in the mid-90s that changed our children, and it has to be an environmental exposure. Because genes don't cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. And what the president has charged us with is finding which one of those exposures or which collection of exposures are causing this epidemic. For decades, I fought for a simple principle. When it comes to the health of our children, government has an obligation to follow the evidence wherever it leads. Tell the American people the truth and give parents the information they need to make informed decisions for their families.
That's
Amen.
simple, right
Amen.
there. He ended with the ended with the highlight, right there.
Can you believe? I mean, he's essentially saying that vaccines cause autism.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying. He's saying
And
that the vaccine schedule that started in the 90s, the conspiracy theorists are right once again. Jenny McCarthy, who got basically like first version of being canceled. She might have
Yep.
been arguably one of the first
Her
versions
and
of
Jim
being
Carrey.
Yeah, going on CNN talking about how the vaccines gave their son autism, and then of course they cut to break and all the commercials are pharma ads, and they were really never heard from again. They were derided. Tom Cruise and Matt Lauer.
Yeah, with the antidepressants.
That was on another thing. That's
Yeah.
the next thing that we have got to tackle. This is incredible. This is fantastic. News.
Well, and when that is in my opinion, is that how can you try to say that that's a one-off, that that's an anomaly, if in the 1970s they knew what autism looked like, they did a study, and this was college research professors here that are from across the country. He says it's not very specific, but what that means is that you're catching, you would assume, all different political ideologies through this study. And listen, let's also be honest that autism was not political at that moment. Really hasn't become political until here in the most recent few years. And so what he said was less than one child per 10,000 showed signs of autistic behavior. Now it's 1 in 31. What? You want to talk about a contagion? That is, you're saying that can, it just happened. No, we just recognize it more.
Yeah.
Back then if they were autistic, they were just put in they were just said they were weird, or they were put in a mental institution. Autistic people are not mentally ill. There is an issue in their development that was stunted through whatever it was. I'm not going to sit and say that it's vaccines, but when you look at the number of vaccines back then versus the number that we have now, I think there could be some causation correlation discussion going on here, and at the very least, shutting down the debate the same that they were doing for COVID-19. When you're saying, no, it could never happen, this is not, they're completely safe, and all of that stuff, it's the same argument. It's the same song and dance. We've seen this movie before, and that's what they're trying to do with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here. They're trying to say he's not a doctor, he's not a scientist, vaccines are safe, they don't cause autism. Go to a truly autistic child's parents and say, did you give your child vaccines? Some will say no. Maybe there's some other issues there. Some will say no. I would imagine that most gave their child vaccines just because, like I did, a nurse walked in there and said, your daughter is due for vaccines. I didn't ask which one they were. Yeah. I didn't ask why. I didn't ask what the possible side effects were. I just said, okay. And I'm not a parent that just kind of goes with the flow. I'm constantly sort of trying to analyze things, but that I didn't. And how many parents have done that since 1990? I would assume all have, or most have. And so in Robert F. Kennedy, you can sit here and rip on him all you want to, but all he's trying to do is get to the heart of why autism is so prevalent now, and it wasn't 50, 60 years ago.
Exactly.
What is the difference?
Here is Stephen Miller from that same Oval Office meeting.
Because of your courage and leadership, Mr. President, millions of parents all over America today are breathing an enormous sigh of relief. I say this as the parent of young children myself. Millions and millions of parents feel they've been pressured when their children are just weeks out of the hospital to take 5 shots, 6 shots, 7 shots all at once. They're told it'll be normal. Your kid will have a fever of 103 for 3 or 4 days. Your kid will stop eating for a week. Your kid's going to change all their sleeping. Don't worry, it's totally fine. It's totally normal. Nobody has studied it. Nobody's looked at it. Nobody's thought about it. The pressure from the pharmaceutical industry and from aspects of the medical industry to pump your kids full of shots days after birth with no understanding of the long-term consequences has been a medical travesty. This is an issue, Mr. President, that you have been leading on for years, and of course the man to your left has been leading on this issue for years as well, too. It's a really incredible of your courage and leadership, Mr.
I
President.
agree. I mean, as a parent, I do. It's good to finally get the admission. And again, conspiracy theorists were right once again. You look at this, Caroline Leavitt, Matt Gaetz, more excellent work. European countries have been giving their kids 11 injections. We've been doing 72. This country is very much captive by Big Pharma. Now, the last thing I'll say is this. Toby Rogers says, one cannot square the executive order today with the fact that this administration just approved the deadly Moderna mRNA flu shot.
Yeah.
Now, this is, we've looked at what mRNA did in the COVID shot. Why are we going to do it in the flu shot? And he says, and the Senate just voted to confirm vaccine fanatic Erica Schwartz to be CDC director, not Surgeon General. I said that earlier, CDC director. Now, all of that aside, that is an inconsistency that shows you that our government's not monolithic, and there's still plenty of people underneath RFK Jr. that hate his guts and are sold out to Big Pharma and this lie, the same lie that covered the entire country and the world when it came to COVID. But I will say this. This is just an executive order. This is yet another example of something that will not be codified by Congress. We can guarantee, we can sit here and say with 100% certainty, Congress is not going to make this a law, and the next administration that can come in can completely undo this. Can undo this.
They will,
and they will, because Big Pharma is what it is.
Too much money.
From a practical effect, this is also going to give parents plenty of relief and motivation to say, actually, no, there are legitimate authorities that say different, and this will reverberate with the millennials that are having kids, with Gen Z that's going to be having kids, and eventually Gen Alpha. I suspect that there's going to be far less people getting vaccinated, far less babies getting vaccinated from here on in the next 50 years because they don't trust Big Pharma, and they have good reason not to trust Big Pharma. So
yeah, and what's going to happen is if you start to see a groundswell of this and it continues to grow, then the government, especially once the liberals come back into power, and they will in some form, whether it'll be through the presidency or the Congress, they're going to come back into power. What are they going to do? Well, whatever Big Pharma tells them, to your point, whatever Big Pharma tells them to do, and then they're going to pass laws and mandate that these things have to be done.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, they are.
No, they would never do that. They would never do that.
Well,
How many people were kicked out of the military?
Yep.
Because the government mandated vaccines.
I was talking to a guy about that yesterday.
Yeah, and so and rightfully so, Trump corrected that when he got back into office, and gave them back pay, re-enlisted them if that's what they wanted to do, was to come back to it. Many chose not to, and who the hell can blame them? And that's just one example. What are they going to do on the local level with these publicly funded school districts?
Yeah.
Are they going to mandate that this stuff has to be done before a child can come to school? And we already have a little bit of that. I mean, I think you have to get you almost have to get a waiver, if I remember correctly.
Well, that's why they did say stuff in the executive order about religious exemptions and that sort of thing.
Sure.
But again, all that can be reversed, and our sold-out Congress will not codify this. We can almost guarantee it. But it does go to show, it's just, that's what's so frustrating, because it's like, I don't want to live under Democrat rule. I don't want the Dems to take Congress. I don't. But it would be great if the Republican Congress would actually do something and codify a lot of these executive orders, as well as the genital mutilation, calling that child abuse.
John Thune, the bastard, is telling us exactly what he thinks of Donald Trump and Donald Trump's agenda right now, literally right now, when however many hours, so often they call the Senate into session so that Trump can't do recess appointments.
Yeah.
John Thune is a bastard. And he is telling us exactly what he thinks of Donald Trump's agenda right now. And if the Republicans have any balls whatsoever, they will get that man out of a leadership role.
I thought I had a Thune.
Who's the whip in the Senate? Who's the majority whip? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, he's not doing his job, whoever it is. I'm assuming it's a man, could be a woman, but I can't remember. I actually can't remember, honestly, a woman whip. But Pelosi didn't need that when she was in charge of the House, But
some guy named John Barrasso
from Wyoming.
Never heard of that guy.
Yeah, well, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign when your whip is not even known.
Oh, the old Seinfeld episode. What does the whip do?
Yeah.
And Kramer's like, well, in the olden days when the senators wouldn't vote the way the party leaders wanted them to, they whipped them.
You know what? I don't know. I wonder if there's some truth to it.
I don't think
you know?
it's true, but it should be.
It should be. If again, if you're not familiar,
You don't want to vote for the SAVE Act? All right. Well,
yeah.
Old John Barrasso we got your 30 lashes scheduled.
Sure.
On the Washington Mall. You got to be there. Be there at 3:30 after.
You've
session.
been whipped. You're going to be whipped.
We'll see if you see things differently.
Yeah. Well, if you're not familiar, the whip is basically the second in command there in the majority.
He's just a.
It's a ceremonial position.
Brown noser.
Other than he is tasked with whipping up votes, which is where the term comes from. And so when a lot of times when there's tension between members of his own party and the leader, whoever that might be, the whip is hey, now, what do you need here?
Mm-hmm.
What can we do to get your vote for this? What do you actually need? And that's where amendments come in and all of this. But if the whip and John Thune cannot get this, John Barrasso and John Thune cannot get this agenda passed through for Donald Trump, then I don't know why we need them in power anyway. At least if we're out of power, the fundraising will be great, and what we'll see. And I know I would rather them be in power than not be in power, but at this point, can I point to why they should remain in power?
Yeah.
John Thune is,
and this is the problem. Yeah, I mean, it's
I
tough.
guarantee you, John Thune's pockets have been absolutely enriched. In the last year and a half.
That's actually the most reasonable position to take at this point. We played this for you last week, or yesterday rather. AOC is beginning the process of freezing her eggs.
Don't be weird about this.
Why?
Even though I know
You're the
all of
weird.
you.
You're showing it.
Okay.
And we're watching it.
Okay, so she's... All right. So she gives herself the shot. All right. So the reason we're revisiting this is because there's been some pretty funny memes. This is my favorite one. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna steal AOC's eggs.
I'm gonna steal them.
I'm gonna steal AOC's eggs, and then we've got this other one. AOC's eggs. I think you mean her huevos rancheros.
That's so stupid. You had to explain that joke to me. I was like, that's stupid.
I thought that was good. I thought that was pretty
You've been
funny.
gleaming about that one all morning.
Oh, it's
Paul.
just hilarious to
You've
me.
been trying to get to this.
All right. Also, we've got this viral clip. Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
So Posobiec says this is moderate Democrats trying to stop the DSA from running off the rails.
Dude, this is incredible. Let's see
Have
this.
you seen this?
I saw it without the audio, so I don't know.
It's the saxophone meme.
There you go.
She can't quite get it.
She's talking to it right now, like, stop. And it gets worse. Just get in there. Push the brake. If I'm her insurance company, I'm dropping her right
almost
now.
gets run
Well, I think her foot did get run over. And that car gone. That car is gone. Can you imagine if you're Nationwide or Progressive or something and you get a claim for this? Well, my vehicle ran off the side of a cliff by itself.
My vehicle ran away. Oh, man.
And then she's probably actually providing this as proof to the insurance company because she has such an outrageous story that nobody's going to believe her, and she's having to provide this. Looking at her most foolish moment probably in her life. Like, look, that's right there is an indictment against your health, lady. You need to get in the gym.
Get a Stairmaster or something.
My God, man, if you can't stop your vehicle.
So
with that much time, that runway, it was like a slow, it was like a crash that we're watching from 2 miles away. It's coming.
Do you like the saxophone meme template? Do you know what it's from? Have you seen these? Like you'll be scrolling and there's like something bad that's just getting worse and worse and worse. And you got the saxophone music behind it. Okay, so it's from the movie Boys in the Hood. You ever seen the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yeah.
Well, when the star football player who's going to go on and be
killed.
somebody gets killed, the gang members, that's the saxophone music that's playing.
Yeah.
Things get worse and worse and worse, and then of course he gets shot. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well,
So,
I wouldn't say this is don't think this is nearly as
No,
bad
it's
as
not,
somebody
but-
getting shot in the back in the hood.
It's just crazy though. That movie, Boys in the Hood. That's the one where they're like,
yes,
y'all want to see a dead body?
That's Stand By Me, Paul.
It's
I know it's in there too. But
is it in Stand By Me too?
That's the whole point of the movie Stand By Me.
Oh, really?
They're on a quest.
I thought it was the railroad track scene. That's Stand By Me, right? Where the
Yeah,
trains
that's
come?
Dude. That's Rob Reiner for
Okay.
all his faults.
But there's
that
a
was
dead body
incredible.
in that one too, where they're like, y'all want to see a dead body?
The boys. Of course, their person. It's about their personality and their friendship and all that stuff. But their whole thing is they're on a quest to see a dead body, a guy that had been hit by a train.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
maybe that's Spike Lee's point, saying like, we don't have to go on a quest to see a dead body. We can literally see one.
That's it.
Around the corner.
He's literally referring to that.
That's actually great. I didn't know that.
No. Yeah, that's a great, River Phoenix was the I guess sort of the main character. Gordy was the main character, but River Phoenix was the best. But Corey Feldman was so great in that. And then anyway, it's just a great movie. I can't believe there's anybody out there who hadn't seen Stand By Me if you're over a certain age. So,
all right, Rob, we appreciate it, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
My pleasure, as always.
God bless everybody out there. We want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. Go to healingveteransproject.us. Scan the QR code. Also, if you're a business, we want to hear from you. Paul at healingveteransproject.us. Reach out. We want to integrate our donation options into your point of sale. Folks, that's all the time that we have. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger, along with Jay Gatling. And Jay, I got to tell you, man, I hate StreamYard. I hate
We're
it.
on. We are on right now.
I know we're on. That's
made
why
it.
I'm talking.
Okay.
I hate
we
StreamYard.
made it.
Okay. It fucking sucks. StreamYard sucks. Okay. We just spent the last 5 minutes trying to get it to stream. And it says traffic is unexpectedly high. Please wait 30 to 60 seconds. Every 30 to 60 seconds, it would say that. What kind of streaming service can't handle streaming?
This one.
You better believe I'm going to be extremely pissed off, and I'm going to be yelling at StreamYard after this episode is over. And this is just fucking ridiculous, man. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know if we're still on even. I don't even know if we're still on.
We are on. I'm telling you,
still
we're on.
all right.
It's just ridiculous. We're not going off now that we're on. It's just ridiculous that it took that fucking long for anything to happen because StreamYard, God almighty, man. I don't know. It's just really angering, guys. So yeah, for those of you that are still watching now, didn't give up on us after the first 5 minutes of nothing happening, we appreciate it. I'm trying to get everything done right now that I would normally do during this time, but all right, let's get it going. My God, that was ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God. All right. So I'm sorry. I'm still pissed off about that shit. Okay. Real quick, before we do anything else, let me go ahead and mention our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. And right now, you can get 10% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. 10% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States. But for Secret America viewers only, if you type in the code SECRET20, that's SECRET20, you get 20% off your order. You guys make sure you go and check it out. 20%, you get double the percentage off that everybody else is getting. So make sure you don't miss it. maxassociates.etsy.com. You do not want to miss that. Also, what if the most powerful man in America was never really in control? What if his entire rise, the speeches, the scandals, the victories, even the presidency itself was designed by someone you never knew existed? That's the world of my political thriller, By Design, The First Black President. It's fiction, at least it's supposed to be. Get it on Amazon and get it on Amazon or grab a personally signed copy or the audiobook at secretamericalive.com. By Design, The First Black President. Once you read it, you will never look at politics the same way again. All right, Jay.
All right.
So I'm still angry. That was
Yeah,
so
we're good.
ridiculous.
We're good. We're here.
Well, I know we're here, but it's just
made
it's just fucking ridiculous.
It's stupid. It's
we pay a lot of money to them. A lot of money. I mean, more than most streaming services charge because they do usually, do what they're supposed to do, but whatever. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, so, it's crazy. All right, so Jay, the first thing I want to talk about is how the New Orleans Police Department is apparently now, when you call 911, Jay, be prepared to talk to Alexa. Apparently, when you call 911 at the New Orleans Police Department, you are going to be speaking to Alexa. You are going to call them. You're going to say, hey, you know what? There's a shooter at this house party. And they're going to say, now playing House Party by Kid and Play. That's what you're going to hear on the other end of the line. Now in New Orleans, that's what you're going to hear. And New Orleans is the worst place to not have emergency responders.
Is it any surprise that this is New Orleans? We remember what happened. What was it? New Year's Eve or New Year's Day? Was it 2025? With the terrorists?
No, I'm not that old. I don't remember. What happened?
2025 with the terrorists that drove through. You remember?
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
What a
drove through the
debacle
parade.
that was, and that
insane.
DEI chief coming out there, that old lady.
Yeah. Oh,
coming out
yeah.
there. I mean, what a joke. And now you're calling 911. Yeah, that's good during Mardi Gras. I'm sure that's going to work out just great when you have 911s operated by Alexa. Are you kidding me?
Jay, the AI can't even distinguish between sex and sex. How in the world is it going to determine, first of all, that you need emergency? You're going to have to repeat yourself multiple times while you're being stabbed. Okay? While you're being stabbed, you got to repeat yourself multiple times. Then they send the fire truck when you need police.
It's horrible. It's going to be bad because how many times you hear a 911 call, with a person answering the phone? Yeah. And the person has to ask a bunch of questions to get from the person that's in trouble.
Absolutely.
What's really going on? What's this? Who is it? Where are they? Everything. This is Jack. You're telling me that every 911 call, not just like a 311 where it's for like minor stuff. You're telling me that 911 emergency, somebody's breaking into my house, somebody's robbing me, somebody's dying in a car accident. You're telling me that call is going to be picked up by an AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Not every one of them, but I would say 50%. 50% of them, just because they want to weed out people with jobs. They want AI doing the job. But the problem is, what if there's no internet connection? What if the internet dies? You're just going to stop taking emergency calls?
It's ridiculous. This has to fail, is what has to happen. We've talked about this. AI, yeah, it's going to take jobs, but it's not ready to take certain jobs. A lot of jobs it's not ready to take. This is one of them. Are you kidding me? Just type something into Grok or Gemini or ChatGPT and tell me the mistakes that the AI makes. You're going to trust that to take your 911 call when your life might be at risk or somebody that you know's life might be at risk?
And you have to have an internet connection, Jay.
That's
you have to have. What if it's storming outside? There's no internet, so apparently everybody's just going to be shot and killed because in New Orleans, gang violence is through the roof. It's a majority black city. There's a lot of violence, and I mean, you got AI answering the fucking phone.
Oh, don't worry, Jack. I'm sure they have redundancy plans for if the AI goes out. I'm sure it's all online, ready to go. God forbid the AI goes out, they've got it covered. It's going to be seamless. There'll be no problem whatsoever. And if anybody can't hear the sarcasm dripping out of my mouth, now I'm telling you, it's dripping out of my mouth.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. You know, you call 911, you tell them something's going on, and they got Amazon, to send you a soap dish. That's what ends up happening. You get a delivery from Amazon when you call 911.
Do you get it like the quick delivery, like within that same day, 4 to 4
Oh
to
yeah,
8?
it's
Oh,
the same
okay.
day delivery. Don't get me wrong. You can
that's
still get same day delivery if you call 911, but you won't get to see the other day. You won't get to be alive.
Well, you won't be alive to get the delivery, but it'll be
Absolutely.
there. It'll get
Absolutely.
there. Okay. Well, I guess you gotta look at the positives.
So Jay, I'll show you something positive. There is a massive new billboard in the heart of Manhattan, Times Square, almost close to Times Square. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, it says, thanks for the jobs. The Florida Chamber of Commerce named Mamdani its Economic Developer of the Year, saying New York's progressive tax policies are helping push businesses, wealth, and residents toward the Sunshine State. The chamber says the campaign is about more than a little trolling. It's meant to make a broader case for lower taxes and free enterprise as Florida continues to attract people and businesses from high tax states. And they picked one of New York's busiest corners to make sure that it gets noticed. Let's show everybody exactly what it looks like. This is it right here for everybody that wants to see. This is it right here. Check it out. That is right there on the corner, and it is beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, that is a expensive corner right there to put a
Absolutely.
billboard. You're talking probably, I'm going to say it's in the tens of thousands per day.
It's a very high
maybe
traffic area. Oh yeah.
Yeah, to put something near Times Square on a billboard like that. And he also got smacked down today by a Staten Island court with his what is it, the
The tax,
whatever. Yeah, that tax got temporarily smacked down by a judge in Staten Island. Staten Island is a very red area. It's actually the only red area in New York City. So they actually did it right. They brought this case in Staten Island. So let's see what happens. For the time being, that's been, shelved, but we'll see.
Absolutely. So I want to tell everybody that we're still going to be streaming on our normal channels, but we're still going to be on the Live from America TV network, but we are also joining a new network, Jay. And apparently all it does is it doesn't change anything we're doing now. Everybody can still see us anywhere they watch us, but it allows us to expand our reach and have more people be able to see the show. So we're starting a new network. It's called Talk Red. Isn't that right, Jay?
That is correct. We're looking forward to that. It's a great network as well.
Absolutely. It's an up and coming network that has about 6 million followers on Facebook and tens of thousands on other platforms. So it'll basically double our reach at this point. And and we're going to still be on LFA TV as well. So that's all it's about. It's just about expanding the reach, the viewership, and trying to get the things that we talk about, the secrets that we find, out to other people. So that's what it's all about.
That should be coming hopefully in the next couple of days.
Absolutely. All right. So Jay, did you see where apparently Senator Ron Johnson put out some of Dr. Fauci's texts that he had? He had texts. It was between Anthony Fauci and Vivek Murthy and Rochelle Walensky. And apparently what he was doing was actually concerned in January 2021 that the second dose of the COVID shot, the booster, if you will, theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Of course, he said theoretically could be associated with miscarriage. Now, we know from research and just from basic, common sense that it's caused a lot more problems than that. But just the fact that he admitted that he knows about one of them, that opens the floodgates for everything else. If he knows about one of them, I'm sure he knew about others.
Well, this is the tip of the iceberg. Because this is just the first thing they've released when it comes to his his phone. And I need a name for this phone because everybody gets the nickname for their phone when they screw up. and their government phone becomes property and everybody reads it or whatever. So we need to find
no
a
idea
nickname.
what you're talking about.
Well, Thomas Massey's phone was called a certain thing. Other people's phones are called certain things. We need a nickname for this phone. That's all I'm saying. But, Fauci's phone, this is the tip of the iceberg. And yeah, he's a liar. And Fauci knew that giving this vaccine to mothers early in pregnancy, I would say at any stage in pregnancy, to be honest with you, that's just my opinion. But early in pregnancy was causing a lot of miscarriages and had the theory that it could cause. He knew, and he's a liar. And this is why he didn't speak. This is why he took the Fifth Amendment 111 times. There's going to be more coming out on this phone.
Oh,
and I can't wait.
And this is just the government phone, guys. Keep in mind, this is not his personal cell phone. Imagine the stuff that's on that thing, which we will never see. But imagine the stuff that's on it. You can imagine. I'm 6 chapters into the second book that I'm writing, Jay, and it's about this. And you don't have to imagine. I'm going to imagine it for you. So just wait till the book comes out. You'll get to see. And I'm not just pulling it out of thin air. It's going to be based on actual lots of circumstantial evidence and research.
Well, now that you're talking about that second book, I have a question for you. And I haven't asked you this question. Would you think about delaying releasing this book until this Fauci saga plays out more? Because we're going to learn a lot more over the past, I would think over the next few months about Fauci that could go in your book, because we're just getting this information now as we speak about his phone, about the things that are going to be in that phone. What are you going to do? Would you consider holding off a little bit, even if you think you might have finished it, maybe waiting until we kind of know that Fauci's wrapped up and done, or no?
I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to do that. And it's because there will be a sequel to it. There's just like with the president's book, where, it ended in 2008. The next one's going to start in 2008. With this one, it ends right after the vaccine, right after the side effects of the vaccine. That's when it's going to end. But then it's going to pick up a few years later when they start congressional, investigations into Anthony Fauci. That's when the next one's going to come. And then that's when you're going to get to see all the juicy details based on everything that happened and all the research. But this one, Jay, I gotta say, what I'm going to do is actually just to tickle your fancy bone, Jay, I am going to send you the first 6 chapters of this book, and it will blow your mind. This book is so suspenseful. It's way better. I mean, the first book is incredible, but this book is even better. And I'm going to send you the first 6 chapters. And I'll send you that tonight. You could see, because like I said, it starts, it's really, really freaking good. I've already, it's just really good. So it'll actually, I'm finishing it a lot faster than I thought. I've already written 6 chapters. I would say it'll be out and, sometime in mid-September, sometime middle of next month, it'll be out.
All right. And where do you think this one will end? Will it end right? Maybe it should end as Anthony Fauci is walking into that Senate hearing right before he decides he's going to take the fifth 111 times.
Well, see, what I want to do though is I want to start it with before he gets the subpoenas, before all of that. I'm going to start it with where he's living his normal life. And he thinks he's gotten away with everything. He's got his pardon. It's going to start with the pardon. That's where the next one's going to go. It's going to start with the pardon and move on from there. It's going to be really good, really good. Gotcha. But this one is going to end as people start dropping dead from the vaccine. That's where this one is going to end. And that's why, and the reason it's going to end there is because it's going to leave room for the next book. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be really good. Go ahead.
No, so the last chapter is going to be died suddenly.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's going to, yeah. I mean, it's not what it's going to do. Well, actually, I have to say that the ending's kind of up for debate at the moment because I'm not to that point yet. But it probably will end somewhere around there. It might even end with, I got to find the most prominent person that dropped dead, and then maybe it'll end with them dropping dead, and then the book ends, Who knows?
Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to be interesting. And by the way, when you send me those 6 chapters, please send them to me in audiobook. Thank you very much.
It was expensive to make that audiobook because freaking Amazon's ridiculous, but it was expensive. I had to make the audiobook myself So, it was a little expensive, but it's okay. It's worth it. So that way people can hear it that, some people don't like to read. Some people want to hear it on audio. So that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I was listening to it sitting at the pool the other day on my audiobook. I have both. I bought the hardcover and I bought the audiobook. And I just got your hardcover and it looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Personal message. The cover looks amazing and I have it. Tomorrow, actually, I'll have it next to me and I'll show everybody the book tomorrow.
You know what? That's a good idea. I wish I had some kind of shelf I could put it on.
I mean, if you want, I will run and get it right now if you want me.
No, we can wait till tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow.
Right.
We'll do, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you being willing to do that. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be, the next one's gonna be good, and it's gonna be finished a hell of a lot faster than I thought. I mean, it'll be published by like I said, by probably a month from now. It'll be on the shelves.
Damn, you're moving.
Yeah.
You're flying. All right.
Yeah. Well, once you start writing, it's hard to get started, but once you start, it kind of just flows.
Okay. I wouldn't, as I said, I'm leaving this stuff to you. Those days have, that ship has sailed for me. My writing days are over. I was a good speech writer. I could write a good speech, but books, I never even tried. I know, and that's not happening now. I don't think my brain has the capacity anymore, Jack. Just saying.
I can tell you though, I mean, it's great when it's flowing, but there are times where you get writer's block and it can drive you insane. So it's very difficult because you will get writer. You're not going to write the whole book just flowing beautifully. That doesn't happen. So
Correct.
You will get writer's block and it could drive you mad.
Definitely. All right. Well, we don't want that. All right. What else? One other thing. We're talking about the vaccines. If you want to talk, President Trump signed that executive order today where you have to spread the vaccines out.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, spread out and I think that's a good idea. I mean, you got people like some of the people who say they're doctors in Congress. They say, "Oh no, vaccines don't cause autism." But why risk it? Even if you're saying they don't, why risk it? Do these vaccines all have to be jabbed into a kid at one time? Is that what has to happen here?
No. And the thing to me is I don't hear anybody disputing the thing that 25 years ago, it was 1 in like 30,000 kids, whatever it was, had autism. Now it's 1 in 30. And in California, 1 in 18.
The trajectory is like this, Jay. As the vaccines go up, so go the cases of autism.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You can't tell me that that's based on just more diagnosis of no. There is that. There's definitely more diagnosis of autism because, Jack, quite honestly, when I was in school, there were kids that you could tell were a little bit different. They were a little weird, right? They were never diagnosed with anything. It was just, okay, he's a little weird. That was it. Now that kid is getting diagnosed with something. It's something on a spectrum, right? Yes, there is more of that. That is,
I think there's over-diagnosing too.
I would say that too. You're probably right on that. But that's one reason. So fine, we'll say. But that's one reason. Okay, why cases went up. But you're not going up that much just based on that. There's something else. No. And like you said, what's the harm in waiting with the MMR and instead of all in one dose, go 3 doses, 3 different trips? What's the harm? There is none. There's nothing wrong with doing this. It's not like going to cause problems. If anything, it might help us find out what the problem is.
Absolutely. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to spread them out. All right. So did you see where this is funny? Did you see where she is actually AOC is freezing her eggs, and then she subjected the internet to a video of her shooting hormonal injections into her stomach fat. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Oh
I
my
made a post
God.
about it too. Listen, she's low hanging fruit 24/7, 365. Let's be honest about AOC. I'm not trying to make. Well, yeah, she does, but I'm not trying to make fun of AOC for doing this. That's whatever. But the thing is, this shouldn't be a public thing. It should be a personal thing. And I think she's doing it for political theater, saying, "Oh, look, I'm doing this so I can run for president." See, you know what I think the right move would be if she really wanted to distinguish herself? Say, "No, I want to have kids, and I might have them right now while I run for president."
Absolutely.
Instead, she's doing this as political theater and making it a scene. It's like, why? This is a private decision, and if you want to do it, go ahead. But this should not be something you're putting on X, on the internet. It's ridiculous, and it's theater, and that's why she's getting mocked.
That's socialism. Socialism is political theater. It's getting out in front, being the person that's talked about, so you are in everybody's head. That's socialism.
Yeah, and I also think that what she's doing is I just, again, I'm going to say it one more time. I don't think this is something that should be done in public. And quite honestly, if she's my fiance or my whatever, no, you're not doing that. You're not doing that.
No,
Just
no.
you're keeping this between. This is a private matter. Aren't Democrats always talking about private matters? How much more private does it get than this? But she's putting it on the internet. It's bizarre, and it's quite honestly, something like that. I think it's kind of making a mockery of the whole thing, is what she's doing.
Absolutely.
That's my opinion.
Absolutely. Jay, I have something that if I can pull it up, because for some reason right now it's freezing a little bit, but I have something that'll blow your mind, dude. Okay? You know how I find some of the craziest shit there is out there? Well, you know how we talk about predictive programming, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen, Law and Order SVU, Sexual Victims Unit?
What is it?
The show, Law and Order, SVU, Sexual Victims Unit, Special Victims Unit, whatever.
I never watched it, but yes, it was a very popular show.
Yeah,
Still.
it's about sex crimes.
Yes.
And get this, it's about sex crimes. If you look in one of the scenes, season 1, episode 2, Jay, season 1, the second episode of this show ever. The show's been on the air for 27 years now. But if you look at the very second episode ever, you will see predictive programming. Nothing in Hollywood is ever a coincidence. Get this, Jay, and get this, everybody out there. The Sex Crimes Unit has a binder in one of the scenes that has Epstein written on it. Is that not fucking insane?
And this was what year?
This is 1999, season 1, episode 2. It actually has Epstein written on it.
All right, we got to see that.
Yeah, the binder. And that's the crazy part. This is the like I said, it's predictive programming, Jay. This is the Sex Crimes Unit, and it's Hollywood, and it has an binder that literally only says the word Epstein on it. Seriously, that's not a joke. This is no
joke. I say it all the time. I say it all the time. I say it, Hollywood knows before everybody else.
Absolutely.
I always say it.
I can't get the freaking thing to play for some reason, man. God, that's angering.
What is it? It's a video?
It's not really it is, but it isn't, It's like look, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else.
You can bring it up. Go ahead. You can bring it up.
I want you to see this shit, man. This will blow your mind, dude.
I'm not shocked.
Oh, yeah, you are. Shocked. You try to pretend like you're not, but you are.
No,
Everybody is.
No, I'm not shocked at saying it because, as I say all the time, Hollywood knows all of this stuff before we do every time.
All right, here, I'm going to show you. This is 100% real. 100% real. This person's filming it on their television. You can go look it up yourself if you want to see if it's true. You can go look it up on the episode, season 1, episode 2. Here we go. Take a look at this, all right? This is 100% real. And it's freaking nuts, man. Okay? Take a look at this.
Oh, this is great.
Look at that. That is crazy, man.
Oh, that is great. Epstein, and then photos.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
I mean, that's insane right there, man. I mean, the Hollywood with the predictive programming and all the stuff that they do. This is real. This is Epstein right there on the binder of the Sex Crimes Unit show. This is the second episode ever of the Sex Crimes Unit show. They got a binder that says Epstein. Nothing but Epstein on the binder. So you tell me.
It's great. And like both of those binders look like they were just like done just before the show. It was like, all right, wait, we got to put this in there. Like, somebody give me a magic marker. I got to. It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it.
It's pretty amazing.
What are the books next to that? Women and what is that? Psycho. What is that? What is that one? Women and what?
I have no idea.
Psycho something.
No, it says, women in psychology or something. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Whatever. That's great. Yeah. Again, we say it all the time. They always know before everybody else. How is that?
That is absolutely insane, man.
How is that true?
But it's a serious thing. It's not, just a joke. It's a serious thing that they.
No, I'm
this is
laughing
real.
because it's so crazy.
Yeah,
That's why I'm laughing.
This is what they do. This is what they do right here. They try to make it to where things are normalized, where things are subliminal messages in your mind. You probably never saw that, but if you ever watched the episode, that name might have just flashed in your mind. You may not even know why. Oh, I've never heard the name Epstein before. You don't even know why, because it just seeps into your subconscious. These are the kind of things they do.
Now you're never going to unsee it.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are the kind of things they do. It's absolutely insane, man. The stuff that goes on, the stuff you can find around just Hollywood alone is unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Yep. And every day you learn something else that they knew before us.
Absolutely. So apparently, the snake is in the grass, man. Todd Blanche has been sworn in as Attorney General in the Oval Office. So now that he's actually the Attorney General, now that he got what he wanted, now let's see what happens. Now I will be proven correct.
Let's see. Now the rubber meets the road.
This is what I was waiting for. Now I will be correct, and I will get to rub it in.
All right. So wait a minute now. We need some parameters here. Now, what does Todd Blanche need to do to satisfy you at this point?
His job.
Well, yes, obviously. But what he could be doing his job with a lot of stuff that you never hear about, or stuff that's lower level, like a lot of great arrests in drugs, or maybe some great child trafficking arrests. But
yeah, but they tell you about that kind of stuff. You would know.
I'm just saying, a lot of people don't hear about that though, because they're not hyper tuned in. I'm talking about, does he need a couple of headline smashing arrests for you to be satisfied with Todd Blanche in the next 2 years? Does he need like a name everybody knows that's going to be national news, whether you're into politics or follow this stuff or not?
For me to say it's a success, yes.
Yeah.
But for me to say that he's not a snake, no. Okay. For me to say that his term as Attorney General is a success, he needs a few headline grabbing arrests. But for me to say that he's not a snake, he doesn't need that. He just needs to actually do his job without using his power to the benefit of himself and hurting others, because that's a snake. That's what he is.
Okay, well, how about if he does get some great trafficking arrests, some fraud arrests, if the DOJ is killing fraud around the country, stopping child and human trafficking, get stuff like that done, you would consider that a success, even though you'd like him, you would consider that not a snake, but you'd like him to get the headline smashing arrest to say it was a success on the whole. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, because those things that you're mentioning, that's his job. That is his job. So if he does his job, I consider him not a snake. As long as he does his job and does not use his power to the detriment of other people that are innocent people, like the way Merrick Garland did. Yeah. But now Merrick Garland was the epitome of a snake. Now, if Todd Blanche pulls a Merrick Garland, even if it's not against us, if it's against the other side, I don't want to see that. That's not what that job is supposed to be. You know what I mean? You're supposed to protect people.
Yeah, here's what I'll say, Jack. I think he will do his job. I think that these fraud arrests will continue. I think that we'll see stuff with trafficking continue. They've been cracking down. I think we'll see crime, violent crime all across the country continue to go down. I think he'll do that.
That won't stop him from being a snake. He has to do his job normally like that, but also not use his power to hurt other people is what I'm saying. That's Merrick Garland.
Oh, I don't think he's going to hurt any. I don't think he's going to go out of his way to try and hurt conservatives. I don't think he's going to do that while he's serving under this president.
Anybody.
Well, you know what? Democrats that did it. How about going after the Democrats that actually did try to hurt everybody? Look, I'm fine with him going after those people.
Yeah, but see, if you're fine with that, but you're not fine with Merrick Garland, it's just going to keep going back and forth. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth leave everyone blind and toothless.
You love eye for an eye.
Yeah. But I'm not going to continue to do it with the top lawman in the country, because then they're going to continue to persecute. It's not an eye for an eye. It's basically a population shift for a population shift. That's too much.
Just a little bit, though. Can't we?
No.
Come on, just a little.
If you can get them for actually committing crimes, that's fine. That's fine.
Of course.
crimes.
Listen,
No,
that's
I'm
what
not. Not like Merrick Garland, who raided churches and
Oh, not that.
arrested preachers for praying, and raided just people's homes because they were conservatives. That is a snake. Now, if he does that to the Democrats, he will be a snake.
I'm not talking about that. You're talking about regular people. I'm not talking about him going after regular people. I'm talking about him going after the people that were in power who abused it the way you said it, and we know that they abused it under Merrick Garland.
Even then, only
fine
if he can prove a crime.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's fine. If he can prove a
crime.
crime, that's totally fine. I would love that, but I don't want him just going after people just because, like Merrick Garland did.
Even if it's 34 bogus felonies, if it could be proven in court, I think that's good now.
Yeah.
For these people.
Well, Merrick Garland, and Mayorkas is actually worse than Merrick Garland, so we could say both of them, really.
He should be in prison. Go ahead.
Those are all snakes, and I don't want Todd Blanche being a snake. See, Pam Bondi wasn't a snake. She was just the epitome of someone that does nothing. But I don't want, he's going to do his job, I assume. I assume he'll continue to do arrests. But for this to be a success, he has to have some headline-grabbing arrests. For him to not be a snake, he just has to not abuse his power. That's all I want, is for him to not abuse his power.
All right, listen.
That shouldn't be so hard.
Some headline-grabbing arrests would be really nice. And if he has to use some tactics that the Democrats use, where they're within the bounds of the law, but, maybe not.
If they're within the bounds of the law, you can get a judge to sign off on some warrant for some weak thing. That's fine.
Good,
if the judge does it. That's lawful.
That's
what it is.
That's
but I don't want him to just start raiding, churches or, whatever. I don't want, that's just not how we roll. We're not the other side.
I don't want that either. No, I don't. And I don't think I'm going to say, I don't think he will do stuff like that. I think he's going to look to, like I said, keep doing his job. And I think he will look for a couple of big arrests because, listen, he's got an ego, obviously. Yeah. And we'll see what happens, but we'll see. Let's see what happens. Like you said, he is now sworn in. He's the attorney general. He got what he wanted. Let's go.
Absolutely. And like I said, all he has to do is keep doing his job, not abuse his power, and then I won't consider him a snake. But if he does those things and gets some headline-grabbing arrests over the next couple of years, then he will be a success. If you're listening out there, Todd, that's how you be a success right there, buddy.
Let's go.
All right. Okay. So did you hear that Vivek Ramaswamy is now the underdog in the Ohio gubernatorial race? He's actually down by 3 points. 3 points in Ohio now.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy because, I mean, people don't know Vivek. They know the name. They know who he is, but they don't know. He came out of nowhere like Obama. They don't know him.
I don't. What is this? What poll is this? Is it a betting market? What is it?
Let's see. I'm not sure. If it is a betting market, I'm not sure if it is, but if it is a betting market, they're more precise than any poll. The poll polls like 100 people. The betting market has to be precise so they don't lose millions of dollars.
They have lost a lot of those bets, though. These parlays have been bad this year. But anyway,
no, they go back and forth. This isn't a parlay. This is just straight up. These are the odds right now. The odds always change, but these are the odds as of today.
I would be shocked if Ramaswamy lost that race in Ohio, which is now a red state.
When he's down 3 points.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. He's a red state. He's the most popular politician in the state is J.D. Vance, and he's Ramaswamy, one of his best friends. I don't see it.
People don't know him, man. He's an unknown variable.
I don't know. I think they do know Vivek by now.
They know the surface interactions. They know the Vivek, and they know the surface interactions on TV. But they don't know him because he came out of nowhere, and he has the same talking points as Obama, the exact same talking points as Obama.
Who's he running against? Who's his opponent right now?
Amy Acton. I've never heard of her.
Don't even know who she is. I couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
But Ohio probably does.
Yeah, but they obviously can pick Vivek out of a lineup because, like you said, he's got a name and face recognition.
But the problem is they don't want to pick him out of a lineup. That's the problem.
We'll see. We'll see. If we lose that governorship in Ohio, that's awful. So
absolutely.
I hope he wins.
But I got something to show you, Jay. I got something to show everybody real quick. Let's take a listen to Vivek Ramaswamy.
He sounds just like Obama. I get it.
Or Republican idea.
These are not Democrat ideas or Republican ideas.
This is an American idea.
These are fundamentally American ideals.
Imagine they were driving a car and they drove it into the ditch.
If somebody has repeatedly crashed your car,
you can't have the keys back.
Do you want to turn over the keys to the same people who crashed it?
Come on now, that's not a coincidence.
He said Russia in the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy back.
I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore.
You know, the Cold War's been over for 20 years.
It fell back in 1990.
A skinny guy with a funny name.
Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name?
But they sense deep in their bones.
I believe deep in my bones.
E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. We are one people.
I have a dream that we can be one people again.
Absolutely. Vivek Ramaswamy.
Well, listen.
Sounds like he got coached by the same CIA people that Obama did.
Maybe that's your next book.
It might be. It might have to be. You know, he might be Obama's little brother, for all I know.
Oh, man. Listen, there's people that I'm close to who don't like him for certain things he did in business.
Yeah. Dude. Me and Stock Mom are the same on this. He was a dirty mother in his business, dude. Dirty. His pump and dump businesses. He's a billionaire without ever having produced a single thing, without ever having sold it. Why? He pumped and dumped his companies. Millions of people lost all their money, but yet he is a billionaire now. And that kind of dirtiness, that kind of psychopathy doesn't just leave you.
Yeah. Listen, he's the nominee, and I got to back him. He's a Republican. I have no choice.
Was he born in America? I sure hope not. I don't want him to ever have to try to. Yeah, he was, because he ran for president. Damn it.
Yeah. There you go. He ran for president.
Well,
so he was.
I'm very wary of someone that comes out of nowhere sounding just like Barack Obama, because let me tell you, the same people that kind of moved him through the power corridors seems like they doing it for Vivek. They seems like he was at the same camp learning the same talking points. It's unbelievable. The same speech, Jay, not just the talking points, the speech patterns, you know, the way you talk, your cadence, your pitch, your tone, every little thing is exactly the same.
No, I can't deny that. He did change a couple of words. He said fundamentally, he said crashed it. So he did change a couple of words there.
He did. He changed like 3. I think he changed 3 out of the 75,000 words. Yeah.
I can't deny it. I cannot deny it. He's very articulate, very, very smart,
coached.
Obviously.
Very well coached.
Very smart, too. He's very smart, very articulate. He talks well. He's clear.
Came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It is very similar to Barack Obama, except he puts an R next to his name. And since
do you know who funded his first company? You know who funded his first company?
God, Soros?
No,
it wasn't Soros. Soros, that whole Soros thing was blown up. It was a scholarship thing.
No. Well, yeah, he was on the Young Leaders Forum. Don't get me wrong, but let me show you something. And that's not blown up. He gave him money for a scholarship for school. There's a reason you do that. But hang on, let me show you something. I want to show you. Man, I got to try to find it. Let me think. Go ahead and talk for a second. I'm going to try to find. I want to show you one more video about Vivek.
Yeah, no, I was bringing up the scholarship thing from Soros. People made a big deal about that. First of all, it was a very, very long time ago. Second of all, it was a scholarship. It wasn't something directly from Soros to. It was a thing that he got kind of with a bunch of other people. I don't know.
But they were all the young leaders. You've seen the young leaders.
Yeah, I think people made it like they were trying to tie him directly to George Soros. The bottom line is there was no direct tie to George Soros with Vivek Ramaswamy that we've ever found, that anybody's ever found. Let's put it that way. And somebody's saying Amy Acton is Dr. Fauci's buddy.
I have no idea. But Jay, let me show you something. This video is about 4.5 minutes long, and I want to play it. And why do I want to play it? I want everybody to see where Vivek Ramaswamy got his money. You want to know how Vivek Ramaswamy got his money? I am going to show you how Vivek Ramaswamy got his money. Take a look if this thing will come up. All right, take a listen.
Vivek Ramaswamy. Should you trust him? Some of you won't like this, but hear me out. He seems to be everywhere. Clips of him giving it to the man and calling out the establishment all over social media. Skyrockets from unknown to top of the Republican polls. And I understand why. He says what we all want to hear. End the war, secure the border, drain the swamp, unity, freedom, truth. Which outlets are considered untrustworthy propaganda media? MSNBC, Business Insider, AP, Forbes, The New York Times, The New Yorker, Huffington Post, Axios, Politico, just to name a few. The mouthpiece of the establishment. Then why are they all so supportive of Vivek? Doesn't make sense. How is he considered anti-establishment when he's supported by the establishment? If you or I were to say some of the anti-woke things he says, we would be shadow banned. But somehow, he's trending on every single major social media platform. Prior to politics, he was a hedge fund manager. His claim to fame was a pharmaceutical startup company called Roivant. In the 9 years...
Now take a listen to this, Jay. This is the important part. Take a listen. I'm going to back it up a little bit, okay? Take a listen to this. This is where it gets good.
Fame was a pharmaceutical startup company called Roivant. In the 9 years it's been in business, it has never been profitable or delivered a working product. Although Roivant continues to fail their clinical trials, they were able to find investors and raise money, making Vivek an extremely wealthy entrepreneur. Good at convincing people to invest, poor at delivering product and execution. Not a good sign. So what about the money? The media highlights that Vivek has invested over $10 million of his own money to fund his campaign, an honorable feat. Vivek announced his run for presidency in February 2023. How long do you think it takes to make that decision and execute a plan? 6, 8 months? July 2022, the value of Roivant stock is just over $3 per share. On February 21st, 2023, Vivek announces his run for presidency, and on February 22, he sells 4 million shares for approximately $32 million at nearly $8 per share. Well over $15 million in profit in 6 months prior to him announcing presidency. Good for him, right? Make that money. Company is losing over $1 billion per year, but he got paid. Smart guy. But anytime things are just so coincidental, I'm forced to keep digging. Why did the stock price of an unprofitable, failing company rise over 100%? How does it go from an all-time low to nearly its all-time high? Institutional money. You remember when Vivek said the financial investment giants like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard represent arguably the most powerful cartel in human history? Well, guess who's on the list of institutional investment giants that started giving his company money 1 year ago? You want to guess? BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. All three have added to their positions in the last quarter, and Roivant, which Vivek still owns 7% share in, is now up over 300% in the last year, making it worth close to $1 billion. During the Republican primary debate, Vivek vowed to end the teachers' union. Guess who is also on this list of investors? California State Teachers Retirement System. Look, his intentions may be pure, and this is all a coincidence. Maybe there's a great explanation. However, I am not a financial analyst nor investigative reporter, but I was able to find all this out in a couple hours of sifting through publicly available data. Why is his connection to George Soros via a scholarship and his involvement in the Ohio COVID-19 response team scrubbed from Wikipedia? In 2021, he was named a young global leader by the World Economic Forum. 2 years later, after using that title to raise investments for his company, he sued the WEF to remove his name from the list. 3 months after that, he was able to settle with Klaus Schwab's WEF and receive a formal letter of apology. How do you sue what many may consider evil, the World Economic Forum, and win and get an apology letter in 3 months? He's either that good or, I don't know. Any real journalist or news outlet could have easily found out all this info, but they didn't. Real question is, why?
That is very interesting information, let me tell you, because I actually did some research on that, and it is true. Every single thing he said is true. The money was pumped in there into that company. The company was worth nothing. It was worth nothing. And then all of a sudden, Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock come in there, pump a ton of money in it, pump it all the way up to where he's worth this money, and then dump. He dumps it, and it goes down. And they never delivered anything, never made a product, never did anything. But the investors, every single investor that was big investor made a lot of money. They made a lot of money. He is the epitome of someone you do not trust. You do not trust this man. I'm sorry. You don't trust him.
I think he's just that good, Jack.
He must be. He must be. You know, if he is that good, I don't have any, you know, I'm going to start an LLC and I don't make or produce anything. All I need is Vivek to come, get a 7% ownership in my LLC. I'll be a billionaire. It'll skyrocket overnight.
All right. Well, listen, here's the thing. Lesser of two evils for sure in Ohio is Vivek. This Amy Acton, I'm reading stuff people are posting, is a disaster. Well, first of all,
are we
she's a
sure?
Democrat.
Or do we just think that
no, we're
because
sure.
he's a Republican?
If she's Fauci's buddy, yeah, she's worse.
We don't know that, though. We don't know Vivek. That's the thing. We don't know him. He's never been in a position of power. We don't know him.
Well, I'll give him a shot. Let him prove himself.
That's the thing.
Let him prove himself.
Just be very careful about. And Meg, you're right. He might even be one of Obama's little minions. Who knows? Because I can tell you, what's the best way? What is the best way? If, say, the Republicans are defeating you in the big races, right? You want somebody to be president one day, but you can't win. What's the best way? You take someone from the school of Obama and put an R next to their name. Isn't that the best way to do it? Wouldn't you do that?
Well, we know that Democrats definitely have done that. John Thune, we think John Thune's a Democrat.
Oh, there's multiple. But Vivek is from the school of Obama. He is not going to do something stupid and say stupid things. He is from that school that was heavily, heavily influenced and trained by whatever entity you want to call it. So that, plus the fact that, they put an R next to his name. He's Obama with an R next to his name. So just be careful. It's all I'm saying.
That's it. Listen, as I said, though, I don't live in Ohio. I went there, as you know, but I don't live there. And if I got to have a choice, it's just got to be. This is the point. It's how bad and how crazy Democrats have become. And tomorrow night in Wisconsin, another lunatic is going to win a Democrat nomination to run for Wisconsin governor. Francesca Wong, or whatever the hell her name is, the one who wants to ban Thanksgiving, but now she changed her mind. That's where we're at.
Canceled Thanksgiving, yep.
Yeah. She doesn't like Thanksgiving, and she gets very, very much. She gets a lot of anxiety around white people. So that's who the Democrats are going to run for governor in Wisconsin. So that's my point. That it's just to that point where there probably is a lot of things about Ramaswamy that are questionable, and rightfully so. But I just can't do it. I can't do it. If I'm in Ohio, there might be.
I don't know if I'm voting, honestly, because I don't trust him. I'm sorry.
I can't not vote either. It's can't.
Because say he wins, right? Let's say he wins. Let's say he wins, and he ends up being a Thomas Wolfe. Maybe he's a Gretchen Whitmer, or maybe not. Maybe he ends up doing really well so he can become president, and that's the ultimate goal when the R turns to a D. Not literally, but figuratively.
You never know. You never know. You don't know about anybody.
But see, with other people, there's a lot of evidence, Jay. He is literally the epitome of Obama. You can put them side by side. He's just like him and Obama both said. Who's this skinny guy with a funny sounding name?
He's speaking different policies as we're speaking. He's speaking opposite policies of Obama. Just using a lot of the same verbiage, the same words.
And if you had an R next to your name, and their goal was for you to become president, wouldn't you speak the opposite of what's losing until you got to where you are?
Now he's gonna have to. If he wins the governor of Ohio, he's gonna have to act like a Republican, whether he likes it or not, or else he could forget it.
He's gonna have to until he gets to the presidency. That's the ultimate goal. That's why he ran the last time. It's the ultimate goal. And if he gets there, Jay, then you'll see the real Vivek.
We'll see. A lot of people said the same thing about President Trump because he's a Democrat his whole life for the most part.
No.
And they were worried about him.
But see, that's different. This person, I have actual parallel lines I can draw from Obama to him. And and his psychopathy, the shit that he did to those people that lost everything while he gained $1 billion. That is not a good person.
Has anybody asked him about that on the debate
I don't
stage?
know. Yeah, I don't know.
You know,
not that I
has
know of. I've seen a lot of his stuff. Nobody's ever asked him about it. Most
me,
people
that's
don't know about it, Jay. Most people don't know about it.
Fruit. It's low-lying fruit.
It is, but a lot of people don't know about it. Most people don't know about it.
I mean, if you're campaigning against him, this Amy Acton person, you would think that her campaign knows that video we just watched is out there. Come on.
And maybe they do. Maybe they're waiting until it gets closer to election time to pull it out.
That's possible.
You never
Absolutely
know.
possible. Yeah, definitely possible. We'll see.
All I'm saying is just keep your eyes open. You know, if you want to vote for him because you think he's the lesser of two evils, that's fine. And in fact, he might even do good for Ohio because he wants to become president. But once it's time for him to become president, then think twice. Just think twice is all I'm saying.
That's why you need listen, that's why for the most part I'm always in favor of solid primaries. Now in 2024 it was different. There was no reason to primary President Trump. That was ridiculous. No. But I'm like in this one coming up, listen, 2028, I want to see a primary. I want to see JD Vance. I would like to see if Marco Rubio decides he's going to run against him. I want to see people up on that stage challenging each other.
Vivek's going to do it too, Jay. That's why he's running for governor now.
You think he'd leave in 2 years?
Not even. Ron DeSantis did the same thing. Same thing.
Look how that worked out.
Well, that's just because he lost, but that don't mean he's not. Vivek's not going to do it. Jay, that's the
stupid.
goal, man. He's not going to wait another 6 more years? He's not going to wait another 6 years.
He's a young man. He could wait 6 years.
But it's not his goal; it's their goal.
We'll see. We'll see. Is Vivek in the bloodline?
I don't know. I don't know.
We got to look at that one.
Well, we don't got time. What time is it?
You got a couple minutes. We got to look. I'll look at right now.
Well, you're going to have to say it, you know, is Vivek, hang on, is Vivek in the Plantagenet royal bloodline? Let's look and see. I'll tell you right now if he's in the Plantagenet royal bloodline. Come on, hurry up with this. Hurry up with this.
I asked it a different way. Let's see the answer I get after you.
No, his parents are from India, not in the England or American area.
Yep, same answer. No genealogical familiar ancestral connection. Nope.
Okay, Jay, we got to go. So I got to say a few things real quick. Guys, make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the number 1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right, and go to maxassociates.etsy.com. If you type in the promo code SECRET20, that's SECRET20, you get 20% off your order. You do not want to miss out on this. 20% off your order. The code SECRET20, SECRET20, and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Guys, you can get Secret America gear available right now at secretamericalive.com. We got shirts, hats, you know, there's mugs, there's phone cases, there's candles, whatever you want. Secret America gear is here. Represent the show, support the mission, and check it out. Also, guys, the book, it is here. What if, and this is just, you know, what if the most powerful man in America was never really in control? We were just talking about him. What if he was never really in control? What if his rise, just like Vivek's, what if his entire rise, the speeches, the scandals, the victories, even the presidency itself, was designed by someone you never knew existed? That's the world of my political thriller, By Design, the First Black President. It's fiction. At least it's supposed to be. Get it on Amazon or grab a personally signed copy or the audiobook at secretamericalive.com. By Design, the First Black President. Once you read it, you will never look at politics the same way again. We were just talking about this, and we were just talking about how Vivek is the same way. So get this book, read it, and then you will know more than you ever thought possible about what really went down. All right. Also, make sure you guys subscribe and follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Okay. Also, Live from America TV network, rumble.com/LFATV, but everywhere on every single one of them, our screen name, Secret America TV. We are live every single weekday, Monday through Friday. So please make sure you guys follow us, check us out, because it's really, it helps us a lot. You know, we want to know that we're making an impact. So please make sure you subscribe and follow. That's the only way for us to know that we're making an impact. All right, guys. So we got to go. So Jay, I think we've solved all the problems we can for one day. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15, and what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer, and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you very much. Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions. And there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees. No pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your your screen, and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Well, Flyover family, I think as much as we do, you enjoy learning from people that have had a decorated life history, that have kind of like had a path that they come to forks in the road and choose the best way, and then they come to a fork in the road and choose the best way, and along the way create an incredible contribution. Today's guest has not one PhD but two, which is more than the both of us put together. Single-handedly started his own newspaper at the age of 10. Funded it and even ran ads and created a print version. Pretty unbelievable pathway that brought him to here. He's author of 32 books in 35 different languages. The current one's called New Space Capitalism, The Entrepreneurial Path to the Stars. Mr. Rainer Zeidelman.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, welcome. I tell you, we spoke just briefly before we began recording, but as we began preparing for this interview, I was familiar with your book and the content there, but as I researched your life and began digging into it, I'm like, we could do a whole show just on the pathway that led you to where you are. The first question I would have just on that part alone, a lot of people maybe grow up in a home, they're taught certain ideas, and they just kind of maybe model their parents or their community. They don't give anything a lot of thought. They just kind of like head on a trajectory. Yours is very interesting the way I understand it. Your father was a pastor. You grew up and were influenced heavily by a lot of very leftist ideas, and you consumed content at the age of 10 that many college students would struggle with, in their 20s. But you wrestled with some of the biggest ideas in human history, even as a child, with an open and sounds like very a mind that was open to take in new ideas and question your premises. And I just, if you could give us a little bit of that background, because I personally, I'm a grandfather of many grandkids. I've never met a 10-year-old that started their own newspaper.
Yes, this is true. I was very early interested in politics. It is due to my family, because we spoke a lot about politics. And in the age of 8, when I was 8 years old, I sent a letter to the later Chancellor of Germany, Willy Brandt. At this time, he was not the Chancellor of Germany. He was the mayor of Berlin, and he was the chairman of the Social Democratic Party. And I've sent him a little bit like a booklet that as an 8-year-old. And then, because my parents, they were Social Democrats, and so they voted for the Social Democratic Party. And so as a child, of course, I was on the same page. But then if you are older, if you grew older, then you want to do things, everything maybe different, or even in the age of 13, opposite to what your parents do. And so I had only two alternatives. The one would be to become extreme right wing, but I choose another thing, to become far left wing. I was a Maoist, and I founded my own group at my school. It was called Rote Zelle. It means red cell. And my own newspaper, what was called the Red Banner. So we believed in the ideas of Chairman Mao Zedong, and I read all these books from Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao. But before I did this, in the age of 10, I edited a newspaper that was called Galaktische Zeitung. It was about space. So you see, the interest in space was very early, because
I'm born in 1957, and then when I was 12 years old was the first moon landing, 1969. So this is how it started. Of course, today I think very different. I'm not left wing anymore. And it changed not from one day to the next, of course. It's not like these things happened. It took me maybe, it was 10 years in the beginning of the 20s. I started to question some things, and I wrote then very early in my life my first doctoral dissertation. It was about Adolf Hitler and his economic and social goals. And when I studied the history of Germany, of National Socialism, then I saw that this Marxist theory about fascism, that their approach to fascism, that this was totally wrong. And I found out that Hitler was much more anti-capitalist and socialist as left-wing or Marxist theory would admit. And so this was not the only reason, but this was one reason why I changed my worldview. But it's a process that took me about decades and decades. And now, today, I'm writing books, as you mentioned, 32 books, and books like The Power of Capitalism or In Defense of Capitalism, or How Nations Escape Poverty. And in my new book, New Space Capitalism, I combine two things: the early interest for space and also what I think about capitalism. And maybe later we can talk more about this. But a very funny thing that happened to me only in the last few days. I heard twice from parents who gave this book, New Space Capitalism, to their teenage children. And one of them was already interested in space, but more left-leaning, like I was when I was a child. And this boy started to question his negative attitude to capitalism because of my book. And so now in every interview, I recommend to parents, even if you are not interested in this topic, give the book to your teenage children. Teenagers are very often interested in space, but also are very often left-leaning, like I was when I was young. And I think this is maybe a way not to talk about any theory, but to talk about space, and to maybe it will happen as it happened with this teenage boy, that after reading the book, they start to question some of their left-wing opinions.
That is really good.
Especially when you're thinking of space travel, you're thinking of exploration. That's kind of the ideas of dreamers and doers, and usually dreamers and doers kind of gravitate. That's a left-wing ideology of like, I'm going to save the world and do good and these things. It's very heart-led, but when the reality of practical, how do we get things done? It's usually best in the hands of a capitalistic endeavor where people's financial incentives are aligned with the production of the project.
Versus the government.
You did an article specifically on the Wright brothers that we read, enjoyed a great deal, on the difference between Professor Langley and the Wright brothers and their budgets. And one was kind of government funded, and the other one was funded by entrepreneurs and doers, and then even lay out the math difference between the U.S. space shuttle program and its proposed expenditures compared to what it actually did, and it underperformed and was more expensive.
Yes, absolutely. We can talk about it, but first a few words about this the wish to change the world and to make a better world. I think it's great, and today I have the same feeling that we should do something to change the world. For example, to fight against poverty, as I thought when I was a teenager, the only thing that I learned today that the best way to fight against poverty is capitalism. Because what I learned today and what I studied, that 200 years ago, before capitalism, 90% of the worldwide population lived in extreme poverty. And today it's less than 10%. And only even this number, the reduction from 90% to 10%, this is due to capitalism. And we can see it. If you, I read every year the Index of Economic Freedom from the Heritage Foundation. It's the rating. You can see how economically free are several countries in the world. And the countries that embrace capitalism, like Singapore or Switzerland, most people there have a great life, and there is no poverty. But in the countries that lack economic freedom, like Venezuela, for example, or Cuba, or North Korea, or a lot of African countries, the people there, they live in poverty. And so I think you can see it every time. The only thing that works against poverty is capitalism. So if young people want to change the world and if they want to do something against poverty, I agree. Absolutely. The only way is we should discuss how it works. And socialism, this is what you learn when you study history, failed time and again. They tried it in 24 different times in the last century. They tried it in another way in the Soviet Union, in East Germany, in North Korea, in Cuba, in Venezuela, in the Czech Republic, Yugoslavia. So many examples, but none of them worked. They failed without any exception, and more than 100 million people died, more than 100 million people. Mm-hmm. And this makes me very sad that people haven't heard about it. I've been in more than 30 countries in the last years, and I had lectures about this topic. And wherever I spoke, whether it was in Asia or Latin America, in the United States or in Europe, I asked people one question: have you heard about the biggest socialist experiment in history? This was Mao Zedong's so-called Great Leap Forward from 1958 to 1962. 45 million people died. 45 million people died as a result of this greatest socialist experiment. And when I asked people, have you heard about it at school or university? Wherever I asked, almost very few people raised their hand, less than 10%. Very often less than 5%, whether I spoke to 30 people, 300 or 3,000 people, whether it was in Seoul or in Chile, or whether it was in Brazil or even in Mongolia, wherever I talked about it, people haven't heard about it. And this is the reason why I write my books. And okay, the new book is about another topic. It's about space. And you mentioned something, we can talk about it more in detail, how I show in my book, how did this happen, the shift from government-led space flight to more private organized space flight.
Before we do that, can you talk a little bit about how fast a country can turn it around? You know, let's say like China, for example, when they introduce capitalism, some capitalism, how fast it can turn, you know, that around, or India, you know, like, can you talk a little bit about that and the significance of capitalism and how fast it can make a difference?
And maybe throw one other thing in that as you unpack that. You also explain how there is no purely capitalistic country and there's no 100% socialistic country. It's a spectrum between the two. Maybe explain how those nations have maybe moved on that spectrum and things aren't quite as black and white, all this or all that.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you. I saw that you prepared our conversation very, very well, much better than unfortunately most journalists. So this is important what you mentioned. There is no pure capitalism and no pure socialism in the world. All countries, it's a mixture. I compared with a test tube, you know, with two ingredients, market and state, or capitalism and socialism. And even in the socialist countries, there were only a few elements of markets. Otherwise, it wouldn't work at all. And in the so-called capitalist countries, whether it's the United States or my country or European countries, you have, of course, a lot of socialism. So there is no pure capitalism. But what is interesting, and this is what I studied, you showed the book there, How Nations Escape Poverty. This is a story about Poland and Vietnam. And this is a very interesting story because Vietnam was in the 90s the poorest country in the world, poorer than all African countries. They had the war with the United States, and not only with the United States, there was the war. They had war with Japan, with China, and with France. And what was not destroyed by the war was destroyed by the socialist planned economy. By the way, I produced a film about it. You can get it for free on YouTube. It's Vietnam beating poverty with market economy. And then they started in the end of the 80s with free market reforms. And at this time, the number of people living in poverty was almost 80% in Vietnam. Today, it's 3%. So the reduction from 80% to 3%. And of course, it's not pure capitalism today. They even call themselves socialists, but don't believe it. I've been there several times, and I can guarantee you one thing. It's easier to find a Marxist at a university in the United States as it is to find it in the university in Hanoi, because they learned their lessons. Yes, this is the film about the story of Vietnam. So you see that because they introduced private property, because of free market reforms, the number of people living in poverty decreased. Similar in China, I spoke about the so-called Great Leap Forward from 1958 to 1962, where 45 million people died. But even after Mao's death in the end of the 70s, 88% of people in China lived in extreme poverty. Today, it's less than 1%. Why? Because Deng Xiaoping started with introducing private property, free market reforms. And so you see, even some drops of capitalism can help a lot. Or the last example, it's Poland. You find also a movie about Poland on YouTube. It's Poland from socialism to prosperity. And Poland was one of the poorest countries in Europe. Very, very poor country. Poorer than the Ukraine, poorer than the Czech Republic. And then they started in 1990 with free market reforms. And now, since 3 decades, it's Europe's growth champion. It's amazing what happens there. And so you see, time and again, you see that capitalism works better. And now, to give you the link to my new book, New Space Capitalism. So what I did in the other books, I analyzed countries. What happens if you add more market? Or on the other side, what happens if you add more state? Only an example for adding more state is Venezuela. Venezuela was in the 1970s the richest country in Latin America and one of the 20 richest countries in the world. And then they started with a lot of regulation, more government, and the situation became worse. And then they made a big mistake in the end of the 90s. The people in Venezuela voted for Hugo Chavez, and he promised the socialism of the 21st century. And in the first 2 years, he had good luck because the oil prices increased. It was not so bad in the first 2 years. But then he started with all these crazy things to nationalize the means of production and what socialists do. The result is that today, 8 million people fled from Venezuela. This is more than fled from the Ukraine. They forgot to build the wall. You know, we in Germany, we know if you have socialism, you have to build a wall. Because if you don't build a wall, people will flee. And this is what happened. By the way, I have also a film comparing East and West Germany. You find it also on YouTube. It's Life Behind the Berlin Wall. There you have something about the history of Germany. They had to build the wall because more than 3 million people left East Germany to go to capitalist West Germany. So in Venezuela, they forgot to build the wall, so 8 million people escaped, and the rest of the people who live there now in Venezuela, 80% live in poverty, 80%. So you can see how more free market can make the situation better, can lead to less poverty, as it happened in Poland or in Vietnam, and more state, more government, and less market can lead to more poverty. This is what happened in Venezuela. And now I give you the link to my new book, New Space Capitalism. After analyzing countries, I analyzed an industry that was almost 100% government-led in the last century. You know, with the first moon landing with the NASA, it was more or less government-led. And the moon landing, of course, it was a great thing that happened, but on the other hand, it was also very expensive. It was a war-like mobilization in the United States. 400,000 people worked for this in 20,000 companies. They spent almost 5% of the national budget to invest in this moon landing program. But okay, in the end, it was a success. But then after this, with the space shuttle program, this was total failure. This was an absolute disaster. I give you only one number. They calculated on the basis of 140 flights every year. The reality was, in the end, that in 30 years, it was 135 flights. So,
oh, that's a disaster.
So they weren't able to do in 30 years what they were projecting that the goal was to do every year.
1 year.
They were projecting to do 140 every year, and they did 137 total.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, they estimated the costs for every flight with $10 million or something between $5 and $10 million. In the end, it was between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. So this is even a bigger difference. 10 million on the one hand, what they calculated, and more than 1 billion in reality. And then, you know, there were the two accidents. 14 people died, and they ended the program in 2011 because it was a total failure, and they were not able to build another rocket instead of the space shuttle. So, and the chapter in my book, New Space Capitalism, the chapter headline is The End of the Future, because this is what was the situation like in 2011, because the United States were not longer able to bring their own astronauts from American soil with American rockets to the International Space Station. The United States relied on the Russians. They had to pay for old-fashioned Russian Soyuz rockets to bring them to the International Space Station. But this was, in every crisis, is also always an opportunity. And the opportunity was that there were some really smart people who said, okay, maybe let's try to do it private. Before this, all politicians rejected it. Oh, this is a bad idea to do it private. They will never be able. This is something that only can be done by the government. But then, okay, in this situation in 2011, they said, okay, let's give it a try with this people. They gave a little bit money. With a little bit, I mean $500 million, what sounds like a lot, but if you compare it with the $300 billion for the Apollo program, it was not much. And they called it our Hail Mary move. You know, this Hail Mary, usually it doesn't work in the end of the game, but they called it our Hail Mary move. And the woman who was in charge for the cooperation from NASA with SpaceX, with Elon Musk's company, she reported that almost every week colleagues came to her office and they said, oh, I'm so sorry for you. I don't want to be in your shoes. You have to work with this ignorance. So, but she believed in it. She believed in it. And in the end, 9 years later, in 2020, for the first time, again, the United States were able to bring American astronauts from American soil with American rockets to the International Space Station. But this time it was private. This was a Falcon 9 rocket from Elon Musk. And the interesting thing is, if you compare the launch cost, I mean, these are the costs. How much does it cost to bring 1 kilo to space? They reduced it by 95%. 95% if you compare the space shuttle cost on the one hand and the internal SpaceX cost for Falcon 9 flight. And one reason for this reduction was, of course, because Elon Musk is the first to build a reusable rocket. He did it now, it's now more than 10 years ago that he built the first reusable rocket, and no other country, no other space agency was able to do it. Not China, not Russia, also not the United States. The only one who did it now a few months ago is Jeff Bezos, his competitor, the Amazon founder. He has his own space company, Blue Origin. Mm-hmm. He did it 10 years later than Elon Musk, but no one else on Earth. And of course, it makes a huge difference whether you can use a rocket only once, like as they do on the NASA. Even today, you remember this Artemis 2 mission a few months ago. This was only for one-time use, and the rocket cost $4 billion. $4 billion. And after this, they had to throw it away. And imagine I will fly on Sunday to the United States. Imagine they could use the aircraft only once, and they would throw it away. I calculated the ticket price would be something like $700,000 to go there to the United States. And of course, it makes a huge difference whether you can use a rocket. Elon Musk used the same rocket 36 times today, or whether you have to throw it away after you used it one time. And this shows that private capitalism is not only better if it comes in reduction of poverty, but it's also better in space.
Am I understanding this correctly, that SpaceX now accounts for roughly half of all global launches?
Yes, this is absolutely correct. Last year, there were 324 rocket launches worldwide, and 165 from them were SpaceX. So more than half, 165. So if SpaceX were a country, it were number one, far ahead of China. China is number two with 88 launches. And if you compare it with Europe, it's a disaster. In Europe, we had eight launches last year from all this European Space Agency, from all European countries. We believe still in the government, and if it means SpaceX, they had 20 times the single private company had 20 times more launches than Europe. Or another company, I have also in my book something about them. It's Rocket Lab. It's a company from New Zealand. The founder his name is Peter Beck. He's the New Zealander, and they had 21 launches last year with 100% success rate. Of course, not so much like SpaceX, but even 3 times more than Europe. So, and if we talk about satellites, another number, today we have 16,000 active satellites in space, but 11,000 of them are Starlink satellites from Elon Musk. So it's something like 2/3 of all the satellites. So this shows that some people asked me, maybe this is an interesting story. When I started to write about these topics, about new space capitalism, when I started to write a book, I had a lot of people who laughed at me. Space capitalism, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a niche topic. But then my book was published three days before the launch, before the IPO from SpaceX. So it was the biggest IPO in history, and so the people who laughed at me when I started, I think now of them understand that this space capitalism is reality, but my book is not only about the past. Maybe you can talk also about this. It's also about the future, because it's about the future projects like asteroid mining, space mining, even settling Moon or Mars, and all these things. And I have very strong opinions how it will be possible, and what are the reasons why we are not already on Mars.
Why is it, do you think, that the mainstream academics, whether you're talking about the universities, a lot of the think tanks, or even the New York Times specifically, in your work you cite that the New York Times took 3 years to acknowledge the Wright brothers' successful flight. They took over 30 years to acknowledge that they were mistaken about criticizing Goddard in his ideas of rocket travel. So I see the New York Times as sort of the marketing arm for the establishment when you talk about think tanks and academia. It almost seems like if you're saying the opposite of that category of thought, you have a better chance of being right than if you go with them. They seem to be historically consistently wrong.
They were also always wrong. I remember I spoke about Hugo Chavez, and in the end of the 90s, a lot of these left-wing intellectuals, they were really enthusiastic. Oh, Hugo Chavez, the socialism in the 21st century. And the intellectuals were also, they were even fascinated with Stalin, with Mao Zedong, intellectuals like Sartre and so. But later, if you ask them about this, they say, "Oh no, it wasn't real socialism, but next time it will work." And
that's always the line.
It's always the same. And I have a chapter in another book. One of my books. It's The Power of Capitalism, and I have a chapter there why intellectuals don't like capitalism, and there are a lot of reasons. But one reason is they don't understand the knowledge of entrepreneurs. It's a totally different kind of knowledge. It's not about books. I call it implicit knowledge, implicit wisdom. It has something to do with intuition. They don't understand it. They think the more books you read, the better or the should your position in society. And because if they read more books than an entrepreneur, they think that it's unjust, that capitalism is unjust. They should have, they see that maybe their former school neighbor who was bad at school, that today he earns 10 times more than they do, in spite of the fact that he hasn't read so many books. And he has the bigger house, the bigger car, and even maybe the more beautiful woman, wife. This is I should have all this because I read more books, and they don't understand that there's another kind of wisdom and knowledge. And
well, the difference, Rainer, is wisdom and knowledge. An academic can tell you that a tomato is a fruit and not a vegetable, but an entrepreneur is going to be smart enough to tell you that tomatoes don't belong in a fruit salad.
Yes, this is a great example, and yes, both of this is important. The explicit knowledge and the implicit knowledge, but they underestimate, and they like to construct a perfect society. And capitalism, it's not the result of, that someone wrote a book and gave it to a politician and he said, okay, I agree, let's do capitalism. It was not this way that Adam Smith wrote his book and then he gave it to a politician and said, oh, I agree, let's try capitalism. No, capitalism in the history, it's like plants or animals were created. It's like a spontaneous process. And intellectuals are not so important for this to have their theory, but they like to have their theory to construct a perfect society and then to implement it in reality. And so a lot of intellectuals are pro socialism, or they hate capitalism, and but this is the biggest problem is that entrepreneurs who should defend capitalism, they don't do it in a lot of cases. They are, maybe in a way I understand it, because they are engaged all over the day in their entrepreneurial activities to build great companies. They don't have the time like intellectuals who are paid with taxpayers' money who all over the day think about their crazy theories. But on the other hand, I criticize these rich people and entrepreneurs who should do more to support capitalism and to explain what they are doing and why it's important, why capitalism is important. So sometimes people tell me teachers should tell their students more about the economy, but I don't think that teachers are the right people, because a teacher, he went to school, then for a couple of years to the university, then back to school. In most cases, he knows almost nothing about the economy, only book knowledge, not in reality. My idea would be entrepreneurs should go to the schools once a week and tell the students about their experience, how fascinating it is, sometimes also difficult it is to build a company, to run a company, and all these things, so that these young people, that they have role models, entrepreneurs as role models. This is, I think that this would change.
Totally agree. So I have a question for you. You'd mentioned Mars earlier. I'd love to come around to that, because obviously, it's been 50 years since Viking 1. Elon Musk has goal of sending 1 million people to Mars. Is that feasible? And what would actually have to happen before you could ever see that would come to fruition?
Yes, it's a very good question. And NASA had planned it for 1981 to send astronauts to Mars. 1981. It's a long time ago, and it didn't happen. And a lot of people think that there are a lot of technical issues and problems, and there are a lot. But we can solve them today. And I had a conversation with Harry Jones from NASA Ames Center. This is a research center from NASA. He's, I think, 84 years. He works now since 60 years for NASA. He has a lot of wisdom and knowledge about it. And he sent me a paper, and there are no showstoppers on our way to Mars. He analyzed 7 big challenges, and he explained why we can solve all these problems today. I think that the real challenges are not technical, they are economically, because it costs a lot of money to send people there, and there's not a real incentive. In the 60s, what was the incentive to go to moon? The incentive was, or the reason was, because there was a Cold War, the competition between the United States and the Soviet Union to show what's the better system, capitalism or socialism. So there was a motive, but as soon as they planted the flag on the moon, the wind was out of the balloon. There was no reason to go there. And I think today we need an economic reason to go there. The question is how to finance it. I think, of course, to send 10 astronauts to Mars, it would be possible with taxpayers' money, but not to settle there 1 million people, even not 1,000 people. It's so expensive. It's absolutely impossible to finance it with taxpayers' money. And so my idea is what we need is private property in space. This is the most important thing, because today, this is a very important chapter in my book, is chapter 10. According to the Outer Space Treaty from 1967, it's prohibited for countries to claim ownership over celestial bodies or land over celestial bodies. It's prohibited.
But individuals can. I bought Stacy a star
Yes,
for
you did.
one of our anniversaries. It's now named after her.
Yep.
For one of our anniversaries. it was surprisingly cheap. It was cheaper than jewelry, but more impressive to have a star named after you. But I think it as a private citizen, not as a government.
Yes, so you are correct. In the Outer Space Treaty, there is nothing about private person or companies, because at this time, no one could imagine that some decades later, there would be someone like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos who have the money or the technical skills and the ambition and are willing to take the risk to go there. So it's nothing in the Outer Space Treaty, and there's a dispute among lawyers, among space lawyers. There's one group that say it's also prohibited for private people. There's another group who say no, it's allowed. So it's not crystal clear, but I think it should be clear, and I think it will be happen in a similar way as it happened in the history of the United States. There were the settlers and the squatters, and they simply took the land. They took the land, and only later on it was legalized, for example, by the Homestead Act. And after the end of communism, I spoke about it in China and Vietnam, it was the same way. The farmers, they left the collectives. They simply took the land and claimed ownership, and later it was legalized. And I think if, for example, Elon Musk will be able to go to Mars, he should claim ownership, not the whole planet, maybe a manageable area, let's say the size of Singapore. The surface of Mars is 200,000 times bigger than Singapore, so there's enough opportunity for others. And then my idea is, in my book, he should bring it to the stock market. He should list Mars or list asteroids on the stock exchange, because then everyone could be a shareholder. You, me, and everyone. And I think it's much better as if the government or the state would claim ownership.
And that's kind of what's gotten him to where he is so far. He's attached these big projects to things that have real world value, whether it's the Boring Company or Tesla or, SpaceX tying it to, satellites and charging fees to help fund it. Has been a great fix. In our last couple of minutes, let me ask you a question. I've not heard you talk about this or read about it in your writings, but I'm curious what you think. When you talk about this battle between capitalism and socialism, and communism in the world, one produces new breakthroughs, new ideas, new innovations, the other one doesn't. There's a third factor in the world today that seems to be playing a big role, and is this marriage of socialism with the Islamic expansion. And many of the major cities in Europe, Berlin being one, Muhammad's the number 1 new name for babies for a number of years now. It's happening in the United States, in Michigan, New York, London, all throughout Europe. And historically, in a Muslim dominant nation, there's not a lot of Nobel Prize winners. I think there's like 15 total in the history of man. 10 of those were by Muslims, Islamic, that were in a non-Muslim majority nation. At one point there was 0 Muslim countries. Now there's 50 plus in the world. Most of Europe's being taken over by that ideology. Do you see that marriage with socialism and its expansion, especially we see it in the United States, growing so rapidly with so much vigor? They've taken over the Democratic Party in the United States. Which do you see being the biggest inhibitor of economic growth and capitalistic expansion? Because you saw this parallel between capitalism and socialism, with the hijacking of the socialist movement by Islamists. Do you see that being an increasing inhibitor as it expands nation by nation? Or do you even see that as a threat in our growth to innovate in the countries we have as well as expand into space?
Oh, yes, this is a huge danger. And I see this rising anti-Semitism, the hate against Jewish people, that has to do, of course, something with this anti-capitalist on the one hand and Islamic ideologists on the other hand. And I think they have all one in common. This is envious against the successful. They are envious against rich people. They are envious against the United States. They have because you see it in the history that even Karl Marx, who was himself Jewish, but he hated Jewish people. You have a lot of quotes from Karl Marx, and there's a history, also National Socialism. This was where I wrote my first doctoral dissertation about Adolf Hitler. He hated capitalism, he hated Jewish people, and so they have something in common. Islamic ideologists, they hate the successful, they hate capitalism, they hate Christianity, they hate Jewish people, and so in a way they are twin brothers, and they work together today. You see it, I know, at universities in the United States, also universities in Europe, and I think it's very dangerous. But the biggest danger is not that there are these fanatic people. The danger is that the others who should defend our Western society, our way of life, that they are too weak, that they are too coward. This is the biggest problem. It wouldn't be a problem at all that there are those fanatic people if, on the other hand, we were strong in the fight against them, but we are not, and I see this as a big problem.
They're more willing to lose Western civilization than they are willing to be called a name and stand up for something. There's many Western leaders are so afraid of being called an Islamophobe, or if you lean to the right at all in the United States universities, they're going to call you a Nazi. They're going to call you Hitler, which is.
And I think you've actually said it's that same way in Germany, that if you are more conservative, they're going to call you a Hitler. Is that correct?
Which actually is the opposite.
Yes, it's absolutely. Of course, it's the same. And it's wrong. I wrote my first doctoral dissertation about Hitler's worldview. You can also find it on Amazon. It's Hitler's National Socialism. And I proved it that Hitler was much more socialist and anti-capitalist than most people think. So he has much in common with the communists. They were twin brothers, also the National Socialists and the International Socialists, and they had the same enemies, the capitalist society and democracy. So in fact, they have a lot in common, and. Yes, there's by the way, I read all of these speeches from Hitler, not only his speeches, there are so-called table talks. It was his conversation, we call it the monologues in the Führer headquarters, when he sat together with his comrades, his friends in the evening. And there he said that he was very pro-Islamic, by the way. There are some quotes. He said, it was a disaster for our Germany that we became Christian and that we didn't become Islamic. That was because the Islam was for him a religion for the strong, the fighters, and the Christianity was for him religion for with empathy, sympathy. He saw Christianity as the religion of the weak, and he saw Islam as the religion of the strong, the fighters. And so that it was bad that it happened this way, that we became Christians and not Israel. A lot of people don't know it, but you can read it in Hitler's so-called table talks, monologues in the Führer headquarters. Of course, he didn't say it in his speeches openly, but even the National Socialists at this time, they worked together in these Arab countries with these people. They really loved him.
Rainer, we could speak to you for
wow
hours. I didn't even get to 10% of my questions today with the time that you allotted for us.
Let's have another call. And
we'd love it.
I'm very happy. I will be very happy to have another conversation. It was really great. Excuse me that my mother tongue is not English, so sometimes I have to look for words, but hopefully everyone could get the main message.
It was excellent.
Well, you sound like a more conservative and better looking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
There you go. Look at that.
There you go.
Those
Look at
muscles. Wow. That's awesome. Well, before we let you go, Rainer, tell our audience how they can find your book. You've got several, but the book we were talking about today.
Yes, New Space Capitalism. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it on Barnes & Noble, everywhere. Please order it. And if you are not so interested in it, give it to your children, especially when they are more left-leaning. Maybe they will like it. This happened to me with this one boy. Maybe he will start to think twice if you read this book. So give it to your children if you're not so interested in it.
I love it. And this show will go on 60 different platforms, and the links down below, whether you're on Spotify, Rumble, Apple, wherever you're at, the links to his book will be down below, as well as to follow him on X and his social media platforms. It's at Zeidelman_EN, but we'll have that on the links down below in the show notes of everywhere you're listening to this. Please share this with, again, he said, to young people, college students, high school students. I do think people that are interested in doing and getting things done in the world need to see kind of where the rubber meets the road, and that's what this book really covers.
Rainer, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Century H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. A dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you very much.